course, they're in a prone
progress.
position, just like the shooter
Like
would have
nearly
been on the roof.
750,000, yes.
That's the caliber that's, 5.56,
among
which is a lot.
civilians. Nearly
The trajectory is a
750,000
lot straighter,
crimes
'cause
per
it's a lot,
year
it
are
has
stopped
a much more
because
powerful charge.
of lawfully abiding gun carrying citizens.
Yeah, it's a
So,
lot smaller.
you don't,
But it's also less, it also has more of an arc, so once you get past like 300 meters, it starts dropping a lot.
There is a certain ambiguity about
Yeah, you go like 400 meters and 300 meters.
you are correct in that it's a difficult argument to make because it's self-reported, and by all accounts, everybody says that the number is drastically lower than people actually reporting it. So,
this is important, like what he brought up, because he did say that those things. Like he was very controversial. He was a provocateur.
The dumbest
I think
bitch on
the
this
point
app.
here is not. This is not a
I've
question
never met somebody
of
that
gun
like
control or Second Amendment.
so
This is a question
self-flagellate.
more
Well, no,
of
I
the
have.
First
I'm not
Amendment,
gonna lie, but you're
the
so like
freedom of speech. So I think
and like
when
willing
we take the focus
talk
away
with
from
people
the
that
First
literally
Amendment
fucking
and their
hate you,
ability for a
it
person
is
to
the most bizarre thing.
express their views.
I gave you time yesterday. Be nice.
She got the she's been talking to her parents. Her parents hate her. She's used to it.
I think it is an important feature of society. If it's not together, then it's not a slippery slope. It's not even a slippery slope. It's a slide. Water slides down into the type of society I don't think anybody will enjoy. And I see a very myopic approach, not from the liberals, not from the left, but from the left, like the far left, when they are like celebrating it, they're all giddy about what happened. Because the same type of, when you start eating things that you don't like to hear with bullets, that type of argumentation works in both directions. I don't know if they're too dumb or
I'll screenshot
they're
all of
actually inciting violence, but they don't realize it.
correct, and that is actually how the room started.
And so what he did is he put white supremacists and right-wing
And I
Jews
think
in
that that's
America
the
in bed
one thing
together.
that has
And
the
that's where you end
ability
up
to
in a
hopefully
situation where you have this like strange
unite
bedfellows of
both
like
sides
white
of the political
supremacist
spectrum is that
Nazis
we
and
cannot
right-wing
become a
Jews
country where
who,
our right to
previously
free
were
speech
like,
is threatened
oil and
because
water,
somebody might
all of
not
a
agree
sudden
with our
finding
views.
common ground.
So I totally agree with everything.
Oh yeah, we're finding common ground with Nazis. Yeah. You are retarded.
Fable about how in the village the village had a squirrel problem. So the head of the village put a bounty on squirrel heads so that he thought that would solve the issue. But instead it exacerbated the problem because people wanted to get the money. So they bred more squirrels so that they could claim that they've got got the squirrels. So it's the same thing with guns. I feel like when you're trying to under the garb and under the guise of saying, oh, these many crimes could have been prevented because of a gun carrier in the vicinity, your house may be safe, but someone else's kid is dying completely innocently for no fault of theirs. And it's not just one versus one. I mean, forget about the stats, forget about 1,000 years ago what the forefathers of your the founders of the country said and did. I mean, we need to be up with the times. And that's the irony, that on the right, the guy who is advocating for Second Amendment is the one who got shot by a gun. And on the far left, the liberal dude who is all for free speech and, all of that, human rights, is the person wielding the gun if it is someone from the far left, So that's...
May I address her, please? America has abortion. India has female infanticide at the rate of 30,000, I think, a week. It's relative.
Really quick, I'm driving.
I've been waiting to say something real quick, dude. Like, I just wanted to
extend Lavanya a little bit of an olive branch, and that I understand the point that she's trying to make. I'm not personally against the existence of guns, but I also don't own one, you know? And I think that people who are in favor of, you know, guns and the Second Amendment need to, I feel like they spin a lot of wheels, you know, because like really what it comes down to is like, yes, you can kill somebody with anything. It doesn't have to be a gun. You can kill somebody with a pencil. You can kill somebody with, if you're creative enough, you could kill people with a lot of things, right? But at the end of the day, a gun is a tool that was specifically designed to be an instrument of death. And there's really no way to kind of like deny that, you know? So, and like I said, I'm not against guns, but call it what it is. You know what I mean? It's an instrument of death.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Two things. Andre, your point is well taken, but Obama, under his administration, and I'm saying this to you too, Serendipity, it is self-reported, but his numbers vary between 500,000 crimes are prevented every year to 1.5 million. And as Serendipity said, that the 750 is underestimated. So given that, I don't think saying 1 million crimes per year are prevented by guns is an unreasonable figure to rely upon based on a crazy leftist Obama's trying to show how bad guns are and how useless they are, and yet his administration came up with that figure. So and that's significant. That means, okay, we had a school shooting 2 days ago. That's horrible. In that same day, 2,740 people prevented a crime from happening. That could have been a rape, it could have been a murder, it could have been a burglary, it could have been a carjacking, it could have been a crime where it was a carjacking and there was an infant. Or it could have been, oh, I'm really mad at you, I'm gonna spit on you, when the person pulls out a gun. But that is still significant. The proportion between the number of people who are injured and the number of people who are saved because of guns is huge and significant and important. And we don't talk about that because, something didn't happen, will not make the news. As far as the First Amendment, the point of this First Amendment is so you know where the crazies are. That's why we allow the neo-Nazis or the KKK to have their free speech too. Because, now we know that that's where those people are. We know how they feel. We are now aware of it. And if it's something that me, as a citizen, feels important enough about or strongly about, I can, and as people say, come up with a better argument. The problem is the leftists, as you point out, though, Andre, I would argue there's no longer any distinction anymore as they control the party. But the leftists came up with this lovely argument. If we let them speak, they are going to cause harm. Thus, we must not let them speak. And that opposition to letting them speak has grown more and more strong coming from the leftists. I'll continue to use your term, to the point where it is now we have to assassinate people who are saying things because we're justified, because if somebody is opposing to us, then they are causing harm by their speech, and we are so angry and so justified that we are entitled to do anything just by what they're saying. And that's what the argument has become.
So Alan, Alan, if hang on, Joseph, hang on, please, hang on 1 second. So I have a question for Alan. So two things. First, I want to address as far as I know, unless you know information about an individual who the FBI doesn't know anything more than perhaps fingerprints, my understanding is they don't have the human being in custody, which means we don't know their political ideology. But again, you are reiterating what some folks earlier were doing, that making this great assumption. Maybe it was someone on the left. Maybe it was someone on the right. I personally don't care. They need to be held accountable for the Serenus Act.
Yes.
But I just think we need to be careful making these assumptions and fueling the fire of, oh, there goes the left. I mean, people were literally putting in the chat, if the left doesn't agree with somebody, they kill them. So, hey, I know we're open.
Wait. And to Moose's point, I would just like to say that it is unfortunate to me. I have also seen conservatives make the same kind of statements that a lot of people are pointing at the leftists and saying, oh, the leftists are celebrating Charlie Kirk stuff. I've actually seen some conservatives make and mirror a lot of those same statements. So that's why I don't find it helpful in the course of the conversation to make this a left versus right issue. This is
exactly
evil.
Exactly. And the other thing I want. Sorry, go ahead, Serendipity.
That part, Serendipity.
This is an evil attack on our individual freedoms and liberties, and that is where coming together, I think that should unite everybody. It shouldn't matter if you're left or right. This is an evil attack on our liberties. It makes people feel unsafe, and that's the problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was going to say, again, as I said earlier, I was very against pretty much most of Kirk's, what he represented, and the comments he made, again, the comment about civil rights being a mistake and such, not my guy, not someone I wanted to follow. Does he deserve a bullet? Absolutely not. So now we have a family that's destroyed with two very young kids. The other thing I wanted to ask you, Alan, you put out a pretty impressive numbers. I think it was over 2,000 crimes that were prevented because folks intervened with guns. I was wondering if you could provide any sort of source or link to that, because that would be helpful for the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, as I stated, it was I'll respond to both of those. It was Obama's administration, their report on gun violence. And it's not hard to find. So if you take, like I said, if you go from the low 500,000 to the high of 1.5 million, if you split that down the middle and take the 1 million figure, divide that by 365, you get, okay, I cheated a little. It was 2,739.3 or 7. So I added 0.5 of a human being to that figure. But that's where I got that number. That ends up being that number per day. As far as, okay, so you don't see it helpful, I can understand that. And you want it to be something that unites the country. Okay, I can understand that viewpoint. If I wasn't talking about this Charlie Kirk incident, in specifically, I was talking about the rhetoric from the left in general. If you don't support trans people, you are causing harm, and you deserve to be silenced. If you don't endorse Black Lives Matter, then you are causing harm and you deserve to be silenced. If you don't support abortion rights, then you are causing harm and you deserve to be silenced. This is the rhetoric that we have heard from the left for years.
Right, but if you're a transformer and clearly have mental illness and you're the one that kills an innocent human being, then why is the trans still considered a victim in some way, shape, or form?
Correct. They shouldn't be.
But Alan, it's funny that you say that. It's funny that you say that because you're right about that being rhetoric that we on the right perceive we hear from the left. But how many rooms did you see conservatives start about the Democratic senator and her husband that were shot in cold blood?
Nancy Pelosi. Yep.
You know, like this go. It's obtuse to think that this does not spill over on both sides of the fence.
Yes, human beings gloat, and they gloat for many different reasons. And yes, I condemn when conservatives do it. But which party has it written into their political,
Literally both.
their political ideology
Both.
that there's
Both. Both
Yeah,
Christian.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. John, Kitover?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, hi, sir. Sir, my name is Nick Collins, and this call may be monitoring recorded. Sir, I'm calling you from Credit One Bank. Yeah. We noticed the account is past due 41 days late, sir. So,
Yeah, I saw that. It was some kind of annual fee.
129.
Can you hear me?
Sorry? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I haven't used the credit card, so I don't know what the charge is. What is the charge?
Okay, regarding this, sir, yeah, I do see that you haven't used it, but there is an annual maintenance fee, sir.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I want to just cancel the credit card, please.
Okay. So you mean you don't want to use the card anymore?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, regarding the, in this case, let me connect you with one of my supervisors so that he can also close the account, right? Since right now the account is active as well. So regarding that, let me connect you with one of my supervisor. Yeah, before I do that, sir, is there any additional number that you want to add on the phone, or this is only one, sir?
No, sir.
Please be on the line, okay? Let's settle this out.
Thanks for holding the line. I'm speaking to John Kitover.
Yes.
John, this is Ben. I'm the manager with Credit One Bank. Reason being I came online because my rep informed me they want us to go ahead and close the card right now.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to hear that you want to close the card with us today, although we'd like to keep you as a valued customer. Well, you want to close the card because of the annual fee, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I'm going to place your request to close the account. As requested, we will close your account. Any pending transactions will still be processed. Any fees will continue to bill if there is a balance, and a monthly billing statement will still be sent with a minimum payment due. A refund will be sent within 30 days if there is a credit balance on your account. For any recurring charges, please contact the merchant to arrange an alternative method of payment. So you authorize Credit One Bank to close your card, right?
Yes, sir.
Alright, as per your request, sir, your card has been closed. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so currently, so the balance is reflecting on the account because when you opened the card on June 20, 2025, after that the card was activated on July 2nd, 2025, sir. And as per the terms and conditions that you have with the bank, once the card will be activated, there will be an annual fee that will charge to the card, sir. Or maybe you're under the impression that you did not use the card and you missed your payment for August and September. So the late fee got charged along with the interest. That's why your balance is reflecting as $168.39. Would you like to go ahead and take care of this balance so we can go ahead and bring this account zero, sir?
No, sir. I had no idea there was an annual fee. I never saw that in the terms and conditions. It wasn't explicitly called out or stated. So I'm requesting that you remove the balance from the card and close the account, please.
I've already closed the account as per your request, sir, and I will be more than happy to go and work with you, but we cannot go ahead and remove the annual fee from our side. If you want to place the request for the removal of the balance, you need to speak with the customer service team. If you want, I can go ahead and connect you right now over there.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Saying Gillibrand was threatened. A number of other Democrats have been threatened throughout. These others. Jasmine Crockett was recently threatened by fucking people. So this idea that it's only the Republicans and conservatives is not accurate.
Which is why, which is why, like I said, in order to move past this and not encourage like more tension, more civil war rhetoric, more us versus them, I think that the one thing collectively we should be able to agree on is that this political violence is not okay. And everybody on both sides of the spectrum are partaking in it. And that's like, that needs to be the thing that we address. We need to work towards diffusing those tensions instead of continuing to escalate them.
Serendipity, I have to go, guys. I'll just quote one thing for everybody's peace and for Charlie Kirk's family and America as a whole. There's a quote in John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, where he says, if all mankind minus one were of one opinion, and only one person were of the contrary opinion, mankind would be no more justified in silencing that one person than he, if he had the power, would be justified in silencing mankind. Peace to all of you.
No serendipity point is that's not what I was saying as well. It's we're going to be respectful whether you're left, conservative, right, liberal. This man died, in my opinion, for the First Amendment. The ability to speak your mind, speak your thought, say what you have to say. And that's what I think we should focus on.
And
This man was a sacrifice to free speech.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. And here is the most recent update from an ATF memo. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus. Surveillance videos show the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported, I'm probably going to say this wrong, Mauser .30-06 caliber bolt action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top-fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. The firearm is being disassembled for more information on where it was obtained. So that's the latest news release.
So an anti-trans, that would be someone who has mental illness. Someone that thinks that they're a woman but they really have a dick. So, like, to me, why does a person like that thinks that they're a whole-ass woman when they have a penis in between their legs, they have a gun and they're going to shoot somebody?
Yeah, or the other way around, man. It could be.
Here's the thing. All this boils down to is, like, Brad says day in and day out, like, when, okay, we don't like, as a society, we don't like to talk politics. We like to talk about the oppression Olympics every day because it's, like, spicy and it's, like, oh, like, there's something new every day and someone's got some truly, like, funny shit to say or offensive things and people are just attracted to that more. But people don't want to talk about bills and, like, passing legislation and stuff like that. It's boring. But, like, to what extent do we want to have fun? Or, like, listening to boring politics and actually, like, make a difference? We need to stop attending the oppression Olympics, and I promise everything will be fine.
So,
how much the mic should be passed?
One at a time, y'all. One at a time. Okay.
Can you put that link in the chat where you read that?
Yes. Derice, if you can go, and then I think I saw Homer and Brad. Did you come off mute?
Yes.
I want to know
Homer and Brad.
How much engraving can you actually put on a bullet? It doesn't seem like it would be that much. So why would they release something that says it had this kind of rhetoric instead of just saying what was engraved on the bullet? That doesn't make sense to me.
You can engrave a piece of rice with the whole painting. I mean, it's microscopic. You can do that. It's possible. But I don't know about this particular.
There are plenty of people who had a motive to kill Charlie Kirk, and I think it's important to recognize the implications, the larger implications, right? That it is now very, very, very easy to murder someone and get away with it. With new technology, with sniper rifles, with drones, it doesn't matter what your politics are. I don't give a shit what the politics are of anyone in this room. If you are loud and vocal about your politics and you get prominent enough, there will be people that want to murder you. And there have already been 2 clubhouse murders. So I would just urge everyone who has a political opinion on Clubhouse to consider switching to an anonymous account to protect your life.
Right, so to answer your question, it was cartridges. That's what the memo said was the spent cartridges were still chambered. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology.
So can I just offer 2 couple clarifications? One to derisive, he's actually correct. I mean, I'm not discounting Matt. I get what they were being told, and there's a lot of information out there. I'm just waiting. I believe they caught the rifle. I don't know what's written on the shell casings. It could be. We've seen that with the school shooter that just occurred up in Minnesota. They had things written on their rounds. I don't know what caliber 30-07 is. I've never heard of that in all my years of hunting and military and handling weapons. So, and I'm probably going to guess whatever source did a typo there. I'm going to go with probably a 308 or they had a 30-06. Those are generally what we discussed yesterday and what we assumed was the calibers that were used. But there is no such thing as a 30-07. I'm letting you know.
It says 30-06.
It says 30-06? Okay.
Yes.
I thought I heard her say 30-07. So
No.
Okay, so 30-06 is pretty common. 30 caliber is probably one of the best unique around. It won us the war in World War II. It's a great round. I have multiple firearms that use it. I think it's fantastic. It works great. The 30-30 lever action is the gun that won the West. Killed more animals than any other hunting round out there. So 30 caliber is pretty potent. 200-yard shot. This wasn't a professional assassin. It wasn't Mossad. It wasn't the CIA. It wasn't the FBI. It wasn't some like super sniper ranger Delta Force SEAL Team 9 advanced. I don't know who else. It's whatever the Space Force has for special forces. Tag them on there as well. It wasn't one of those that came out with it. It's not a high fucking invincible sniper rifle. I mean, it's one that's been used. It's not anything really particularly fascinating. It's just a round. The rifle itself, the images look like it's one that you can buy at a regular hunting store. Any scope you can buy at the counter. Bushnell is common. You can go and get Gander Mountain and buy it. So I would get away from the conspiracy theories. No, it is not a planned professional assassination attempt. It's some fucking deluded kid who picked up Daddy's hunting rifle, had some experience with it, managed to get a lucky shot off, and no, that hit was not a professional shot. No one could ever in their wildest dreams hit the neck at that yardage with that crowd. And first off, a professional shooter wouldn't have shot over a college stadium filled with kids, let alone be on a roof. Like, that just wouldn't happen. If they wanted to kill him, they would have done it through like a carjacking, a home burglary, or something else along those lines. It's not like it's a secret where Charlie Kirk lived. His home was all the time on Twitter.
Well, it depends, Brad, right? Because, I think that, conspiracy is not far-fetched. Some of the stories that I'm hearing are far-fetched. Like, I'm not a gun person, so I don't know what it is to write on a bullet or write on a cartridge. But I think that if people can shoot, we won't be able to prove if it's a professional hit, right? But I figure if somebody wanted to cover this up, they would leave behind dumb, stupid shit that no professional would do, right? Like quote unquote, write on bullets that are left behind and not actually shot, right?
because these are not the bullets that they pulled out of him. These are the bullets that they found in the rifle. Like, who is doing that? It seems so obvious that it's too obvious. But I think that there's nothing wrong with speculation, because this is we see how his death is being used to stoke up, and let's not act like there are accelerationists out here that are really, their intention is to pop shit off, right? So I just don't think that, I agree with you, Brad, and I'm glad to hear you say that you're withholding any assumptions, because this is not the time to go off on assumptions. We need brains right now. We need people thinking and being level-headed, I believe. But yeah, I'm fascinated with this question of writing on bullets.
Yeah, how long are the casings? A 30-06.
How do you write on a bullet?
Yeah, you can. This is, we've heard of this before. I'm asking how long the casing is. Is it an inch long? Then you can write on it. It's a cylinder. You can write around the side. You can write.
I don't know gun culture.
I mean, it's about 2.5 inches long. 30-06 is about 2.5 inches. About 2.5 inch long case. Yeah, it's about 2.5 inch casing.
Yeah, so there's plenty of room, and this is not uncommon. This is not uncommon. Soldiers would write messages.
Sorry, guys. Were you done, Quinn?
Yeah, I just want to know. I want to know if this is really a thing, because I've never heard nor could imagine how one would write on a bullet.
It was not a bullet. It was cartridges.
So
it was the cartridges that were written on.
Paint. Yes. So paint or something.
Correct.
And what did it say?
If I range doesn't go down range.
You guys respectfully, Alan was answering her question, and then I don't know how we got here about. So go ahead, Alan.
I think it's so obvious that was trans.
Okay, can he answer your question?
Like this is.
Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Thank you. Well, look, they probably didn't want to release the exact text for whatever reason, but they said they found the casing that was used. That's the outside of the bullet. Queen, you've seen in movies or stuff, somebody shoots something and then something gets ejected from the gun, and then they shoot again and something gets ejected. That's the casing. So I know you haven't heard of it, but it is a thing. People do it. As I was saying, in World War II, the soldiers or, people in the Air Force would write messages on the bombs that they were going to drop on their targets, whatever they were. So yeah, it is a thing. And this is not the first time. And I asked how long the cartridge was, because if the cartridge was a 1/2 inch long, then it would be kind of hard. But if it's 2.5 inches, who knows? All he has to write is pro-trans, or death to fascists, or go Antifa. I mean, it could have been any number of messages that were 2 or 3 words. It would fit on the casing, so that is not an unreasonable assumption to make.
Yeah, 30-06 has plenty of room on the casing. And something else, if you're shooting a bolt-action rifle and you take one shot, the cartridge would not automatically eject. A bolt-action, you got to pull the bolt out, pull it back to eject the cartridge. So the only way, if there's only one shot, if the guy had a brain in his head and he had a shot that was accurate, he would not have ejected that cartridge. It would have been right in the gun. And when they found the gun, they probably found the cartridge still inside the gun because it's a bolt action hunting rifle.
They did. That's what the FBI reports.
They found the gun in the casings. The casings in the gun. Like there's still 2 other bullets.
Yeah, I mean that
there's a magazine in those rounds, so he was probably using a 700 Remington or something akin to that, maybe a Mossberg, the old style ones. Again, nothing really fancy, nothing elaborate, nothing costly, and basically, yeah, you can load the magazine in there, and the bolt will come back, and you can slide it up, and some of them have them, some of them are just you got to feed it one at a time. This is, as I look it up more and more, and as people tell me, it's more and more, it's a hunting rifle. It's literally a hunting rifle. It's nothing out of the ordinary, especially out west. There's less forest. Most of the people on the East Coast are used to hunters with shotguns because you have your biggest shot is 50 yards. Out in the West, they have these things called prairies and mountains and shit. They have to shoot at a considerable more distance to actually take down an animal. So hunting rifles abound throughout the Midwest.
How long is a hunting rifle? Like
well, depends on the rifle.
Well, I'm saying, like, essentially, like, would he be able to be hiding behind this gun on this roof, like this rifle?
Well, so like first off, the fact that he went onto the roof shows, like, it tells anybody who's ever been in military or had to deal with a deep threat. It tells them that this is an amateur. This is somebody who got they got the script from Hollywood. They watched movies and thought this is how it's done. You wouldn't have done it. A true shooter, somebody who is skilled in that, is going to go from a place of concealment, not in a roof where they're open and uncovered. They're going to be inside a building. They're going to be in some kind of hedgerow, someplace that's concealed. Also a place where it muffles the report of the rifle, or at least you can't pinpoint it from the sound. So they're going to look at that. They're also going to look at where the way the sun is resting. And since there was no wind that day, but generally they would check for wind. A 200-yard shot, the wind's not going to really be an effective measurement. Like any idiot could do that. You could pull your eyes closed. The other thing is where the shot landed. You can pretty much guess that it's where the pause is when his breathing took place. When you exhale and you go to pull that trigger, he breathed in at that right moment, and he probably upped, because most shooters would have aimed center mass. That would probably be the most prolific target. And if he was aiming for a headshot, then he did it on his exhalation. If he did it on, if he was aiming center mass, he did it on his intake or his inhale, and the gun raised up and pulled to the right. Like, I mean, these are not hard concepts, and anybody who's fired a firearm and not watched Hollywood fucking movies and then gave their experience based on Hollywood would actually know these things.
May I just...
Yeah, and one other thing that could happen here too. Typically on hunting rifles, you zero those hunting rifles in at 100 yards, and then there's a ballistics chart that'll give you the drop at, say, 200, 300, 400 yards. It could have been that he misjudged, but I think Brad's right. It looks to me like he's doing center mass, and he just jerked at the last second. So that's what it looks like. But typically, you zero in at 100 yards, and you compensate for the ballistics of the gun at that point. But we where I live, we have 300 Weatherby's 30-06s. They're common where I live.
May I just make a point now, because I feel like now we're going a little too into geeky, nerdy conversations about bullets and guns. Just generally speaking about the psychology of where society is at right now. So if whoever this shooter is, the person on the opposite side of the ideology is going to feel like, oh, it's a victory, or it's some sort of, they're going to have this puritanical glee. And then tomorrow the opposite will happen, and then it's the other side's turn to feel that way. So I feel like for instance, even Gandhi or Martin Luther King, they were seen as threats by the opposite side of the ideology, and the person who assassinated them, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know about Martin Luther King, but about Gandhi, I know that it was from the other side. That's what I'm saying. People on the right and left are going to keep taking turns doing the same exact thing, and we're just going to be on this rinse, repeat, loop cycle.
and we're not going to talk about just generally, we're not able to agree on the basic fact that regardless of someone's opinion or how they carry themselves in public life, etc., you cannot kill a man. Now, clearly, we're not being able to agree on that because this has been happening since forever, right? Whenever you see leaders emerge in the public sphere and their ideology is diagonally opposite to yours, you feel like you can kill them. Why? Because you feel like that, because obviously the person who's killing the other person thinks he's right. So in his head, it's justified. And they're morally superior and it needs to be done, right? Regardless of your ideology, that's what every human being who's doing that crime feels that way. So I think that's what is something very interesting we need to talk about. You would think that today with internet and a lot of hyper communication and debates, people would become a little bit more civil and smarter and a little bit more mature, but we just keep repeating the same thing.
Well, I actually want to take that point, like, back to what Serendipity was talking about at the beginning of the room. And that's the fact that anybody who saw the video, Charlie Kirk getting shot, it's probably the first time they ever actually really witnessed, like, a person being shot, like, in that gory of a way. You know, like, it's probably the first time they ever saw somebody getting killed. Now, obviously, there's subsets of individuals on the internet who like to, you know, haunt around these more, like, these gore sites where you see people getting, like, killed by the cartels and all that stuff. You know, those types of websites are out there. But the types of people that tend to focus around those types of websites are very, like, sick, twisted, dark-minded individuals. You know, and but most people, like, they try to avoid being exposed to that kind of stuff, you know? So, to the point that I think that Serendipity was trying to make, I think it's gonna fucking jolt a lot of people out of, you know, that tendency, like, you know, the space that gets created between them and other people, like, empathically within the web space, you know, because it's like, you know, violence in real life, it's not the same as it is in movies, you know, it's really fucking ugly, you know, and it's like, it's not romantic, you know, it's like, to watch a person just go limp like a sack of potatoes, it can, like, cause like a shock within other people's spirit.
You would hope that humanity comes through all of the other bullshit, you know, that we're caught up in.
Wait, why are you cutting him off? I don't really give a fuck about India or your perspective from India and what the U.S. should be, but why would you cut him off while he was talking?
Well, I was actually responding to what she was saying, and I didn't mind that she cut me off, dude. So, like, at ease, soldier. Anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that this has the potential, this moment in our history has the potential to fucking go both ways. You know, either people are gonna fucking use this as a way of because I feel like the people that are really leading the charge in this country right now are the moderates and the centrists. Okay. We just don't know it because we don't have there's nobody fucking, people aren't looking for nuance right now, man. What they're looking for is this, like, extreme, like, it's like this pathological, like, twisted kind of like, I love the word that you use, Lavanya, this puritanical glee, you know, that people, it's like they want their side to win and they're viewing, like, this political back and forth like it's a fucking sports ball game. You know what I mean? And they're like, it's all about tit for tat. It's all about scoring fucking points.
I'm gonna have to push back on that. You feel like the people leading the country right now are the moderates. I believe that the moderates are some majority of the country, but I don't feel like the moderates are the ones that have the voices in the political offices right now at all.
John, what do you think about this?
I think what he means, if I may speak for you, Joseph, is that the moderates are the ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I think everybody's investigating and trying to find as much evidence as possible to, you know, Laura Loomer is a dynamite stick. You know, she has brought down countless people. And so, you know, this is the thing is if somebody carries out a terrorist act like that, there's a lot of individuals who are so good at scouring the internet that this young man will be found. And the FBI just released photos of him.
Wait, the shooter?
Yep.
DTR. That's right.
And you can look at my PTR if you want to see what a terrorist supporter looks like. Her name is Buttercup.
What guy is the one? I don't know who. So it's this old guy, Bart Tippett?
No, it's a young white guy. He's this prime suspect.
Why? What was his motive? What did they bring up for me? Why did this guy... Okay.
Hello, Santa Daddy, how are you?
Oh my god, mother.
You want to get in the
Sorry, why would they veteran?
I'm happy for you. Good Hindi.
Okay. Kick him!
Daddy, but take my dick, Daddy, baby, I am single and I am
You
virgin.
need to sort your people out.
Come on, Santa baby, I am alone.
Kick him! Daddy, I know very much, Daddy. Just shut up. This guy looks like a meth head. Why is he so skinny? Maybe it's just that you're...
Wait, I wanna know, which guy is the one?
Looks like he's on, like, methamphetamines. The way that his mouth, it's like... Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Floor, what's up?
Yo, what's good? I'm making ice cream.
Oh, poor bitch, get the fuck out of this room.
Motherfucker's talking.
Why? He's a cool guy. Why did you remove him?
No, he was literally fighting with me, Fiona, in a room, calling us fag, cocksuckers.
Really?
God knows what else. When he looked like that.
Yeah.
This is so surprising because sometimes you girls are friends with all these men and then you don't even realize they're actually homophobes because when they come to you, they're like all nice and chill.
I'm a
But the
homophobe
moment you
too.
guys leave, you're... Yeah, this guy. Okay,
Sahi, my love.
Oh my god, this is gonna jerk off to you now.
It's like, Gigi was shaming me before.
I'm not jealous, I'm just devastated. That's disgusting. You can masturbate too if you want. No, I'm okay. Can we get rid of this guy?
Again, starting off, I knew that after the 08
My
crash,
friend!
we were probably headed
My
towards
friend! My friend!
some
I have so
terrible
few
times, because
friends, my
anytime
friend.
there's like economic issues and people are feeling anxiety about money, like Lavanya said, they start to turn on each other. They start to look for each other's to scapegoat because they know that they can't do anything or they can't even confront the people who are really sitting in the seats of power. And so these figureheads come along, these people with the gift of gab, propagandists.
Nothing, that's not really you in your PTR, is it?
Say, what's up?
Damn, you are hot, girl.
Thanks.
Where do you live?
I live, John, for Congress, for real. You're running for Congress.
Yep. So wait, where do you live?
I live in California.
Where, Los Angeles?
No, Orange County.
Oh. So what are you doing? You just created a room, you're just chilling out?
I didn't even notice I created one.
Oh, you're chilling, you're having a relaxing day, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
What about you?
I am also having a relaxing day, icing my foot down, and I'm recording Clubhouse rooms as people make assholes of themselves.
Okay, cool.
My friend down there also thinks you're rather beautiful.
I removed him. I didn't
Who, my friend? Oh, you kicked him? Oh, too bad.
Oops.
Oopsie!
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like you're doing that well.
I'm laying down. Please help me.
Oh, you're chillaxing.
Chillaxing for real.
Do you have Instagram?
I do have Instagram.
Let me add you.
No.
Why not?
I have a boyfriend.
Oh, you got a boyfriend?
I do.
Oh, I got a pet goldfish. Let's talk about shit that doesn't matter.
The fuck?
I'm just saying, is your boyfriend like the Holy Spirit? Because I don't see him anywhere.
John, you have the whitest jokes ever. I can't.
They're dad jokes.
Yeah, they're dad jokes for real.
All right, well, I hope you have a great day. And health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength.
You're funny as fuck.
Million followers. It was either on X or social media combined. Does Trump even have that many followers? Does anybody else, any other political figures have that kind of following? That's how influential he was, and he appealed to young kids. This was a political assassination. And the second point, and I'll make it quick, where is he left? This idea
John, shut up.
That coming to a conclusion and being able to see both sides.
Shut up, you dusty bitch.
I understand the rationale for that. But in political discussion, when your opposition refuses to do the same and is more than willing to come to definitive conclusions such as trans women are real women and abortion rights are health care for women, etc., etc.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All the slogans. This hesitancy I've seen in rooms for the people who lean right to make any kind of conclusion is maddening. It's giving.
Andre, what you say?
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you.
So, I almost lost the train of thought with King. So to be fair to King, she is correct that there is on both sides there are accelerations. There, people like Yarvin who are true Christian nationalists, what was referencing, I think Brett was referencing to, and on the left there are people who are looking for some sort of socialist or communist utopia at the end of their rainbow. And they're looking to, both of them are Hegelian in nature, meaning that they use dialectical process of conflict theory to expedite the future. So what it means that basically they create a conflict when, two oppositions, they collide, they create a new synthesis, the new conflict arises, the new opposition arises, they conflict them together, and they progress the history towards their goal in this matter. So that's absolutely true that it happens, and there's this ideology, very kind of deep ideology that goes into it. Where I disagree with King is that he was not grassroots. He was absolutely grassroots. I think that's how he started his movement. His intention was to provide community for conservative students on campuses and create a network, which he utilized for obviously political purposes, to create support for the candidates that they would promote. They did not promote, and also, that's very important to understand, like he gets labeled as a Christian nationalist. He's not. Most of the candidates, if you look at the list of who they promoted, they were pretty mainstream, maybe right-wing, maybe right-leaning, but definitely not Christian nationalist figures in the Republican Party. It's a mixed bag in terms of his success. I think in some cases they were successful in installing people that they promoted. In some cases they were not, but he was a very prominent political figure, and I agree that it was definitely a political assassination.
you and Messenger came up on stage. Did you guys have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Alan. I definitely think, a lot of the news outlets too, they have, professional, CIA agents. Well, everybody's saying that it's a professional hit. It was early on as to, foreign intelligence. Just listen, there are good, former insider. A lot of people are pointing to, Alan summed it up perfectly. Nobody else had a captive audience in this country that Charlie Kirk did. And he did an excellent job. 3,500, multiple chapters, 800 chapters. That's huge. That's as big as, or getting onto, political party size state, you know what I'm saying? And this is the youngest minds, high school and college. And look at his followers. Look at how many followers he had over multiple social media. Nobody was compared. Nobody's even comparable to Charlie Kirk. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. You cannot come from millions and millions of us. Are you kidding me? The views, the reach. He had a YouTube. He had a radio show. He had all of these things. Insane. Alan was, I agree with Alan, and I also agree with the multiple professionals who are saying that it's, professionals.
They're not. They're not. Have you watched the latest news briefings? Because Brad made some pretty compelling arguments earlier about why this did not mark up as a professional hit, and the latest news releases have been that this person had transgender and anti-fascist writings written on the cartridge clip things. And they have narrowed down, this is a 20-something-year-old college kid, at least if the person in the pictures is accurate. So I think that a lot of the evidence that's coming to light says that it's anything but a professional hit.
Yeah, but it could be this too. It may not be professional, but it could be someone that grew up in a family of hunters that shot long distances, that was familiar with the type of ballistics and the kind of weapon that would be needed. So you could have someone that wasn't a pro but was around people that had shot all their life. Where I live, people start shooting at a real young age. They know people that hunt constantly. This was a shot that 90% of the people around where I live could make since they've been about 17, 18.
Right, but I think
community.
By professional hit, Beam is implying foreign entities.
Right. No, but I'm just saying there's two things that tell me this guy probably grew up around someone that either done this or knew something about it. Number one, the type of weapon. If you're going to shoot and you want to be accurate, unlike the guy in Pennsylvania that used 223. No, you're going to go for a larger cartridge, 308, 30 out 6.
30 caliber.
That would have blew his hole in his neck, so we know it wasn't that. That put a huge.
Well, you don't know.
The memo says that the gun that was found was a 30-06.
So
you don't know because a 30-06, the cavity you're going to produce with the 30-06, it depends on the tissue where it entered and the cavity. A 30-06 has a lot of energy. If you'd hit someone in the neck, I don't know if you've ever killed anything with a 30-06.
Well, I'm a shooter myself, right?
Wait, guys. One of the things.
Where it hits.
One of the things I want to say too is that the bullet, he was not shot in the neck. He was shot in the chest, but he had protective armor on, and it ricocheted up. So that's gonna.
Well, I'll say this: he hit the artery because the amount of blood coming out had to be his neck. That was the blood gush.
Of course.
It was
confirmed that. Was that confirmed?
I would be cautious on a lot of the vests. Like a lot of people have this, they don't have an idea of what levels of vests there are out there. There are some vests, and just to dumb it down for the baseline people that get their information from Hollywood, there's vests that will take 1 round. Like they're designed to take a high caliber 1 round and break apart. The plates will snap and it'll absorb that. It doesn't guarantee it's going to stop it, but it'll absorb that, and then it's done. It's a one-shot vest. That's it.
That's true.
There are other vests that'll take smaller caliber rounds in mass, and they'll come through, and they'll absorb, hopefully block or at least slow down, deflect, block some of that impact. Unless you have steel plates in there, and even then, steel plates will be a little different category. So the vest don't necessarily. Watching the video, it does not. I do not get the impression that the impact originally was targeted to the chest. It looks like it hit directly into the neck. I don't see that impact point on the chest. Serendipity, he would have had a different reaction with his body in terms of that. It would have knocked him back, and he would have went inward. This didn't happen, so I don't think that conspiracy holds any weight to it. Anybody who's watching it just can see that it just doesn't look like there was that impact went to the chest.
So if it would have been around at that high of a caliber, even if it was true that he had a one-shot vest, the fragmentation would have hit other people. You would have seen that. I don't see how that much force, if he did get hit, would only ricochet into his neck. No, that round, it would have splattered, it would have splintered, it would have created fragmentation. And if it would have ricocheted or any fragmentation, you would have seen that, and other people would have gotten hit as well. There's bullets.
Not only that, a 30-06, the amount of energy on impact a 30-06 has, if a 30-06 round hits you in the chest, your chest is going to move. You're not just going to sit there.
You're going to have you got a lot in your chest.
Yeah, you got a lot of energy from a 30-06. I shot a deer one time with a 30-06, hit it kind of high, took the deer off its feet. So let me tell you, you're not going to get hit in the chest with a 30-06 and your chest not move. The fact is, that didn't happen. Plain and simple. Anyone's ever shot that gun?
So you think it was a direct hit to the neck?
Yeah, it was a direct hit.
Yeah, you're not going to take a 30. Like I say, I shot a deer with a 30-06. I caught him kind of high on the chest, above the chest cavity, up towards the back of the deer. It blew the deer off his feet, and you're telling me that Charlie Kirk? Yeah, it went through, but the point is, it delivered enough energy high enough on the deer, and probably the deer wasn't standing on all 4 legs when I hit him. He's probably a little off balance, but it blew him off his feet. You're not going to get hit with a 30-06 round in the chest, and your chest not move. It ain't happening.
Well, let me throw this point out too, because I actually did go through, because a 30-06, I don't know the percentage, but I'll say 80% of the time it's going through because it has that much force. If you shot him in the neck with all that soft tissue, no bone, it would have 100% went through.
She left
would that be fair to make sense? If it went through the top part of the ear.
Say that again. Say that again.
So I asked him to go through the ear. He said yes. Why? Because the energy behind it is usually through and through. And there's usually a bigger hole in the back. That's a deer, tough skin, probably you can say hip bone. He hit him in the soft part of the neck. And you gonna tell me that didn't go straight through and hit whatever's in the back?
Well, yeah, it could have went straight through, but it may not have hit anything, and the energy of it could just blew right through him and not hit him.
We might be getting a little too granular, guys. I'll leave it up to Serendipity if she wants to continue the ballistics, the forensics of this, but I don't know if it's really the topic she wanted to present initially, but I think we're able to.
No, I just wanted to let her know that, like, that 30-06 through a chest is, I know there's a lot of conspiracies. I mean, you're just, I mean, what, you're talking 1,500 yards is, I think, the record for a shot with a 30-06, and that was from World War II. So, I mean, you're Charlie Kirk is not sitting at 200 yards and just sitting there calmly, still in the chair. Like, he's not going to be standing there or sitting there after that impact if it hit the chest. Like, it's just not going to happen. And more than likely, it wouldn't have gone up into his neck like that. It's going to absorb it. It doesn't really ricochet it off like that, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, that's good to know because, yeah, they've got like slow-mo videos out there showing, and it does look like there's, but it makes sense to me that, like, if there had been chest impact, there would have been damage from said impact if there was a ricochet as far as, like, even a hole in his shirt. But there's slow-mo video that actually you see the chest protection literally rise up.
Yeah. I just
yeah.
at 200 yards, this is not any great distance. It's not like you need to be skilled. You don't have to account for wind. You don't have to account for gravitational forces, heat rises, thermal maps, the rotation of the Earth, the Cornelius effect. You don't have to apply any of these things to this kind of shooting scenario. So listing these out, you're looking at just a direct putting it on there. I'm willing to bet the scope was either sighted for 50 to 100 yards, and it's a hunting rifle. And again, it looks like, even the photo, it looks like the kid's got a string bean neck. Like, there's no muscle mass on this kid whatsoever. I'm doubting that there's any military training. I doubt that there's absolutely nothing about this indicates a professional hit. Professionals wouldn't operate this way. It's just not like Hollywood. I don't.
And he does look like a kid. If the video footage that they're showing the picture of, he definitely does look like a 20-something year-old kid.
I have an innocent question. I'm not asking it to be sassy or anything. So if you want to get personal with me just for asking this question, please calm down. I'm just wondering. So okay, you do have lax views about buying guns, etc. But shouldn't there be like all the things that you're talking about, the kind of gun it was, and the fact that it wasn't a professional shooter, etc. Shouldn't there?
And if we're setting the metric now, the standard now, that being racist is different, then there's a lot of leftists that need to die, other activists that need to die. But I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying that would be a stupid standard for someone to say that he's racist or he deserves or should be killed, some shit like that. We're as a sensitive one society, what we are accepting extremes to be the norm. And I think people really have to choose that, because this opened the door for all of us to be targeted to this particular extreme, to being killed. And, so I say, oh, that person said such a thing, because we see it all the time with lesser crimes, such as being someone else allegedly said the word some racist. And now we put it out to where we can just say they're racist, give you a few clips out of context, and just even that to be the case, because we feel that way. And that's what it really boils down to. If we feel like you should die, then you should die essentially. And I think that is a terrible standard to have. And I know many people believe that too, but because it's somebody that you don't like die, you're willing to change who's offended or ignore them, because it favors your position at this point in time. If Charlie Kirk was sitting there celebrating the deaths of the various blacks that died that's on social media, we would be like, yo, dude, why are you feeling this way towards these people that's going through these things? Like, you're so apathetic, and that's not warranted. But meanwhile, we're doing the opposite. Not we but the opposite, where somebody don't die. And instead of just being indifferent, instead of like, hey, let these people mourn, just decide, it's not a good look for anyone, you embellish it, you amplify it, you advocate for it. It's like, okay, you do know that this could come back to bite your ass, but people don't care. I think we have a kamikaze, difficult society to where we are just.
Oh, were you done for you, or did you cut off, brother?
Yeah, sorry, no, I think my Bluetooth switched over and it didn't. I'm sorry. So yeah, just nip it in the bud. I'm just saying that I can't remember exactly verbatim what I said. But bottom line is, I think we have this death cult of society where we're going kamikaze, that we're willing to tear everything down even if it kills us in the process. Long time today.
I'm sorry.
I guess we're on this. I think when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead, Reinhardt. You got it. And I know John, Quan, and Dira joined too. So yeah, you guys can go in after Reinhardt if you guys want to chime in. But Reinhardt got it.
Thank you for
time. So yesterday, news broke out. The news actually broke out a month ago that sources leaked to Harrison Smith from Infowars that that Charlie Kirk was fearing his life against Israel. That Israel might kill him if he started to turn against him. And Charlie Kirk, he actually was criticizing Israel a lot these last few months. And I put all the tweet, I put it in the comments. It's a bunch of links to. He talked about Epstein being a Mossad agent, which is crazy. He said, yeah, Epstein has ties to Israel and Mossad, and was doing blackmail operations on our politicians and shit. That's crazy for Charlie Kirk to say. And that got swept under the rug. He said that. He also said that Jew leftist organizations are the ones facilitating mass immigration into white countries, and they're anti-white. And they're making, so that's very significant.
Reinhardt, I spoke to you about 3 o'clock East Coast time. We're not going to do that. No.
What?
I told you about 3 o'clock this morning, East Coast time.
Explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open-border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist politics, cultural institutions, and non-profits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges, it's the non-profits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it.
Is the fact we should
It's
be able
time
to
for you guys to wake up and say no more.
And then you sift out and figure out whether you believe it or not. This is the man didn't say 100% that the Jews did it. He didn't say. He's just saying that
he came across earlier.
It was on Fox News.
Hold on, Sarah. Let KP respond, Sarah. 1 second. Go ahead, KP. Sorry.
And Sig and we can hash this out. No, he came on and said earlier that Jews were 100% behind it. And I stopped him earlier, about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock this morning, in a room. I said, hey, if you have solid proof that they did something, then say it. We don't know who did it or why they did it. So I don't want this stuff to be out there of hypotheticals, because no detective sat down and got the truth yet.
Good news.
Oh, yeah? So let's be
we
careful
rolled back
of that.
the ban on gain-of-function research. Really. So now it's legal for us to modify viruses and make them more deadly.
We don't want to speculate.
You know that whatever they tell us.
You want around, Sig.
Yeah, I wasn't there for the 3 o'clock morning discussion, but as far as right now, what's going on now on this thing, it doesn't come off as my
Just asking for a moment of prayer.
I've come across the link. Here's some information to take a look at. That's where I'm at. But yeah, I'll give everybody.
I wanted to make video.
As you guys have been watching the news, there's conflicting reports all around the globe. Literally all around the globe. Israeli.
We got a right to share whatever information, and we got to be smart enough to be able to discern what
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. There's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what?
That video with Megyn Kelly, and like he was like,
what are you doing? Like, why are you? What am I doing? I'm sorry.
I think it's crazy. I think it's plausible. Like his audience was turning against Israel. He did a whole video, like a focus group with his Turning Point captains and shit, and they were all against Israel, and he had to like like soothe their worries and stuff. Like, yeah, we'll work on these things with Israel. You know, it doesn't have to be exactly this way.
But I just saw Bibi.
So I think that's why they killed her. I think it's plausible that they didn't want his organization, his audience, to turn anti-Zionist, to turn anti-Israel. They wanted to solidify his legacy, like how it is now. I think that's my theory.
So I just saw on Fox News, Bibi Netanyahu, he mourning the death of Charlie Kirk and praising him. And maybe I'm misunderstanding this conversation that's going on here right now, but I was under the impression that Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel. But are you trying to say that that's not true?
Yeah, he was pro-Israel in there, but the last few weeks, there's a bunch of clips you can find out because they're starting to really circulate. He was questioning some of the narrative coming from Israel. Like, one of the big things he questioned was the October 7th attack and whether that there were internal orders for IDF soldiers to stand down. And he was saying when he visited Israel, you couldn't walk 20 feet without running into an IDF soldier. And everything was surveillance, everything was locked down. So he said that, he's heard from some inside sources that it's possible Israel knew about back ahead of time, put a stand down order to let Hamas do the attack so they'd have a reason to go ham on Hamas and Gaza and stuff. So again, speculation. This is coming from Charlie Kirk, and these are one of the questions that he was starting to ask once more information came across his desk.
So since I just got in here, I just kind of want to give my perspective on what happened to Charlie Kirk. I saw him at CPAC when I was at the National Harbor earlier this year, and when I learned the news yesterday that he had been shot, of course I just started praying because I just felt like
Pritzker is doing a tremendous job on behalf of the people
and so
in the great state of Illinois, and it's
reporting myself no, they're not reporting it, blase. And then once I looked at that video, the up-close video, I'm sure some of you have seen it, there was no way this was done. There was absolutely no way. I knew he was going to be. I mean, that blood came gushing out like a fire. I've never seen anything like it. And as a black person that is a Republican, and I'm very vocal about my politics, it's a dangerous time to be a Republican.
Charlie Kirk, who obviously,
especially a black one, but it's a dangerous time to be a Republican because my car.
But what for us? Well, everything has changed.
And
if we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some of the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people.
Our country was founded on common law because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times. The Constitution doesn't refer to common law, and it only articulates the structure of government.
So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 13 and 13 required a declaration of faith in almost every single one of the original state constitutions. They had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Secondly, 55 to 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing church-attending Christians. You asked about common law. Let's go to 3 principles of common law. Presumption of innocence, due process, and jury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles. So, and all wrapped into the ultimate biblical.
Charlie Kirk, the president. Can y'all still hear me?
Loud and clear, yep.
The president of the United States. Other, very, visible, vocal Republicans and conservatives, they're targets. And, after I learned that Charlie had passed, I said, I think I need to pull back. I need to pull back on how I talk on Facebook in spaces like this. But I decided, no, I'm not, because that's what they want. Not doing it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for holding this room, Sid.
Can I say that?
Yeah, let the professor. Yeah, real quick. I know the professor. Yeah, hold on 1 second. The professor, you got the mic now.
Yeah, it was on Washington Post that was said that there were phrases related to cultural issues on the rifle that he had, and I believe it's Matt said it was Fox News that said right? We can say whatever, like, people can think whatever, I get all of that, but this dude was absolutely not anti-Israel. Israel doesn't hunt people down for criticizing them. This is insane for people, and I would think they will guide today. He will be caught today, and we'll know what the motive was. So I don't understand. Horrible. You give thumbs down. We all know you hate Jews. You're not anti-Semite. You hate Jews. Your problem is not with Israel. You hate every Jew. You just call me Arab. I'm not
Israel doesn't hunt down people who criticize them. That's hilarious.
Arab in the chat.
That is hilarious.
I'm telling you because I'm telling you. Wait for it to come out. But
Hold on 1 second, guys. Let Sarah finish her point. You guys can rebut it. Go ahead, Sarah.
yeah, that was all I was gonna say. We still don't know if there was a relationship between the cultural stuff written on the rifle and the motive. We don't know that, but we do know there was cultural issues written on the rifle. That's on the news, released by FBI.
Alright, Red Man, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, he was questioning Israel. He was. That's a fact. And to question Israel doesn't mean you're anti-Jew. That's bull. I'm not gonna hear that no more. You can't use that no more. That logic doesn't fly. And Israel doesn't silence critics. Okay, that's hilarious. That's all I had to say.
Hey mods, this is John. I'd like to be put in the queue.
Yeah, John, what's going on? Yeah. I'm gonna let John go first, and then Dopey go next. What's going on, John? Good morning, brother. Or good afternoon, man. Good to see you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I put a lot of links in the chat because I did look on X. Somebody said, the Megyn Kelly interview. So he's blaming liberal, Democrat, Marxist, socialist, communist Jews in this country for our open borders and all these NGO nonprofit scams. He's not attacking Israel. Israel's rather conservative compared to America. So it's not anti-Zionism. In fact, he was writing a book about the Shabbat. He loves Jews, and I put the receipts in the chat. So all you Israel haters out there that think that they're genocidal maniacs and you can't be further from the truth, you're wrong. Charlie Kirk was assassinated most likely by a leftist, liberal, Democrat, psychopath murderer. And all you have to do is go to Politically Correct in Patty's room where you can hear them saying Charlie Kirk got what he deserved. People on this app are sociopathic, psychopathic, and homicidal ideators. You all hear it all the time. People are glorifying his death. People are singing songs about his death. They're happy that he's been murdered because he's able to defeat them in debate. And when you can't win in a debate, what do you do in Clown World? You blow their fucking head off because that's all that liberal, Democrats, socialists, Marxists, communists have been doing throughout history is murdering people who stand up against their bullshit rhetoric. I'm complete. Thank you.
Yeah, so John kind of made a good point there. The idea that Charlie was targeted by Israel, the country in the middle of a war, they had to, and they're hunting down Houthis and fucking Hamas terrorists. They had to make their way to target Charlie Kirk because he was not as gung-ho about Israel as Ben Shapiro, I guess. That's the argument that some of these people are making. So they'll have to get over the fact that Charlie was due to visit Israel and he accepted an invitation to visit Israel for January. He was literally making pro-Israel comments throughout almost every single tour. During almost every single campus he was going through during the tour he got killed on. So if he's supposedly turning anti-Israel, I think it would be easier, one, for Israel to try and convince him and try to pay him, because that's what these anti-Israel activists say is already going on. They're paying Charlie Kirk. Maybe they should have just ramped up the payments, or maybe that wouldn't have worked, I guess. So their only solution was to shoot him out in broad daylight, and that would totally fix the problem they're dealing with. Shoot Charlie Kirk in broad daylight and make sure that everybody can see it. And once that happens, for some reason, everyone's going to love Israel now. Yeah. And instead of having Charlie Kirk, the most pro-Israel person at Turning Point USA, continue to be the person leading Turning Point USA, kill him in public. Because Israel is Israel and they do Israel things because it makes Israel sense or whatever the fuck.
Well, one thing I was going to mention is, the same organization, Mossad, who planted explosives inside of pagers and infiltrated Iran 5 months earlier, and set up drones, as, you know, Mossad soldiers, agents, and shit like that. They're in Iran and planned the attack in Iran. That same group couldn't get to Charlie Kirk with some type of poison that doesn't register on like a, you know, test. They couldn't come in and like put something in his water bottle and like just like fucking drop dead. And nobody able to figure it out. It's definitely somebody that's at 200 yards away with a bolt action rifle and you know, fucking shot him because that was their only fucking chance. That was their only opportunity to get at Charlie Kirk, the evil Nazi piece of shit that they hate, you know. But you know, the complex fucking, you know, Mossad who orchestrates global events, you know, definitely couldn't fucking kill him in another fucking less obvious way.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not buying the Mossad or Israel's. I'm not buying it, man. I think it's
sick. You remember the KGB when they did the umbrella shit? Remember when they did the umbrella? And they walked up and like punched the back of his fucking cap, and a fucking piece of fucking metal went into a ball, went into his fucking skin, and it fucking he was dead in like an hour. Like, you don't think Mossad has that capability to just go in and like put something in check with the
Say it again.
Yeah, so the KGB, there was a guy back in like the 70s or 80s, they had a fake umbrella, and the guy was walking with the umbrella, and in front of him was somebody they wanted to kill, and he just reached forward and
Stuck him in the back of his leg.
Yeah, stuck him in the back of his leg, and it injected this little ball that had like uranium or some shit like that, and he was dead within like an hour. Like, Mossad doesn't have that capability to come in with a hypodermic needle and stick it into one of Charlie Kirk's water bottles. I mean, they implanted fucking explosives into fucking pagers. You don't think they could go to fucking Walmart and just hit, or anything? Like, wait till a Walmart delivery goes to this fucking house and inject fucking some type of shit into his water and kill him. They have that ability. But no, they have to sit with a fucking bolt action rifle, probably fucking Cabela's to fucking shoot 200 yards out.
No, that's, if you look at the rifle, that was probably from the 70s. It looks like a Win Mag or a 30-06 Remington. Yeah, it's a 30-06, sure. Okay.
Which one are you guys talking about? The wood grain one?
Yes, and I have a couple of them, and I'm trying to find the patterns on it.
So the wood grain one was a different guy that was in Provo, Utah.
Continuing to dry.
The one that they found was Charlie Kirk.
You shall not favor justice in the original report, which is Leviticus 19, which is the idea of blind justice, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal. Neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you're all one in Jesus Christ, there's any human equality. These are all biblical ideas, but more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral, religious people. It was only inadequate for people of any other. The model politics of America was so Christian that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believe in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
Yeah, the woods, right?
The bullets matched it, then those
okay. I haven't seen the common law. I haven't seen the image of that.
And I can tell you I'm super blessed. I had the best wife in the world, living an amazing life, building a family is the coolest thing ever, and my prayer for all of you is that one day you do that.
It's curly hair and a ball cap on, and then
it's honestly the most joyful thing. And I've had some pretty amazing experiences that I'm very, very blessed. Very lucky, you could say, but very blessed is the word I would use. And the greatest joy I've ever had is coming home to my little daughter, growing up in my life. There's nothing that even comes close to it. Not flying in Air Force One, not meeting with presidents. That's all that pales in comparison to your little girl coming up and squeezing your leg. And I can tell you I'm super blessed. I have the best wife in the world. We have an amazing life. Building a family is the coolest thing ever. And
they sound like a subsonic rap.
Okay, everybody, the South Park episode just dropped, and honestly, it is hilarious. I mean, part of it is kind of like whatever, typical humor, but it was hilarious. Just watch this little snippet of our Prove Me Wrongs, our viral cultural domination on prime time on Comedy Central. So important, so impactful that South Park is highlighting. Watch.
They have an image of Johnny.
People stealing my stick. If anyone around here is going to be a master debater, it's me. So let's go. Who wants to debate the man?
But he's got a very distinct American flag t-shirt
Trump gone,
with
and
an image on it.
I know that they
which they should be
desperately
able to trace
wanted
back once they figure out what that image is. It's an American flag. that Trump cannot run like a bald eagle or some shit like that, but it's got like a very distinct image. Like
I'm just flesh and bone, but more importantly, I'm a
be able to run it through some like image search
that
shit
soul
to figure out what the image is on his
I mean, I've
church.
been unbelievably
And then
blessed
once they do that, then they can reverse search
doing
and
this
find
now
out
12 years.
that church
There's such a young
bought a shirt in the last
so praise God. I mean, I've been all across the world. I've met
You're looking for the phone. Yeah, I got it too.
Yeah.
Because when I saw that shot, I said, he's dead. Oh yeah, my wife said the same thing. She said, before you hit the ground, he was dead. My wife
The way he placed up and everything, all that Kool-Aid was coming out. I said, he's done. But they had to wait to talk to family and all that stuff before it's released to the press.
That's not me. That's not me. We're talking at the same time.
Good morning.
It's not me. You're just jealous that I'm on TV, you big stupid dummy.
John, we're having a conversation.
I'm sorry. I thought Point was interrupting you.
Thank you. So when the Utah governor said it, then 15 minutes later, our president came out and said he's gone. Like, shit, we already knew he was gone.
Yeah, I mean, seeing this person left a rifle in the woods, and there's an image of there's footprints, there's also palm prints, all this kind of shit. I mean, he's definitely gonna get fucking caught. It wasn't some fucking secret fucking pro-Mossad agent, because they would have disappeared. We would have never heard anything about it. It would have just went away.
Yeah, you're gonna be cooked. You got footprints, of course they're gonna find your shoes. You got fingerprints on the rifle, you're done.
Yeah, DNA,
now we just need to know why. That's it. Why?
You wanna guess on why?
I thought they said
Charlie Kirk is a Nazi and a piece of shit.
I thought they said that there was engravings on or messages about LGBTQ on the grass that they found with the gun.
Yeah, I don't know what that casings.
It was on the table. That's what I heard. Over that. There are political messages on the round, and they found out with the 30-06 that was wrapped in cloth.
I heard anti-fascism and trans. That's what the message is, whatever it was.
That's exactly on the bullets. That's right.
Yeah, the bottom line is this is a time that all Americans should come together and feel and mourn what happened. Violence, which affects so many different people, so many different political
transgender and anti-fascist.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
The Kitover rifle, the one that was used to assassinate Charlie Kirk. So they found that, and they found 3 rounds inside of the magazine. It was an old Mauser 30-06. For those of you who don't know, 30-06 is a big fucking round. That's a big fucking round.
White-tailed duck. White-tailed duck.
And they're taking away fundamental rights. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind.
I'll be honest.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh.
It's a World War II rifle, and most of the time they're just shooting with iron sights.
You have released the whirlwind, and you.
I love your generation. You ever played Call of Duty? I'm like, we used to hunt in the woods with 30-06 or 30-30. Like, if you ever played Call of Duty.
No, bro, I'm my dude with a 30-06, but this is a World War II version of the 30-06. It's just an old-ass sniper rifle.
He technically missed because he barely hit his neck.
No, he didn't actually hit that. The Spalding hit the Kevlar vest. Yeah. And then it went up and it's sprayed up. It went up into his neck.
If you're trying to kill somebody and you aim, like say you're aiming for the neck and you hit the neck. If you miss high, you hit the head. If you miss low,
this is why. No, this is the Kevlar vest. This is why you buy pictures. You buy the Spalding.
So it was a bounce up.
can't make it. I mean, take your Benjamin Crumpasses and find another rallying point, because this one's not going to get it.
Can I need to add a bit of nuance to this. So,
So you really don't get Canadian, and we don't really get anything from you guys anyway.
Yeah, right. Good morning, Brad. Having my first coffee here. Hey, yeah. So, but here's the thing, Serendipity. Like, if a white person does something horrible, it does look better if you're like, fuck yeah, this person's horrible. I don't like people like that, right? Right. What I'm talking about is this, right? It's much better. It's much better to do that, right? So, it's an interesting thing. I went on a tour of the old Jewish quarters in Prague's Czechoslovakia, right? Now it's Czech Republic. And it was really interesting because I took an in-depth tour of some of their buildings, basically community centers. And there was a bunch of laws what my guide showed me. And these are really old, archaic laws, right? But as not everybody may know this, but the Jews were, very much treated like shit and kind of kept away from the rest of the Prague culture. They were at 9 o'clock at night. They weren't allowed out, blah, blah, blah. But what was interesting is anytime a Jewish person did something wrong, for example, this was considered wrong back in 16th century Prague, so keep that in mind. But if he was like walking down the street hand in hand with like a non-Jewish girl, right? His punishment that he would receive from within his own tribe, from the Jewish people, was far more severe than the punishment than the Christians would put on that young Jewish boy, right? Because the Jews knew human nature, humans being stupid and generalizing, that if he was caught, their whole community would be generalized by the Czechs, right? The Czechs would say, oh, look at these guys, look what they're doing, it's so wrong. So in that manner, the entire community really, it's not fair, but what I'm saying is that they understood human nature very well. Right? They understood human nature well. So what I'm saying is it's a much better look. For example, I'm a white guy. If some white person does something stupid, I'm really going to disavow them, because I don't want fucking non-white people thinking I'm sticking up for idiots in my own community, whatever. I don't really consider myself part of the white community, but you know what I mean? So you do have to juggle that kind of other people's impressions of your community, right?
No, you don't.
Because what it... No, you don't. Yeah, I think you do. Because
like you
I don't. I think that's just saying I need to have white guilt. I shouldn't be guilty because I'm white.
No, it's not white guilt. It's different.
Saying, hold on, I'll tell you how racist everybody else is. Let me sit down. You sound like the liberal cuck that you're coming off. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll hold smoke for the same for every fucking degenerate there is.
Oh, I do too.
No, you don't. You just told us you don't. You hold it more for white people. Like you are more racist than anybody else on the stage.
No. You don't understand the nuance of what I'm saying.
I get your nuance. You're a racist.
Well, I understand how you're trying to be nuanced, but at the end of the day, in the most extreme example, what you're describing is exactly why people rationalize that I should have white guilt. Yes, that's an extreme example of where you're going with that, but it is nonetheless, that it does nonetheless make the same point. I feel like I have a duty to condemn acts of violence, to condemn things that are morally wrong to me, but I don't feel like I have a duty to take on an accountability because I happen to share the same skin color, the same way I would not expect any community to take on accountability. And that's kind of been the whole premise for why I've made this whole argument about this isn't a left and right issue. This is a sick motherfucker psychotic issue. And
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't
What's your
argument going about, I guess, morality based on how other people think of you. No, you go on you be moral because it is good to be moral, not because of another group. That'll be like me as a black man joining all the idiots praising his death or saying, oh, that man was mentally ill, he shouldn't be prosecuted or criminally charged for stabbing someone. No, both of these acts are immoral. Both of these acts are against
considered by many to
good
be the
human values.
greatest
So I am
French
against
clock
both of
ever
these
made,
actions,
made by the
regardless of
greatest
skin color,
ebony
race,
state to ever
ideology,
live in
cultural
Squamish. He
appearances,
first
whether I
conceived
knew
of this
the person or
idea
not. No,
of the
we
design
can't
in
make decisions
1890,
because the
and he
other
spent
group's
10
gonna
years
make
making
it
this
look
clock. He
bad.
debuted
I
at
can't
the
agree with that.
1900s World Fair. This World Fair in particular was super important, not just for France, but all the world. It was marking a new century. You know, we aren't in the past, we're new. And you see that in every element of this design. He was taking Louis XV was really in his training, but he was putting Art Nouveau spin on it. It is so elaborate. It was exceptionally expensive to make. It was like
I have to say, I really am on my
22,900
first coffee.
francs to make,
The argument that I'm trying to make is that people are irrational, and we understand that, and we do generalize. So when we disavow people from within our own community and really make it very clear that this person doesn't represent us, then it makes our community look a lot better. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's logical. I'm not saying feelings of guilt, like feeling like, oh, I have to be responsible for everyone. But it is kind of a smart social thing to do. And then, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but if you think that it's not clear in another person's mind that one is only responsible for their own personal actions and not that of whatever phenotypical group they think they may belong to, you're assuming that guilt upon yourself in a fabricated way.
No, but what it is you're just taking in. I'm not assuming their particular guilt. I'm assuming that human beings are irrational and they do generalize things. You know, I have a different way of looking at things. I mean, you guys disagree, that's fine.
No,
it's like the old Italian thing,
not that
right?
definition of the word assume. I mean, yeah, bring it upon you transfer it upon yourself.
Yeah, you're not transferring it upon yourself. You're saying, look, for example, what was it? I don't know, like the Italians. Like back in the day, if one dumb Italian kid done something stupid, the whole family would come and apologize for what that kid did, or the entire family would come and apologize for the actions of what their father did or something like that and ask for forgiveness from the other family. I think there's reasons that they do it. I'm not saying
I understand that.
Yeah,
we all got please, Matthew. So I understand that, and right, like families, you're talking a long time ago, and families apologizing for the acts of their families. But we're not talking about families, right? We're talking about like the idea that an Italian or a black person or a Jewish person or a white person should feel accountable for the actions of a lone wolf. I'm not following the logic in that whatsoever.
No, I think that human beings have evolved. Have they become more sophisticated, more nuanced? Do we no longer generalize?
Why did you push this there? Like, you could have just left it off and said, all right, you're Canadian. It's a retarded take. We get it. You're patronizing. You're white guilt. You're Robin DiAngelo.
In the last 24 hours, Canadians have had the worst take on these turn of events. I've just noticed anecdotally, but look, what you said, it makes perfect sense if it were an Italian village during the Renaissance of 600 people population, but it doesn't make sense.
But we have the information sphere. We have the media now, right? So
Matthew, here's kind of the problem with the ideology because we are kind of dragging.
I'm all ears.
It only works in times of the past. That's the only time that works because there was really a moral system. We don't exist then. Okay? Like your argument is basically, I'm not going to be moral because I want to be moral. I'm going to be moral because I fear irrational humans. We don't exist in those times anymore. People are still irrational, yes, but we exist in a time where you don't have to accept it. I do not have to accept the irrational behavior of the so-called community that I come from. Neither do you, neither do the Indians, neither do the Malaysians. No one has to accept that. We have moved at those times. And whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter that humans are still irrational. I have the choice to not be around people like that. That is the difference. If people are irrational, you can make sure they're not around you. Before that didn't exist. Now it does. So your argument falls apart because those times we lived in during our ancestors, those times are gone. If you want to make decisions based on that, it's on you, dude. Not anyone else.
Are you sure about that? The times are gone. But
The time is on the people or not. I would say that.
So I just think that one of the things that I try to do is not assign special otherness to myself in response or reactions to other people's generalizations or what have you. Like, just keep the focus on yourself. You know, if you are a person who wants to be, I'll say walk in the light, quote unquote, if you want to respect people as for who they are and not think that they're somehow a world different from you because they are not classified racially in the same way as you, which again, these racial classifications, they change depending on where you are in the world. So I think that, just try to be focus on you, and because definitely whenever these issues come up, I remind myself that none of us is special, and everything that you're accusing me of, because there are consequences, right, Isaac? There are consequences, and people still feel those consequences. I think that it's not by happenstance that these groups are taking situations like this as a signal to resume the position that they had. It's like somebody pushed the pause button in 1965, and these different groups have somehow said, okay, let's play. Let's push play now. We're going to resume exactly where we stopped off. Let's go to a black neighborhood and march. Or let's go to, calling a bomb threat to a HBCU or whatever the case may be. It's just kind of what it is. But we can't, I don't look at myself and say, I deserve that because there's crime in the world. I don't say that I deserve for my city to be invaded because there's crime in the world, as if there's not crime every place else. I just feel like people got to stop assigning this specialness and remember that you are the fucking same. All of these issues you experience, and stop wanting to assign it to a person's skin, because we can have allyship regardless of what we're classified as racially. We can still live in the same communities. Oftentimes we do, and we get on the internet behind this anonymity and talk all kind of crazy. But moving around every day with people who look different than us, hopefully. Although I know that a lot of people live in very segregated environments, but
so the point I was making wasn't really to speak about black people. The point I was making was just to further what I was saying, which is I am not going to act based on the irrationality of other people. I've never done that. I have always acted on what I believe was rational. And if I was wrong, I went back to make sure that I reprimanded that. That's how I've always done things. And it wouldn't matter if I'm black, Asian, white, Latino. That's who I am as a person. It was just saying to Matthew's point about other people are irrational. That is not my problem. That is their problem. I choose to be, or at least to adhere towards what should be general rationality. Whether it's correct or not, whether I perform it well or not, that is my problem. That is my choice. If other people don't want to make that choice, I got nothing to do with that. You are responsible for yourself the moment you become an adult. And I think people are starting to get that. Your actions are your choices, not others.
Yeah, that's the ideal, Isaac, bro, and I don't want to be mistaken for being some kind of crazy leftist. I actually enjoy this gentleman's talks. I used to watch it quite a bit, and he tore up those crazy purple hair, very, very far left young people. I watch his shows, and I'm very much an independent thinker. Maybe you don't know me too well on the app, but if you've ever heard me speak, I am a very, very much an independent thinker. I think most people who know me will know that. I mean, I agree. That's the ideal. We should all view others as individuals, not belonging to a group. I think the only reason I made that statement is because I don't think we're there yet. I think we're constantly fighting against the media and sensationalism, grouping us up as members of groups. I think the media generalizes things. It hypes things up. It gets people thinking and very irrationally, more with emotion. I think we still tend to generalize, and in this particular world, I do think the sort of disavowing idiots within our quote unquote perceived in group, I think it's a good tactic to sort of clear the air in a way.
I really have no idea what to do.
But that's just my opinion, Yeah.
To just melt it again.
I'm curious what people think too about just the overall impact of seeing what we saw yesterday on video.
As far as what serendipity?
As the up close and personal view of him being shot and bleeding out. Like, I don't know. I just think that's something that most Americans generally don't witness and would ordinarily never witness, and that's got to have a profound impact on people.
I
hope it does.
I said it earlier, but for the people that are just coming in, to me, I saw the best representation of the person that may get shot in front of yesterday.
Exactly.
Well, I think
I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. That's a problem.
Okay.
Yep.
I think she's asking.
Is people are getting shot every goddamn day in this country.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but I think, if I gather correctly, she's asking specifically about seeing that display of gore in that spectacular fashion. I saw a lot of commentary, and it resonated with me, saying that why, when there have been other instances like this, is it always blurred or blocked or obscured on television and social media? And for some reason, this was out there in spectacular display. No doubt, children seeing, a man get assassinated as if he were a video game character or something horrific like that. It's, it affected me profoundly, full-grown man. And I don't know, there was something very odd about that. It may have been something as simple as the media was in such a frenzy to be the first to report on this. It didn't go through its normal sort of channels of editing or whatever. They were just all so desperate to be the first one to get the details on the story. But it was horrifying.
But derisive, that's why I ask people, do they have children in this conversation? Because the fact of the matter is the children have seen it. Like these, the children are having mass shooter drills in their school.
It's not the same.
Just a couple of weeks ago in Seattle, a man drew a handgun, and shot a guy in a wheelchair over an accused stolen valor, and there were families around, and the kids knew exactly what to fucking do. Like we're already. This is every day. Again, this is why. This is my personal opinion.
Okay, I don't think we're disagreeing. We're not disagreeing on that, but this is.
It's
if
a
I
different point.
take your point, it's a significant escalation to the idea that you just presented.
Yeah, it's a different point. I mean, I think a lot of us have lived in a state of uncomfortableness, like every time there's a school shooting, every time there's any of these particularly tragic acts of violence. Like, that's something that resonates with all of us. But to actually see someone be assassinated and to see the actual violence and the gore and the gruesomeness of that up close and personal, that is just not something. The feelings, the concern, the worry, the heightened awareness for each other, that's something that we've tended to just grow accustomed to. But actually seeing that man be shot and bleed out in front of all of us,
this 70-year-old brick fireplace.
that is not something that I ever expected or imagined that I would
It was built wrong. I had to fix it. It was sagging a solid 2 inches into the floor. And if you see these joists out here, that's why. They can't be that way. So I then wasted a full 2 weeks building another fireplace that was totally wrong and out of code. So here I am, destroying it too. That was an incredibly painful mistake. But I read the full building code instead of just skimming it on the second time. And the second time was a charm. I had to start down in the basement. I had to cut the floor open, pour a footer, and have a foundation that goes all the way up from the bottom to hold this hearth extension. That's the piece that comes out from the fireplace. Luckily, I had a bunch of old blocks laying around in the backyard, so I laid up the foundation and poured about 40 bags of concrete. The next step was building the most complex concrete form I have ever made in my life, which is a low bar. I admit I haven't made too many concrete forms. But this one had to go inside of the fireplace. It had 3 layers, and then I had to pour the fireplace around it. And then I had to be able to remove it from inside the fireplace when it was done. I got all of the details into the pour except for the little pillars around the bottom. I did those next. It was time to spend 2 weeks straight laying tile. And the reason it took so long is because I counted 320 miter cuts I had to make, plus the fact that I'm pretty much a noob at laying tile. I helped my old boss lay some big 3-foot by 3-foot one time, but other than that, this is a big experiment for me. I could have called in somebody else that works here to help me who has more experience, but I wasn't going to do that because this is my own house, so I would rather get it wrong than pay someone else to do it. This subway tile is undulated, which means it's got kind of this wavy texture.
Was it a school shooting or a gang shooting?
It's mitering it even more difficult because of that. I used a trick I never forgot where you take the miter
shooting at Evergreen High School.
Was it gang related?
I don't know if tile guys do this or not. Maybe one of you guys can let me know.
It was a shooting that happened at a school, but was it a mass shooting of random people? Or was it targeting gang violence?
I mean, it's totally brown. Nothing about it.
I heard that only 3 people were injured, so it sounded like it was a
Lastly,
gang.
I trimmed it out in chat. If you want to watch the full video,
That's not, I'm not
it's
even
on our
saying
channel called
I didn't say that made
I'll
it
pin that channel in the top comment below.
I heard it was only 3 people.
I didn't say it was only 3 people. I said 3 people were injured.
Before everyone gets mad,
I heard it was only 3 people.
3 people. I said I heard only 3 people were injured, not killed. I'm not trying to minimize the fact that 3 people were injured.
You minimize it by saying only. I don't know if
Okay. This is why Charlie Kirk was shot, for asking the question that I'm asking now. So, how many people? This is actually literally the question that Charlie Kirk was answering when he said, are we counting or not counting gang violence when it comes to school shootings?
Did it matter to him when he got shot? No.
It did matter to him, and it does matter to me, and I don't know why. Why is it an inappropriate?
A mass shooting?
You mean
I just asked that question, guys.
You mean to tell me that you think okay, let me ask you a question.
Ask away.
You mean to tell me that a shooter that was at least 200 yards away from Charlie Kirk chose that specific question to pull the trigger and put a bullet through his neck?
No.
Sorry, no, I'm not buying that. So the fact that that was the question that he was being
I didn't say that.
I'm still talking.
Say that.
I'm still talking.
But I didn't. But you're putting words in my mouth and you're
And I'm going to give
misrepresenting
you an
what I.
opportunity to respond. But the question that he was answering at the time that he was shot is not relevant to the fact that he was shot. You're playing this whole.
I didn't say
I just asked a gang question and now I'm being persecuted, just like Charlie.
You're misrepresenting me in a dishonest and manipulative way. And
You need to be just like Charlie Kirk. Represent yourself.
Somebody said there was a school shooting, and I asked if it was a mass shooting or a gang shooting. I understand there was a shooting that happened at a school. I was wondering if it was a mass shooting like Columbine, or if it was a gang shooting like a couple of kids shot guns at each other because they had a gang conflict.
Why does it matter, bro? It's all bad.
I think, of course I would agree with that sweeping statement that it's all bad.
Gang shootings never happen in schools, do they?
Excuse me. Okay, excuse me. I was asked a question. Fine, then I'll just go ahead and mute up then. Go ahead and keep...
Yes,
He's answering his question. I would like to hear his answer.
Oh, that's okay. He asked me... Matthew asked me a question, and then he told me to go ahead and mute up. So I'm gonna listen to the second thing that he said.
Last I checked, Matthew doesn't have a green bean. Matthew doesn't have a green bean, and I told you, if you want to, you said that I disingenuously.
I think that there is a significant difference between mass shootings, where random people are targeted by a crazed loner, and gang shootings, where people bring guns to school and shoot their gang rivals. A lot of gang shootings are classified, mass shootings and gang shootings are classified together under the category of school shootings. And I think it's ironic that you're trying to say, somebody said, hey, did you know there was also a school shooting the other day? I did know there was a school shooting. I was simply asking, was it a mass shooting or was it a gang shooting?
So Columbine was a gang shooting.
I'm still talking.
Don't mute me like Charlie Kirk.
So anyway, no, I was simply asking, and I find it ironic that question is so triggering to the people in this room. I wasn't saying anything about Charlie Kirk's death or that he was shot at that particular time, but coincidentally, that was the exact question. I'm assuming that you will.
I'm just letting these people that are coming off mute know I'm going to respond first.
I think it's important to differentiate between mass shootings where random people are targeted.
Okay, we got that.
Shootings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we heard that point, and I would just like to say I don't think anybody was triggered by the fact that you asked the question for the distinction. I think people are irritated that you felt like in that reference a distinction needed to be made. That's all.
And I would like to know, do you have any inclination that this particular shooting was a gang shooting, or are you just throwing that out there?
Yes, I do have, actually. There are a couple of clues.
Okay.
What are the clues? Yeah, share what's the clue?
Didn't know we had Bruce Wayne here.
Hilarious.
Well, one of them is that it happened at lunchtime in like a corner of the playground, and it wasn't like.
That would give away.
Wait a minute, come on now. I don't mean to disrupt you. Sounds like a typical gang violence to me.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah, come on, Mike.
Sounds like, based on the responses that I'm getting right now, that everything I'm going to say is going to go right over your guys' head, so I'm just going to save it and have a nice...
No, go ahead.
You're probably not going to get it anyway, and you're just going to make fun of me while I'm talking. Well, you're making fun of me while I'm talking, so you're not being very respectful to me right now.
We said, what are the clues that it's a game?
No, not because you don't say. I said you're making fun of me, and you're saying that you're justifying why you're making fun of.
I said, let me finish.
What do you mean, let me finish? You didn't let me finish. You're not letting me finish. Why? I have to let you finish interrupting me? I have to let you finish while you're not letting me finish? Get the fuck over yourself.
One, Mike.
If you're not gonna let me finish, I'm not gonna let you.
I mean, are you unwell? Are you on the spectrum? Do you need medication? Are you effing kidding me? We asked you to give examples of gang violence and you said a corner of a playground. As if children, teenagers, all sorts of individuals at high school or grade school or middle school hang out on the playground. That was your first example? Yeah, we're gonna make fun of you because you started off sounding stupid as fuck.
I think the fact that it's just like obviously kind of it's like you it would not like be a crazy thing if they did bring a gun to the corner of the school and didn't display it right in the center before carrying it out to other parts of school. That's like such a retarded point to make. They're already doing sketchy shit from the get-go.
And I guess I just don't understand the distinction of even trying to categorize, make the distinction between a school shooting and or is it gang violence? Because either way, neither are good. Like, what is the point in that? That
it's a
gang violence shouldn't be classified?
Rationalize it because he thinks these children are criminals or something, and it's not right. They're guilty or not guilty of some shit, which is the most retardedest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Horatio, did you have something?
Just derailing the conversation he was. I know it's because I do it myself.
Shantae.
Yes. Can you?
Did you have? I saw you come off mute.
Yeah. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in my car, so bear with me. So I wanted to speak to. First, I wanted to just express that Charlie Kirk. Oh, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, we can. You cut out for just a second.
Okay. I wanted to express my condolences to Charlie Kirk. I mean, she's obviously not in this space, but I just wanted to express my condolences for that loss. I experienced a tragic loss myself. My brother passed away last year. He was 26. So I know what it's like to lose a young life. Not from the perspective of a wife or a child, but my brother and I were incredibly close. And so she's going to have a long journey ahead of her. I think when it comes to, it was interesting that he mentioned, the gentleman mentioned gang, because I was actually going to bring it up in this conversation. When people say, like, not many of us have seen someone be shot. Actually, there are people in marginalized communities every day that see people shot and murdered right in front of them, whether it be a friend. Not everybody that sees murder in the quote-unquote hood is in a gang. There are kids that are walking home from school and will see people murdered. And I think that I'm really against trivial, polarizing, or making distinctions across what murder is. I actually think it's a shock to people who live in affluent and upper echelon communities. Particularly, I'm not saying this part of Utah is this, because I don't know about Utah, no disrespect to Utah, but it's a shock to them, I think. But this is an everyday occurrence for a lot of people. And we have really normalized this sort of violence in our society. So people say this is not America. I'm like, what part of America are you referencing? Because it seemed very much in line. It seems like the underbelly of America to me, if you ask me. And the last point I want to make is that this is really catastrophic in that it was likely the first assassination that maybe millennials and definitely Gen Z have seen on our soil. But this is not new, because you had RFK, you had Medgar Evers, you had Malcolm X, you had Martin Luther King Jr., and you had JFK, with the exception of Medgar Evers, that were all televised or photographs taken soon after their assassination. I think it's very jarring for us and our generation in this time because it's so televised. And I truly am just really heartbroken by this whole situation. I thought about it as soon as I woke up this morning. I just really feel horrible that this man lost his wife. I'm sorry, that a wife lost her husband. And I think it's really, I want to make this last note. It was really interesting to me because Charlie Kirk said very disparaging things about MLK. I mean, really disparaging things. And I think it's incumbent upon Not that she has to do this, but I think the one person that's going to give solace and comfort to his wife is MLK's daughter. Because she lost a father in the almost identical manner in which Charlie Kirk lost his life. Shot in the neck. My name is Shantae, and I'm done speaking.
Thanks, Shantae. I appreciate that. Scipio or Seneca? Do you guys have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, hello everyone. You can call it Scipio or Scipio. Anyways, it's a nickname after all. So I just want to make some comments about what happened, with Kirk. I'm not from the US, way away from the US, and yet we've all heard about it, and it's so shocking to see that video. Regardless of his opinions, regardless of his, for me, like, I don't know the guy. I watched a couple videos, of him talking to people, debating people. He had, about very controversial topics, and regardless of if you agree with him or not, the fact that you have an open discussion with people in that open air, that open space, it's so exceptional. And I would call it, maybe, or describe it as a sign of a country where all views can be accepted, and conversion and conversation and debate and peaceful talk are actually the standard and should be the standard. But apparently not, according to a lot of people, and I presume that in every country, the US is not an exception, you'll find people who are against the freedom of speech and basic human rights. Personally, like, as a foreigner, someone following news about other countries. Okay, when I watch the news about the US, apparently in the couple 2 years, first an attempted assassination of presidential candidate, then this shooting. It should be really, worry people. It's really disturbing and worrisome. Like, mainly it should raise the question about firearms policy in the US, because I might be wrong about it, but when I think about what is happening, when I see that there's like now a rising crisis of these so-called 3D-printed firearms, weapons that cannot be traceable, and the increased level of intolerance and violence since the assault on the Congress over 5 years ago, and all these events, I think that there must be something something that should be done about this. It's not just if we can talk here, okay, who killed Kirk? Okay, who was responsible? We can get into a lot of hypotheses. You might blame people who disagree with him. You might go into the insane how can I say this?
Is someone that would use the sword thing.
Plot.
They are very violent people.
I forgot the word.
They always have been.
Sorry?
They can't debate. They can't have conversation. So that we're.
Well, here's the thing. I don't even think at this point it's the conversation of speculating about who this guy was or who did what he did. We don't have that information.
I am not speculating, but I'm just saying that we should not go there, but rather, discuss what really matters. Like, okay, we have intolerance, political intolerance. It's everywhere. But should we, in a country, and I'm not here trying to dictate to people what you think, it's your country, but I'm just someone expressing your views. should we be, that flexible with firearms in a country?
Did you miss the comment already stated in this room about the $250,000 crimes that are prevented because of lawfully abiding citizens who carry firearms? This argument could absolutely go that way. We as Americans hear this many times from foreigners about, you Americans love your guns and look, you got the violence you deserve. But the fact of the matter is, we stop a lot of violence with our firearms as well. So there's arguments to be made on both sides.
And it's
of it.
not the argument, is it? Why are we talking about firearms when we've got a political murder?
Correct.
Look, I totally agree with you.
The murder was done by a gun, that's naturally comes up in the
You don't say poison on the poison.
Culture is the problem.
So hold on, Scorpio, whatever your name is, what free society do you live in? Where are you from? What's free society are you?
Oh, well, no.
What country's free laws do you live
I
under?
didn't say that I'm coming from.
I can
I'm Nigerian, by the way.
watch as we get people. No, Mr. Canadian, this guy likes to go after our freedoms.
Oh, Abby, look who's here.
I don't take anything personally. I just ask what free society someone who criticizes America.
Abby, we've met. The UK, basically.
I don't know you. No, I don't know you.
Okay, I know you. I know you, Abby. I know you, Abby. So
I don't know
wait
you.
a moment.
I don't know you. I just asked a question.
We've met in a room talking about cohabitation between Israelis and Gazans. I know your views, so
I don't know you.
Give me a break.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know you. That's
good.
enough.
Then you know I'm a real Phillies fan. So could you tell me what society you live in?
Would you stop interrupting? You are, and the guy with the name of my friend, you keep interrupting people. So,
Scipio, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to finish up your argument, and then we'll let Abby respond.
I need more than that. Again, I'm not against, firearms in the U.S. I believe that a lot of people, it's really great to have a firearm in your house, defend your family when you are threatened. You should not wait for the police to come to your place, because by that time it might be really late. I really do, agree with that. But the policy should be definitely revised. You cannot let firearms in the hands of everyone. That's my point. So it's not just against totally, no, but revise the policy. That's my
Scipio, that sounds like a great policy for your country.
Thank you, Double. So my point I was making in the chat is in Japan, where you cannot freely just go get a gun, Prime Minister Abe was assassinated by a 3D handmade gun. So if someone wants to assassinate, they're going to make a gun, they're going to get a gun, and changing the gun laws so that people who rightfully want to protect their homes or have shooting as a sport and hunt, or live in states where there are needs for guns for their particular business, if they work on a range or they're protecting cattle, is just it's an absolute right in our country. But if you want to shoot someone, look at what happened in Japan when they took away all guns. They assassinated the prime minister. They assassinated Shinzo Abe, one of the most revered leaders in Japan.
How many people were shot that year in Japan?
I'm talking about an assassination.
Yeah.
I can remind this because I lived part of the time.
Okay, one mic, guys. One mic, we can't hear everybody.
You can make a gun. That's what they did in Japan.
Can I build on what Abby said?
Yes, I'm gonna. Whoa. Matthew, mute up, okay? One mic. I cannot hear anybody when you're all talking over everybody else. We're gonna go to Double, and then I think I saw Aisha come off mute, and maybe Horatio, and then Matthew.
Okay.
But please don't interrupt. Y'all keep your shares brief enough that you're not spelling out 500 points that nobody's ever going to remember. And don't interrupt each other. Like, let's hear what everybody has to say. All right. Abby, were you? You were.
I was just making the point with an assassination that one occurred where there are strict gun laws. That was
perfect. Aisha, you're next.
Oh, I thought you said double, but that's.
Oh, double. I'm sorry, I did.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just to build, I have two very quick points. I'll be succinct. To build on what Abby said, I think we should also really. I mean, I wouldn't normally say this about an assassin, but that guy who killed Abe, as revered, as amazing as he was, as Abe was, the assassin, I mean, I think just from a technical level, we really have to admire his skill there. I mean, building a fake, he invented a whole new mechanism for how to fire a bullet with like some electronic ignition thing. I mean, if you look into it, it was extremely impressive. It shows the ingenuity and the amazing engineering abilities of Japanese people. But the second point I quickly wanted to...
Right, Double?
What's that say again?
The same people that invented the Walkman. They're very
yes.
good.
Very good camera, everything. But secondly, just on this point, this whole gun control debate, this ship has so long sailed. It's great in Europe. I think it works great in Europe. It does work great in Japan in general. But, you know, you're not going to, just because, you know, these people, it is part almost of the American religion. It is just so deep. It is in the Constitution. It's as important to Americans as the freedom of speech or the right to due process and all these things. You are not going to get what you hope for with gun control in any way. It's only, and people now on the left, leftist people are some for their various reasons. Some think the fascistic government's coming for them. Some think whatever, but they're starting to get armed. They're starting to think about forming militias. Like, this is not, you're never gonna, in our lifetimes, in your grandchildren's lifetimes, you're not gonna get rid of the right to bear arms in America.
No, it would be a bit like banning prostitution in the Netherlands.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, Aisha, do you want to go, or?
Who's
Yeah,
talking about a ban?
I think I was after her.
Did
Queen.
anybody mention a ban? Why are we talking about bans? And why does prevention have to
Charlie
be a standard?
Kirk was shot, and naturally, after someone is shot, the question of gun control typically comes up. I would assume that was obvious, but apparently not.
Ban murders, I say.
Right, but you can't. So in the real world, when we talk about gun control, rarely politically is ban ever even suggested.
Correct.
So
on both sides of the party, and I'd like to.
But we should be
Can I just finish the point that
aiming for a reduction, not perfect.
Yes, we're going to let Aisha have the floor for a second. I'd like to add, too, though, that I think it's important, particularly when people get their feathers ruffled over gun control. A lot of that is around the use of AR-15s and other like types of assault rifles. This was not that. So even if we had the gun reform legislation talk, it wouldn't apply to the type of rifle that this individual used. So, Aisha, go ahead. You can finish.
Can I go after Aisha?
Yeah, so...
Yes.
I believe I was...
After Matthew, King.
Thanks, love. Sorry, King.
So, the point I was trying to make is that, like, in general with gun control, I think Americans, when you hear the word gun control, you panic and think everyone thinks take away your rights. But like the thing is that even in the UK, we are legally allowed to have guns. It's just strict laws. Like it's actually such like a national sport, like what fox hunting, pigeon shooting, even farmers. I think even if you go like to places like Wales and Scotland, which by the way is part of the UK, Ireland, I think it's one in every 5 households because they're agricultural lands. So typically, like all those farmers, like it's so common over there for them to have rifles and things like that. The thing is that like you guys have made it such an identity thing that like none of like people pick it up without even thinking anymore. Like you don't. You built a whole culture around it because of its availability and being able to buy it in Walmart and shit. It's completely insane. You do need to regulate it. It is out of control, whether you like it or not. No one's saying get rid of them because you have fucking bears in your country. Good, have guns. No one's worrying about that. But the way that you can just go walk up and buy them in Walmart is retarded. And you have to face that.
Agreed.
May I speak?
Yep, go ahead, Matthew.
Well, I lived in Japan for 10 years, and I go every year, and it's different. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. First thing, guns are not banned in Japan. Almost every farmer has a gun. They just have to be locked away, and it's stricter. And I just looked it up. Over the last 10 years in the United States, there were 467,000 gun-related deaths, 500,000 over the past 10 years. And that is suicide, accidental shootings, and murders. So that's all of them. And in Japan, over the last 10 years, there was 67. So you have on one side, both countries, guns are allowed. Japan, 10 years, 67 people killed by guns, whether they're murders or suicides or accident. And then in the United States, 400, almost 500,000. So the problem is not just with guns. The problem is a combination of a kind of, I would say, machismo type culture in combination with gun, with a very readily access to gun violence. And look, there's no...
Did he get cut off? What happened?
I don't know.
God intervened.
I know. I'm sitting here and thinking, yeah, let's talk about the 750,000 every year that are saved.
Don't we care about the murderous intent? I don't understand why everyone's talking about the means and not the motive.
Both is important, but the fact that you're negating one half of the conversation is a part of the problem.
Because you could have killed him a different way.
That's not
correct. It would have been significantly harder than to have a fucking scope from a different. You can part that you're not cooking.
Criminals can get guns anywhere.
We need one mic, though. We really need one mic.
I was going after Matthew, and Horatio, the point is not this one individual, right? Again, children, this is, again, my personal belief. After I saw the complacency after Sandy Hook, I knew it was a wrap for this country. Because if a classroom full of kindergartners can get blown away, and there was no level of this type of outrage afterwards, and immediately it was declared, we don't want to have the gun conversation. We don't want to have the gun conversation. Again, noting that gun control in this country, no one has ever suggested in seriousness. People say it out their mouth because people generalize and are not precise, but no one has ever advocated for gun bans. And what we're aiming for, because this is how systems work, there is no perfection. You're not going to eliminate murder. You're not going to eliminate drug use. However, when I go to the goddamn drugstore, I have to give them my ID to buy Claritin. You know what I'm saying? So people aren't, we're not saying that, oh, you ban guns and nobody ever is going to get killed again. I think like any other system, people look for declines, right? We look at, the percent of decline, the percent of increase of these things. People have been talking about the percent of increase in school shootings again, and where we're to the point where we have normalized and people are building bulletproof backpacks. This is America, right?
They shouldn't have done so sooner.
People, obviously, because the gun god requires its sacrifice, doesn't it? And if it's your children, then so be it. as that was stated by the young man that was shot yesterday. This is a consequence of our freedoms, and some innocent people are going to get shot a lot, and we're willing as a country to incur that cost. This is a choice that we have made as Americans. It's a religion, like someone said, and Aisha, that is the reason why the conversation can't be had. It couldn't be had for children. You damn sure it's not going to be held now. Like, how many schools have been shot up since Columbine, and we still can't have the conversation? So the fact of the matter is, nothing is going to change.
You have a conversation all the time.
Nothing is going to change. When I say have the conversation, I mean openness for some reform.
I think that the argument's stronger with schools, isn't it?
And nobody is open to any type of reform, because at the end of the day, nobody really gives up. As much as people are crying their eyes out about fucking Charlie Kirk, they don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. He's just motivation for the cause, a martyr, and life goes on. And next week it's going to be another school, and nobody's going to give a fuck about that either.
King, don't you
Exactly,
know
that's
that
the problem.
it's
And
not?
Horatian, your mentality is exactly the problem.
Do you not think, though, that he's not really sort of a side effect of the collateral of guns, too many guns, but really it was a very targeted political assassination? I mean, you can make the argument with schools, because I don't think that would happen so much. But a political murder like this, it's not really about the guns. I mean, it's really about the motive and the actual, intent here.
Right. And honestly, Horatio, being a parent and not a politician, and knowing that politicians all over the world are assassinated, like all over the goddamn world, politicians are assassinated. I'm actually just more concerned about children and all the innocents that are being slaughtered for nothing. People who put themselves in the political arena, when people run for president, they're putting themselves in an arena where they're, the potential of assassination is high. That comes with the and activists, frankly. That's why so many of them have been assassinated throughout history.
But it's much more dangerous now, isn't it?
But yeah, it's much more dangerous for all of us.
Well, no, it doesn't matter about all of us. It matters about politicians, because this is actually representing of a kind of a downfall of America. I mean, this is actually quite a significant moment. Whereas somebody who's killed on the street by a gun, sad as it is, it's not really representative of a democracy in decline.
Reagan was attempted assassinated. Like, we've had political assassinations like this. Again, this is America. If you don't know the history, then what am I to tell you? But this is not unique.
I would say it is, though. That's a president.
The senator in the Minnesotas were assassinated just last month. A senator and her husband. Judges have been assassinated. Numerous judges have been assassinated over the last year and a half. Nobody gives a fuck.
Well, I think we should do, right? I mean, what's the rate of these murders? Are they increasing over time, or are they or just...
Hold on one second, Horatio. I do, just because we've had a lot of new people come up on the stage, I want to welcome Ziggy and David and Steve back, and Simon and BLM and David B. And I just want to see, do we want to get some more voices in the conversation?
Yeah, I want to say something. King, I totally agree with what you said. I don't want to go ahead and repeat a lot what you said, but you're spot on. Dead on. And, why is it that there is more regulations for flying in some states than it is buying a gun? I used to study a lot when I worked for the Department of Homeland Security active shooting situations, and it just boggles my mind why we can't have some sort of regulations in some states on guns. I own guns. I'm not anti-guns, but some sort of regulation. And then right when it gets brought up regulations, this defense can get brought up by many people that say, no, it's not the guns, it's not the guns. Well, yeah, we need a multi-level approach. Just having gun regulations is not going to take care of all the percentages of stuff, 100%. We can't, there's nothing we can do to take care of 100%. We need a multi-level approach. Regulations on gun, proper mental health, proper community support for people. I mean, the list goes on of what we need to do to tackle the situation. And also, why the hell is Charlie Kirk, yeah, what happened to him is horrible. I mean, he's someone who was assassinated in front of a shitload of people. That's traumatic for many people. But this is getting more talk than the 3 kids that were shot in a high school. What the fuck? Why don't we give a shit about these kids? It's just normal. It is normal now for kids to be shot in a school. That is sickening. And I'm not saying Charlie Kirk...
Where did he go? Did he fall into the Matrix? David, we can't hear you.
You mind if I get in here?
He's still trying to talk. I can hear him coming in and out.
I'm going to try to speak for a minute. Who was that just speaking now before me?
The other David.
Regulation.
Okay.
David, you're in the Matrix. We can't hear you.
Okay, yeah, we don't need to hear all that language. It's a little elusive, but the key is, I mean, we didn't fail the test because the pencil was not sharp. So it's not like, the gun didn't just go ahead and grab itself and take itself and go do something. The gun didn't do it. It's a spirit of wickedness that's coming across our nation. It's demonic spirits. It doesn't matter whether you get a gun license today and then decide to change your life 22 weeks from now, and now that weapon becomes something different than what you originally intended it for. Because life fluctuates, life changes, relationships change, people change. So it's not the gun's fault. It's a mindset in your mind. They control you by your thoughts, your actions, your minds. We have to pull down the strongholds. We have to do it community-wide. We have to do it in our families. We have to do it in our relationships. We have to do it in how we speak. Our words have power. That's why you don't need to be just blatting all over the place. You need to think. Say, how is these words going to affect people? Speak with love and joy and peace and encouragement. And correct people where they need to be corrected, but do it in a gentle, meaningful way, so that we can all grow together and be united. That's what's so nice about these platforms, is we can come in and speak humbly and speak respectfully towards people. I mean, these poor kids, they had a dad yesterday, and now they don't have a dad because of some maniac.
David,
it wasn't the gun's fault. What's that?
Can I just ask you, do you believe that, just like in general, do you believe kids, it should be harder for them to access guns?
Kids?
Children. Okay, do you understand that this is gun control?
I think it comes down to an education. Comes down to having the right.
No, but do you understand that this is literally gun control? The topic that you're too afraid to talk about.
I'm not too afraid to talk about it. I'm telling you that it's not the guns. I'm telling you, if you believe that a gun is going to go off and just kill somebody without somebody actually being activated to do that.
But no one here is anti-gun.
Okay, so what do you want? What's the question that you're asking for?
I'm wondering, like, why, like, I believe in gun regulations, which a lot of Americans get offended by immediately because they don't understand the actual meaning. Like, gun regulations is as simple as making it harder for children to get a hold of. That would be
Okay, well, again, okay, how I would say it would be that we make it more in alignment that when they get the gun, that they understand that they know how to use it appropriately and
why
properly.
would a child need to get a hold of a gun? Point blank, full stop. Because they can even ricochet, kill themselves by accident in any shape or form. Doesn't matter if they know how to professionally use it. Why the hell would they do that below the age of 16? Like, why would that even be a thing?
I've got a quick question.
I
started hunting when I was 14 years old. It's not unusual.
It's not
People
unusual.
go out and hunt all the time.
I had I grew up in the agricultural part of the UK. I had guns growing up, and I think it was incredibly stupid and irresponsible because those things can go wrong with guns, and it could have been dangerous, and I could have died from it. Simple. And I don't believe it justifies anything.
Well, not if you got.
I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're a child or if you're an adult. It doesn't matter. The gun could go off and things can happen. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what age you are.
Why allow that
Accidents
to happen?
happen. You go out for a car drive, and things happen. You go out and get on an airplane, and things happen. It's 9/11. Somebody just got shot. I understand the topic, but however, the way that you're addressing it isn't 100% appropriate, is what I'm saying. Now, if you say that
to you, could I ask a different?
We don't want children to have guns. We do not want children to have guns. I'm not arguing with you. What I said, the way you're addressing.
That was my whole point.
No, I said the way.
That was my
remember how I said.
Okay. Back to one mic. We can only have a conversation when one person is talking at a time.
Yeah, and
I know that
I was speaking until she stepped in and interrupted me with a question.
I'm going to
and I'll address that now.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to wrap it up, and then we're going to go to Steve, and then Jane, and then if Ziggy or BLM or Simon want to chime in, we will hit them next.
Okay, so yes, it is through gentleness is how you get the proper things done. So as I expressed, our words have power, so we want to use our words appropriately. So I'm saying it's how you're addressing it that's wrong. So yes, nobody wants children to have guns unless they are being supervised with somebody that also knows how to use the weapon properly and according to the present laws and under the right conditions. Because kids do go to want to do adventurous things. We still want our kids to do adventurous things. So they may go off into a camp, a summer camp, and have an opportunity to take a shooting class. And we want them to be able to do that with the appropriate supervision.
Beyond pellets, what's the point?
Wait, Aisha, hold on. We've got several people in the queue.
I want them to be able to do. I want them to be able to do it, and I want them to be able to do it without too much red tape if that's what their parents want them to do. And that's all I have to say about the children with the weapons at this time. Thank you very much.
All right, Steve, you're up next.
Yeah, I think one of the things that kind of got out of focus here is no one's saying that someone that gets shot in a school is less important than what's went on with Charlie Kirk. That's not a thing. What it is, though, and what's the significance of this is we've reached such a fractured political point in this country that the social compact that we've made with each other on how we're going to live our lives together as Americans has become very unstable. And so when you get someone either on the left or the right that's articulating a position in a fractured political environment that gets taken out in this way, it becomes like one side's not playing fair here. And that's the danger of this whole thing as it's going down. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. I don't care if you agree with my political point of view. But if I don't agree with your political point of view, for me to get a gun and take you out so you can't talk anymore becomes a very dangerous thing. And the more fractured we become, the more volatile these kind of incidents become. It adds greater gravity to it. Not that people aren't concerned that children is getting killed by guns. Of course, any rational human being would be. But it doesn't have the societal political weight in the environment that we're in right now and the repercussions that could come from it. That's the point.
Steve, can I ask you a one question?
David, you weren't next, though. Serendipity gave us a little cue.
Yep.
Am I right?
Yep, and I'll open it up popcorn after we get through the queue, but we got lots of people that want to get their 2 cents in. So, Jane, I think you are next.
Thank you.
Wait, Serendipity, did you add BLM to the queue?
Did I add who?
BLM. He noted in the chat that he wanted to
put your name in the chat if you want to be in the queue, maybe.
Okay, yeah, no, I didn't see him on stage. I'm just addressing the mic flashes that I'm seeing on stage.
Yeah, add BLM to the queue too, please.
Okay.
I have hi everyone. I have a question. I wrote it in the chat, but it's probably just better asked out loud. And I just came, so if this is covered, just tell me. But I am earnestly wondering that if you're grieving Charlie Kirk or talking about him as a hero, now murdered through political violence, which is horrible. So I should have started there. I condemn political violence. I condemn all violence. So the question is, if you're grieving him and talking about him in this heroic way, he was this icon of the right, should we, meaning me, should I assume that you co-sign his ideology and positions? Is that a fair assumption to make?
Wait, are you asking if we have empathy for his death, we co-sign with his ideology?
Yes. I'm asking
No,
that.
I don't think that the two are the same. Okay. I've actually heard a lot of leftists say that they have empathy for this assassination and the political violence and his family and everything else, and I'm certain they don't agree with his ideology.
On the right. Hold on, Horatio. I'm specifically asking people on the right. So Nye, I think you're independent, as I recall you saying. If you are Steve or Monica or any of the openly Trump advocates, MAGA advocates, do you mourn the loss of a hero because he was speaking your ideology? That's what I need to know as a human. Where do you stand? Because if you advocated for the positions of him, then I can make some assumptions about you. And if not, then I don't know anymore. I don't know. It's really strange to me why this isn't more clear that what he espoused, he had a right to do it. And I guess the person who shot him sadly had a right to have that gun. But what is the interpretation others are making? Because I want to assume, well, if you're sad, Monica, another question that you know the answer to, but he espoused a great deal of bigotry, hate, and I'd say Christian ideology that some people call extreme. So I'll summarize it that way. I'm being kind. So I'm just wondering, what are conservatives feeling about this?
I consider him a hero because I consider him a free speech advocate. He very much promoted his right to be able to respectfully go and engage with these college students and welcome them to the table and have the conversations. I don't think you're ever going to find a person that I agree with 100% on every ideology. So I would never make the assumption of categorizing anyone else in that regard. He's made comments that have certainly come to my attention that I call into question and that I intend to look into a little bit more. And I'm just certain that we didn't agree on everything. And I say this coming from a, not MAGA, but a Trump supporter, a conservative for sure. But, I believe that he talked the talk and walked the walk. And I believe that he was assassinated because somebody didn't like his First Amendment right to express himself with speech. And I think that he's one of the people that did it in a mannerism that appealed to a lot of people. I think going on college campuses and having the hard conversations and being open to debate and discuss those ideas, I think it's important. And you don't have to agree with what he said, even a little bit, to have respect for the fact that he had a cause and he wanted to do something about it. And instead of, like most of us, sitting on social media and fighting with other people and tearing other people down that maybe we don't have everything in common with, he went out and he did something. He did something that was meaningful to him. And so I think, if for no other reason, you have to respect that.
Jane,
and I think if you don't like him, I don't think that you should feel compelled in any way, shape, or form to have compassion in the situation. But I also, I gotta admit, when people make comments like, we shot that guy in the neck, we shut him up, I am also entitled to my personal opinion, and I am side-eyeing you when you're making excuses for the fact that, well, you had it coming. Because I didn't agree with what you said, you had it coming. I'm definitely going to side-eye and judge people in that regard. And I can, it tells me something about their character too. So, yeah. Now, I know we have a long queue, so I'm going to go to, let's see, BLM, and then Simon, did you want to speak? We're going to do BLM and...
After BLM, I'm happy to go.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Serendipity, Nye, Monica. Listen, there's a few things I want to say. Number one is, our Second Amendment right, there's no restrictions. It is the right to keep and bear arms. First, for regulated militia, thank the Lord. Then the second, so that's a collective right that has been, Supreme Court's ruled on it. Constitutionally, you have a collective right, and then you have an individual right. That right will not be infringed upon. So that's number one. Number two is the idea that gun control would have stopped this shooting is just, it's laughable. This is a long-range rifle, bolt-action rifle, most likely a hunting rifle. The idea that they were going to restrict hunting rifles ever. The only time we ever even discuss restricting weapons in America is handguns and it's ARs. That's it. That's all the discussion is. Because handguns commit the majority of these mass shootings that we see, and then ARs commit some of the more damages that we see. A bolt-action hunting rifle was never going to be ever talked about in gun control. So the idea that this was going to stop from that, I think that's a weird debate that people are making. Number three, I have 4 points here. Number three is that people are saying that because he's an advocate for owning guns and being able to have that right, that constitutional right that we all have, and that means that he had it coming. Murder is illegal, right? The idea that you can have the gun, you can have the gun. You don't have the right to kill people with the gun. He wasn't advocating for your right to kill people. So it's crazy for people to be like, well, this is what he had coming. And then the final point is to Jan. Or Jane. Whatever you want to say your name. Jane.
I want you to say it as Jane.
Okay, Jane. I'm going to say it as Jane. Jane, I'm a young.
What's your name?
I'm a young.
By the way, what's your name?
My name is Keegan. People know me on this app as Keegan.
Got it. Yeah, I've heard of you. Go ahead.
I'm a Gen Zer. I'm a young.
I have a 27-year-old daughter. I know the type. Go ahead.
Can we let him finish?
Yeah.
He's speaking to me. I'm answering him.
I'm speaking to you. You're interrupting me though. But my point is that the idea that you're going to take Charlie Kirk, who you say, I hope everyone doesn't agree with his opinion as a Christian. Number one is it seems like you're advocating for if someone has Christian beliefs.
Is that what I said? Did anyone else hear that?
You can let me finish my point, and of course you can combat my point. But when you say those things, number one is that, hey, do you agree with everything Charlie Kirk said? What does that mean? Does that mean that we're all racist and deserve to be shot? I don't get it. But the other thing that you said, which again you just don't understand, is that when you kill the moderate, it becomes more radical. right? When you kill the moderate, and Charlie Kirk was a moderate in all the standards, he was a moderate right. He is not a alt-right person. I know this because I'm all right. Everyone, put my hand up here. Keegan's all right. I'm all right, and I'm already all right. So understand that when you kill the moderate right, you're just going to get us all more radical. We see this every single day.
BLM, if you have murder in your heart, then just say that. I mean, goddamn. This is to suggest that Charlie Kirk was a moderate. Like, my fucking God.
His supporter base was huge.
It doesn't matter. Like, a lot of people who have advocated for terrible things have huge supporters, and I'm not even going to justify the comment by reading off his hot takes that make him not in the center, not the type of person that you would see in collaboration with people who are different from him, or have different beliefs, right? In a cooperational way, not in a confrontational way, like a debate for money, right? So if you have beef with people, BLM, and you have anger in your heart and hate in your heart, and you want to lash out, my suggestion to you is to see a therapist. Otherwise, don't act like it takes the assassination of your hero to put that there, right? It was already there, and I think you should probably get some help.
That is such gaslighting. I can't believe it.
Okay.
I mean, seriously.
Okay, we're going to go to Simon now. Simon?
Hi, thank you very much.
Yes.
I always find the conversation about the Second Amendment and gun control is very evocative for Americans, and with respect, I probably understand why that is. Yeah. So I don't want to really go down that road. What I would like to say is that I worry when everybody's talking in terms of the guy's politics and it being a political assassination, because that then embraces the fact that there may be a justification. What's his politics? What relevance has that to the fact he was murdered and it was a criminal act? I just think it should be that simple. I don't really think it should be about his politics at all. He's entitled to we all agree he's entitled to his opinions. He expresses his opinions, as other politicians will do. End of. This was not a political assassination. It was a criminal act. That simple.
It was a criminal act, but it was a criminal act where he also did write transgender and anti-fascist ideology on the cartridges of his weapon, which I think it's fair to say that there were political motivations behind shutting them up.
First of all, we don't know that for a fact.
No, we do know that. The FBI released that just shortly ago. We do know that.
Apologies, but if we all embrace that is actually a justifiable thing, yeah, then where does that take us? It's not a political assassination. It's a criminal act.
It is a criminal act, yes, for sure. The thing of it is, I don't think by acknowledging that it's a political assassination that we're justifying it.
Do you think do you think it can be? I'm interested in the conversation, so this is not I'm not seeking confrontation or anything like that. So do you think it can be in any shape or form some person going, I assassinated him because of his political views? Do you think that someone who is the assassin actually really is motivated by that? Or do you not think they're just mad?
Of course it's
I think both are true. I think both are true. I think the person is mad I think the person has got serious mental health conditions, and I think that the political climate in this country motivated his target.
So okay.
I mean, do you not think both can be true?
He wasn't a randomer, was he? I can totally see where you're coming from, but I still don't. I don't think that goes from madness to, because the political side of things it's a reason, isn't it? Do we live in a society that is a thought through, sensible or not sensible?
That's the question.
Yeah, just sit with the thoughts a minute. Let's see what else. But serendipity, I have a really Norm, you'd be the better person to address this. I know people think we're enemies, but we are not. And I don't want to hear.
I always tell them that if they think that, I tell them that we're not.
Thank you. I would like to be preemptive in asking resistance not to propose that anyone from Israel was part of the 9/11 massacre. Please.
Yeah, this room is not about the hypotheticals and the conspiracy theories or trashing Charlie Kirk or anything else. So if that's the intention, then that's not where this discussion is going, and it will be shut down.
With all due respect, ma'am, I didn't come off the mic and say anything. I'm in the chat.
Oh no, I agree.
She's trying to derail the conversation because I don't know why.
Because I don't want to hear it.
The reality. Well, you're not hearing it because I didn't say anything on the stage. I'm writing in the chat, ma'am.
Well, I made an
With all due respect, Tucker Carlson just put out a great interview and has a documentary coming out with a lot of evidence that points to Israel's attack on the 9/11 towers. That's all I said in the chat. So if anyone's interested, go look in the chat and go look at the link. Thank you.
Confess, Issa. It's 9/11.
Yes, Israel and the Mossad has something to do with 9/11. Yes.
Osama bin Laden.
Okay.
Confess.
You cannot we were talking about Charlie Kirk.
I know, and Jane derailed the conversation. Yes.
I did. I admitted it.
Nonsense in the chat.
Let me just say this. Resistance. I brought you up resistance. Hold on, I brought you up resistance, even though I saw your PTR, and I was like, well, maybe he'll come up. I'll give him a chance. I won't presume anything. Maybe he'll come up and add to the conversation. But Serendipity has made it already clear, out of respect to Top Mod, we're not going to make this conversation about race, and we're not going to do any anti-Jew, Jew hate rhetoric while we're talking about this. So, Resistance, do you have anything to say about the Charlie Kirk shooting without centering Jew?
With all due respect, ma'am, you're centering them because I didn't mention anything about Jews.
It's in your PTR.
You're doing that. That's the Israeli flag.
Yeah, that's the Jewish state.
No, that's an Israeli flag from the terrorist state of Israel.
The Star of David.
Okay,
no,
we're not.
So once again, Sarah, they're doing this, not me.
Okay, well, we're not. If you have comments.
Sorry, Sarah.
I was just going to say, if you have comments to what we've been discussing with respect to the Charlie Kirk situation and the assassination, and ideally, like, the consensus and the point of this room is to find everybody's common ground instead of pointing fingers at right, left, black, white, man, woman, Jew, Christian, atheist, or otherwise. Finding the common ground and how the recent events things that we all agree on. The fact that political assassination is not okay.
Well, I don't agree.
And what can we do as American citizens to... You don't agree that political assassination is not okay?
This wasn't a political assassination. He's not a politician. He's just American Israeli mouthpiece.
He's a
To who? To you?
Figure.
He's a political figure.
What office did he run for? What office did he run for?
MLK was also a political activist, and we consider him a...
Yeah, exactly. He was doing political activism for people who were being oppressed. No, he was not. Charlie Kirkland was involved with propaganda and hate speech.
His name is not Kirkland. His name is
Kirk. Kirk McGurk, and he was unfortunately murdered due to his own ignorance, and we know that Americans have a lot of ignorance. And we have a lot of people who deal with hate speech, and a lot of people who are a lot more crazier than him. So unfortunately, no, that's what you're doing.
I've got like this really weird lag on my. I made it very, very clear at the start of this room that this was not going to be a Charlie Kirk is a racist, fascist, what the fuck ever. It's not the point of this room. I'm aware that people have opinions, and you know what? There's 50 other rooms out in the hallway where you can go and bash Charlie Kirk until the cows come home. It's also not a praise Charlie Kirk for who he was and what he stood for room. This is more a room about agreeing on the things that we agree about. I'm just not here for it. Like, if you want to go fight with people, go fight with people. You can do that, but this isn't the space for it. That's not what this room is about.
Who would be the equivalent on the left?
I'm gonna just say this.
Yes.
I want to tell you guys, the man who just spoke, his real name is Issa Egelot, and he's been arrested.
Norm, we're not going to do doxing.
He's dangerous. He assaults people. He's been arrested for it.
And the goo, like that.
He is dangerous. He is a dangerous person. So just be careful. That's all I'm telling you.
Okay, meet up. Jason, Jason,
Yeah.
to give you the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say the assignment because he seems to be like he can't believe that someone could do this like politically motivated. But you don't sound like you're from here, but people have been politically motivated to do a lot of things. Like we've seen divorces over politics, people lose lifelong friends over this stuff, and then murder as well. We've seen it. I mean, I don't know where you're from. I can't parse out your accent all the way. But if you was over here, you would see that the political climate in this country, you never know what you're going to get out of political disagreements over here these days.
I'm from the UK. Yeah. I'm listening.
Sorry, y'all. I'm getting a terrible lag. Night, I'll be right back. I'm going to log out and log back in because Clubhouse, I'm getting awful lag. Hang on.
Okay. I could hear another room. I was hearing two rooms at once, and I couldn't follow either one of them before. Hey, guys.
Somebody's probably recording.
It is a fascinating conversation.
I mean, it's emotional. It's emotional, and you have people that feel very strongly on both sides of it. That's why I wanted to steer away from people talking with their emotions and try to divert conversation more to let's just exchange ideas.
Exactly, and to your point about being united, about a political figure being assassinated, I'm just wondering who would be the equivalent on the left. It would be somebody quite big, wouldn't it? I can't think of anybody like.
No, there's no one big enough, but probably like you put a few together, like Hassan and like a bunch of those other little TikTok kids.
I guess I wouldn't know them.
And maybe like a politician.
Hilarious.
AOC.
Yes, now we're talking.
You think someone would execute AOC as revenge to this? I mean, it's 300 million people in America, right? People are mad, right? Might happen, shit.
But that wouldn't be that would be a crime, but it would also be a little bit more than a crime.
That would be like a revenge kind of thing, I guess. I don't know.
I just know that like the Democrat politicians that was kind of like celebrating it, if they have a rally against gun laws, what they're gonna say is gonna fall on deaf ears, because none of those people celebrating is upset that this person was able to get a sniper. What kind of weapon did you have to use to shoot from that distance?
People don't care.
And they're not concerned about that.
That's the first thing that would stand out to me.
People are talking about revenge. They don't care about actually solving any problems. People are sick, and we're just, like I said, there's a bloodlust due to social media radicalization. People don't know what to do with their fucking feelings. And if their, favorite influencer is harmed, they're ready to lash out at the world. Meanwhile, the rest of the community is dying and being shot every fucking day. Every day.
Yeah, but you understand. Even if it's like a really small population.
But we want revenge. Revenge for what?
But you know what's so crazy about that?
People are more mad because.
But that's my point.
One mic, please. One mic.
This real quick. He served for you is just to be a catalyst for you to do something violent. Do you actually care about this man as a man, or do you care about him as an icon? Just
his ideas.
Hold on. First of all, I don't really care for Charlie Kirk at all, like that much. I don't even like I don't even agree with him most of the stuff. I'm just talking about what I'm seeing online. There's a lot of people. First of all, leftists are celebrating like crazy, and there's gonna be people that don't like those ideologies that are mad, and those people are gonna probably want to take some kind of revenge.
That's already happening.
Even if it's a very small amount of people.
Okay. Can we let Vinny land without y'all interrupting him?
There's 300 million people in America. Even if like a very, very minuscule percentage does something, it's still going to have a massive effect. That's all I'm saying. And also, did you guys hear the guy was the shooter's black?
Nobody said the shooter's black, sir. Here we go with the bullshit.
No.
Hold on. I got a question for Kate.
The shooter is a white male.
No, look at his pictures. He looks light-skinned.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Let me land it. 1 second.
Let's just say statistically the odds are he's white. Okay.
Look at his picture. Look at his facial features. I think he looks light-skinned, but he has a shirt that says for the black disabled veterans. That's why. There's like two aspects. I actually do think he looks light-skinned, but that aspect kind of points to that.
The thing of it is, I don't care what color his skin is. He did an atrocious thing, and he did an atrocious thing that is sparking the very division that you see in this room. The division of, oh, big deal, your influencer got shot. There's people dying in the street every day. Oh, you know what? You shot our influencer. We want to exact revenge upon you. Like, the whole sentiment behind this assassination is that it's just continuing to spur on I hate you because of your ideology. I hate you because of identity politics. Until people grow up and realize that this is an absurd assertion and start tackling the real problems, the mental health problem in this country, and all of this fucking political identity politics division, until we grow up and we get past these petty things, we're never going to get the serious shit taken care of.
And to his point about the retaliation or possible, it's already threats against HBCUs, and I think it's happening because they see all the people on the left celebrating. A lot of those people happen to look like me, but they getting upset about that. And now they saying, and that's why when I had conversations with people that I know about this, I'm not really down for that, because y'all could bring unnecessary heat to people that don't even feel how y'all feel. Like, y'all feel happy, like, let's go get a drink. But you saying all that in these public spaces, you out there and people hear you. It's almost like if you was out at a restaurant and somebody in your neighborhood got killed, you're like, oh, I don't like that person anyway. That person's cousin is eating in that same restaurant. They follow you home. You're not even like that to defend yourself. You don't care. You never carry the weapon, cut a whole one if you want to. But you out here talking about praise that somebody getting a bullet. That's crazy.
And then the right's gonna have the same reaction, and be like, "Ha, fuck y'all anyway." Like, if they kill like whatever, Hassan or someone.
Well, a Democratic senator already was murdered.
Yeah, but no one knows that person though. No one knows that.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter though. They have to be a known person. Like people know Charlie Kirk.
Somebody knew these motherfuckers.
Somebody, not the vast majority of people, didn't know that. This guy's like, everyone knows. Everyone either hates him, loves him, or is indifferent to him. But they know who this guy is. They've watched his videos. Everyone's seen it on YouTube. Like this is different.
Yeah, but it's just a guy like you.
It doesn't matter though. And you see how he got killed, like on video, close up, like that is like it's different. It's different than those senators that no one even heard about. AOC would be someone that's known, right? That would be something like that. Like people that are known is big. There's a big difference as those nobodies, you know.
Those nobodies.
Those nobodies in general society.
This is how we feel about the children too.
Hold on. I want to address something that Jason said. Jason, you noted that I didn't hear about this yet. That the HBCUs are, campuses are being threatened or receiving death threats.
Yeah, they locking down.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying it's okay, but what do we expect is going to happen when Black folks have been celebrating this man's death since it was confirmed that he died?
Black folks.
Our dear brother Tariq King, can I just get a sentence or two out, please, before you interrupt? Please, because I try not to interrupt you. And you don't tell me, you don't police my language, queen or king. I'm going to say what I want to say, and then you can respond. I don't interrupt you, okay? So let's show some respect. Now, Black folks, not exclusively Black folks, have been celebrating this man's death since it was confirmed that he died. Our good brother Tariq Nasheed hosted a Twitter space last night, had 6,000 people in there. The title was, Should Black People Show Empathy? 99.9% of the people that he let speak, Black of course, because most of the speakers were Black, or most participants and listeners were Black, all came off the mic and said, no, we shouldn't show sympathy. Yes, he deserved to die. JB hosted a room last night where I expressed my sadness over his death for many reasons, even though I wasn't the biggest fan, but I noted what his death symbolizes for me. Caught heat from Black people for showing sympathy that this man, somebody's father, brother, son, was killed seemingly over his political views. Now, of course, we don't know the motives behind the shooting yet, and until they apprehend this person and he speaks and shares his motives, we don't know. But we can assume that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric made him a target and what got him killed. And I noted that that's scary. The symbol, what's the message we're sending as a nation here in America, that someone with polarizing views deserves to die? I've been in rooms all day hosted by Black people, dominated by Black people, conversations where they're saying, yes, he deserved to die. Somebody came on the app earlier today and said, F Charlie Kirk, a Black man, a gay Black man, not that it mattered, but I only say gay because he said because of what Charlie Kirk said about gays and trans, he deserved to die. So I say all that to note, Jason, if HBCUs are being locked down because of this, I'm not surprised.
Exactly.
On one hand, Black folks are saying, not our problem, we should stay out of it. But on the other hand, they're celebrating his death. And let me be clear, we know it's not all Black folks. And now, they're surprised that the HBCUs are being threatened and on lockdown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they stay waiting on a reason to do something to us. And they like, boom, there it is. We celebrating somebody that we love. Now we got them.
This is what I'm saying, Jason. People don't need a fucking reason. These people already have this malice in their heart. And Charlie Kirk is a useful symbol for them to acquiesce behind, to do what the fuck they wanted to do all along. And again, we know this because this is not the first assassination. This is not the first political assassination. It's not the first political assassination where randos on the fucking internet, like they always do, thanks 4chan, talk shit about a person on their death. Like, this is what has been going on the internet since its inception. So I don't understand. And Tariq Nasheed is not my motherfucking brother. saying. I am sick of these fucking parasocial ass relationships people are forming with these fucking influencers. Like, it's ridiculous. Now motherfuckers are talking about doing others bodily harm because of some motherfucker they fell in love with over social media. Get out of here. Like, this is ridiculous. People don't even hear what they're saying.
In 9/11, not
Wait, hold on.
That bullshit happened yesterday. That bullshit happened yesterday. In 9/11 now. In 9/11 now.
Y'all need
I put him down in the audience. I'm sorry. We've got a one mic policy.
It's 2:05 p.m. Central Time. Some of y'all need to check your pill box. It might be time for the medication. Vinny, can you mute up while people are talking because we're getting feedback, please? Thank you. King, I'm going to show you the respect that you don't show me. Did you have a chance to land? Because I want you to have the chance to land before we move on to the next speaker.
I'm fine. I've landed. I just, want to reiterate again, people with murder in their heart, and there are plenty of them, and they're well armed, and they have bombs and more than guns, yes. Because, Timothy McVeigh, like, motherfuckers will bomb your shit, as they've done so many times in the past. I just don't fucking buy that people love this person who they did not know so much that we're even justifying or even trying to justify that it is reason enough to threaten other people's lives that are acting a fucking ass on the internet, as if this is not where assery lives, on fucking Twitter. Get out of here, y'all. Y'all are not use your fucking brains. I believe in us.
So I think it's ironic that you're slamming a social media platform while on a social media platform to share your views and insights.
That's
Quite ironic. But anyway, let's go to
the people and how they act.
Right.
Okay, we had a couple people come up on stage. Mr. Ans, would you like to comment?
Yeah, so I'm just eating food now. But yeah, it's like a two-way thing. Like in some countries, yeah, you got even governments censoring people to keep quiet. Yeah, to keep quiet. And when you see governments in some countries, yeah, censoring people to keep quiet, then I'm not saying that's an invitation, but that is sort of encouraging people. You know what? If government is punishing people for putting things online and imprison people or say things online, there's some individuals say, you know what? Well, the government is doing that. So I like I like certain person saying this or certain person saying that. You know what? I'm gonna silence him. So and again, I'm not saying it's a correlation between what the government's doing and what happened yesterday or today, whatever time it was. Yeah, but the bottom line is we're living in a world now where even government is silencing people, trying to silence people. So that's not. So in some respect, that's encouraging people to also silence other people.
Not in the UK, you know.
Yeah, I mean by force. Yeah, it's like silencing people by force. So it's like an invitation. So I know in the UK, right, even some person put some tweet out and the person got imprisoned, blah blah blah. So when you see governments doing that, willing to silence people quickly, and even, for example, I'll give example about silencing. There was an old guy, yeah, very old guy, pensioner, was 80 years old, yeah, and he there was a guy from some, I think he's an immigrant, apparently, yeah. So the guy was speaking to this old guy, and I think the old guy said to the guy, I don't understand, speak properly. Yeah, speak properly. Yeah? The police came. The police arrived. The police said to him, well, we've got reports that what you said could be a hate speech. Hate speech. Yeah? Right? right? So he said to the old man, well, what I said to the guy, to the old man explained to the police officer, what I said to the guy is that I couldn't understand what he's saying. I said to him, he said, speak clearly. That's it, speak clearly. Oh, that's English words, speak clearly. The police told him on camera that could be considered a hate speech. Considered a hate speech. So if you're saying, if someone is this is the UK government, well, the UK police is just.
Oh shit! What happened? Uh-oh. I don't know if I accidentally moved him because I clicked on his profile to add. But come back up, sir. That was a mistake.
This is what happens in the UK.
No, it was a mistake. You know I love British people. Bring him back up. Where did he go?
Where did he go? Maybe his phone died. Maybe.
Yeah, because I don't remember clicking on a button.
I don't see him.
His profile. Okay.
I don't see him down there.
Oh, well.
I hope he comes.
Need room for one bridge on the step.
Because I was going to tell him this is the first time, because I've raised this very point in a couple rooms where UK speakers have come in on various topics, and he's one of the rare voices to come in and actually admit there's a problem. I've been in spaces with folks from the UK who claim, no, the censorship is not happening. There's no such thing as groomer gangs. No one's being arrested for free speech and being Christian and praying. I was going to applaud him for actually coming on the stage and admitting what we're seeing here, reported here on social media and our media. So I hope he comes back in because I really appreciate it.
So you got halfway there, but wrong topic.
I can tell you now that I've definitely had a conversation where I've gone, sorry, I don't understand you. Yeah, I've done that because I'm just telling the truth. I don't understand them because they're obviously heavily accented in their speaking of English. Well, I'm not worried about saying that. I'm not worried about the fact that I'm going to get the police turning up for a sort of hate crime, racist related. I'm not. No, I'm just telling the truth. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm not saying that. But in the country I live in, yeah, if I can't understand someone because of their heavily accented English, I can tell them, and I'm not afraid of doing that because it's not hate, it's just the reality. Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
I don't understand.
Yeah, so from my point of view, that is, you can make individual instances more significant, as they are. They shouldn't happen. The police, if that's true, that shouldn't happen. The police should just be a bit reasonable and go, okay, well, he didn't understand him, and all he was saying is, can you speak more clearly? So, hey, come on. This is part of the problem of the world we live in. Let's just be reasonable about it. He's not being racist. He's not a hate crime. He's just saying that I can't understand what you're saying.
All this American English is so difficult to comprehend.
What, sorry?
All of this American English, it's very difficult to follow.
Well, I know. Hey, but we try our best. But I don't want to make a big drama out of it because I don't think it's the truth of the reality of the situation. Okay, we do have grooming gangs as a problem. That is a Pakistani Muslim problem in the UK and has been, and it's been very badly handled because of political correctness. So, we're not allowed to point the finger at this happening. Well, that was bad mistake, terrible, for the victims. But now we've realised that that's political correctness gone bonkers. So we do have instances where political correctness, and if that's the right way of describing it, it's gone too far. But I think there's now a rebound on that. So hey.
I mean, it gives you a perspective from where you at. I mean, if you haven't seen the attacks on free speech that we've seen, God bless the UK. You know what I mean? I hope it stay like that. But We fighting for it over here.
That's what's so concerning about Charlie Kirk.
No, Mr. Ans is back too.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened. I was talking then. I didn't hear anything. Did you hear my speech?
We did.
We heard most of it, yes.
I had clicked on your profile because I was going to add you because I really appreciated what you were saying. And I don't know if I accidentally removed you from the room.
You didn't. He wouldn't have been able to get back in if you had.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was speaking, then I thought I caused a storm. It went silent.
It's like mic drop. Go ahead, King, because I was going to do a slight diversion because Anne's got a song that just came out that she wanted to play, but go ahead and get your comment out.
No, I just wanted to Jason to expound on how we're fighting for the First Amendment in this country. Like, what are the examples?
So I'll give you one. COVID 2020 election. Anything anti-democrat scrubbed off the internet. Couldn't even say it. Some of these stories you found out was true years later. But at the time, you couldn't say it. They was going to block it, put a big fake fact check on it, or delete it altogether. And they went to Congress talking to the owners of Google, Twitter, Facebook to talk about what you're able to say on the internet. And that's just one instance.
And they cited scientists, actual scientists.
So does the First Amendment, I thought, was a protection against government oppression or government, like the state actors cannot move on you because of the things that you say, whether they're political in nature or not, right? We're talking about the actions of the state.
And the actions of the state suppressing ideas. Yeah, the actions of the state suppressing ideas on social media is a direct violation of that.
That is even election interference in a lot of ways, because if that information is not allowed to stay up for people to see and it was actually true, that's actually cheating an election, if you want to take it that far.
Censorship over media, which has been the status quo for the airwaves since forever. Censorship over media versus state sanction or state consequences imposed, like jail time, like loss of your job, like all of the, like these types of things.
Censorship.
This is what we're fighting against in America, Simon.
Censorship over media. Hold on a minute. Censorship over media is something that the media companies have the ability to control at their own discretion. But per Mark Zuckerberg in his congressional hearings, he was actually directed and advised by the government which things were allowed to stand as fact and which things were allowed to stand as misinformation that weren't actually misinformation, and that is the violation.
But the fact, you just spoke. Let me say this real quick. You just went. Let me say this real quick. No, you just went. Can I please go real quick? I'm not going to be that long. This is a violation, and the fight, I'm glad that this happened. The fight that this is, because this is the fight that I'm talking about. We are having to say, wait a minute, that don't seem right. I should be able to do that. I should be able to say that. And you have people in America, your next door neighbor, that will tell you to your face that no, that's not a violation of your speech. No, that's fine for them to do. And that's what I'm saying basically is the fight.
I just want to add to serendipity what she said about like social medias and Zuckerberg is they are using the public platform to say they're not a news agency. And when they were starting to throttle people, that's where the discrepancy came up with freedom of speech, as it was a pseudo public, even though it was his Facebook platform or Twitter or whatever.
And what was the consequence? Was he threatened with some type of consequence, like a state reprimand? Or do we?
That's not the only way you can violate free speech, though. Why are you kind of pigeonholing it to that? Like, as long as you don't get thrown in jail, your free speech wasn't violated.
He was threatened with losing his
everything in the Constitution is in relation to the state and how the state governs over its people. So you couldn't criticize the king, or else you would be hanged.
But they criticize Trump every day. Nobody gets censored for that.
That's because
He is the king.
First Amendment right. This is what I'm talking about.
But it wasn't.
You have the right to criticize political apparatus. You have the right to criticize the state, and the state doesn't have the right to issue any type of sanctions on you. A private company definitely has a right on how information is disseminated.
The government sanctioned private company?
Facebook is private. It's not government sanctioned.
They had government. What did you just say? What's your name? Attack serendipity.
Yeah.
Can you say it again? Because you're gonna say it better than me. What happened?
Yes, based on Zuckerberg's testimony to the House Judiciary Committee, he indicated that the Biden administration, including many officials from the White House, repeatedly pressured his teams for months to censor COVID content and 2020 election content, the Hunter Biden laptop story content. It was deemed to be weaponization of the federal government against the First Amendment. So, yeah, the problem, censorship's X, Facebook, Meta, like, they all have the ability as private companies to create whatever censorship quota that they want. But when the federal government applies direct pressure on what stories can and should be allowed to stand and versus removed for misinformation, that is a direct violation of the First Amendment right. Because that wasn't the company's decision. That was applied pressure from the federal government. That you don't see that distinction. There is a very definitive distinction. That's why there was a judicial committee set up in the first place.
Right. Then again, that's the fight. You have people in government, and like I said, your next door neighbor that will sit in your face and tell you that ain't no violation. So I hope y'all can see.
I have something to say in the chat. Is a link to X post that AI is looking for information regarding this suspect. This is when it's not cancel culture. This is when it's pursuit of justice.
Okay, can I play this song?
Yes, Anne, go ahead. I think now would be a good time.
Yeah.
You want to give a little background on this?
Yeah, so Tom McDonald just posted a song called Charlie. It's 2 minutes. I thought it was pretty good. Let's see, I'm going to change my audio quality. All right.
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous. Woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we go scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love. A good man tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us. The system is failing us. We're good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to God when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, well, make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up. I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love. A good man tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us. The system is failing us. We're good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's hearing us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, we heard it.
Okay. Did you like it? I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a little polarizing, but I mean, I appreciate the sentiments. I know it's hard to take the left, right out of it, but we didn't hear Tom McDonald make a song about Melissa Hortman. You know? Who? And Melissa Hortman, the Democratic senator that was killed by a right-winger just a couple months ago, her and her husband. So
is it advisable? Is it advisable that if you are a political figure and you know you're making controversial statements or statements that doesn't cause a lot of deep hurt feelings, should America provide personal security for that person in general?
he had security, a lot of it.
No, personal security.
He had personal security.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had personal security.
Wait, Deputy, are you reading what this Benjamin man is saying in the chat?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Christian Kirk got what he deserved. Every other racist must get the same outcome.
Yeah, no. Goodbye, Benjamin.
It's a situation in life, yeah. Life is changing, and even in France, when a media director or media manager, I can't remember what job title he was, and he posted our cartoon Mohammed, yeah, and then he live in France, he's got freedom of speech, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? And that was a death sentence. So they came for him,
The Matrix.
and they killed him,
and
other people. You understand? So it's.
Are you talking about Charlie Hebdo?
Huh?
Bert, I want to shout out to Bert real quick. I never said this was a free speech space. I also made it very clear at the beginning of this room that I wasn't going to tolerate the Charlie hate. So yeah, I mean, if you don't like it, you're welcome to hit the leave quietly button at the top right-hand corner. This isn't a free speech space. This is a space curated by us, and the topic will go the way we want it to go. So yeah, hit the road.
The problem is these dirtbags, they mix up free speech with hate speech. And they think they're free to speak hate. That's the problem. But good for calling them out.
Yeah. Anybody that thinks you're getting free speech on Clubhouse, you're living in a delusional world because there's no such thing.
Yeah, you can Charlie Hebdo.
Hey, I said what happened to free speech, but I was talking about Charlie's free speech, not Clubhouse.
No, I know. I'm talking specifically to Bert.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking to Bert in the chat who's, you silenced the man who wanted to come in here with his Charlie hate and post ugly, despicable things talking about how every race deserves the same fate. Yeah, like, I want to see it. I want to hear it. And guess what? Top left, I don't have to.
I think he was.
But you can go start your own free speech space. And if you'd like, you can even leave a link in the chat to it. That way, anybody that feels the same way as you, they can follow you right on over there.
He was just trying to get a reaction, in my view.
Of course, he needs attention. He always needs attention.
But I like to give people attention because sometimes they need a little pat on the head.
Especially narcissists.
Like to.
I like to give BB attention too.
I like BB.
Free speech is my PTR. That's free speech. I didn't even have to say that.
Real Housewives.
The thing is,
BB.
with free speech comes responsibility, and that's what is usually massively missing. You know, it's when I talk about responsibility
and discipline,
it can be, and I'm not lying.
Responsibility not to murder.
You know, but obviously in the world that we live in, that is a big problem, isn't it? It's like nobody takes responsibility for lying and bullshit and everything, and so therefore it damages free speech.
Perhaps the words respect rather than responsibility, which is more associated with rights.
Well, okay, all right, I'm happy with that. No problem with
We agree. It's good news.
Well, is that a first?
Well, you know, the quiet late at night, you know, sometimes that.
Cool, man.
Can I bring up kind of on this?
Sure.
One thing it just definitely annoys the shit out of me is whenever there's any type of assassination, whether it was the Nancy Pelosi's husband getting attacked, the Minnesota lawmakers getting assassinated, whoever it is, the bullshit conspiracy theories that come out right after people just spewing shit, and it does so much harm, I believe. Like, I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi at all, but to call out and saying, oh, it was, when her husband got attacked, oh, it was a boyfriend, and this was mainstream media was pulling this shit. And I'm sure the same thing is happening right now with the Charlie Kirk stuff. I haven't been watching the media that much, but I'm sure there's some bullshit conspiracy theories going out. But that shit just annoys the crap out of me. And I guess I'm just triggered by people that just lie. And it just does so much harm when there is wine that goes on when there's a tragedy like this. Because, yeah, I'm not a fan of Charlie Kirk at all. But, I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi's husband. But just the lies that happen whenever a shooting comes out, or a tragedy, or an attack, it's sad. It's despicable.
Yeah.
And it's toxic. And I support free speech 100%. Like, I mean, if someone's walking down the street with a swastika flag, they should be legally allowed to do it. Now, if they get punched, I'm not going to feel that much empathy for them. But I think there's a difference of legality, but also, well, I guess there is, defamation too. I think there, where it can be defamatory too. So I think that does cross the line to legality.
But if they're walking on the street with a flag of dead babies, would you support that?
What does that look like?
Dead. I mean, you mean a picture?
Green and red and black.
Can you elaborate on that question?
If they were walking down the street with a flag, a picture of dead babies, would you support that as free speech?
That is free speech, and people do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where the responsibility comes in hand. Where you should be responsible and disciplined, and like walking down the street with a swastika flag. That's first of all, that's disrespectful, and you're not being responsible, and you don't have discipline, and I think that's hate speech, because we all know what the swastika represents. And the same if you were walking down the street with a flag of dead babies.
I agree, it's irresponsible. Like, immoral in my mind. But at the same time, if we have laws that say certain things, like this current administration, there were laws in place, I'd be scared deathly. I want to be able to say fuck off Donald Trump. I want to say Donald Trump's a piece of shit. I want to be able to say that. And at the same time, is if there were laws against other people doing things that I disagree with, like swastika flags, it'd be so easy for this current administration to put me in jail for saying Donald Trump's a fucking piece of shit.
No, but where's the fine line though? There's a huge difference between Donald Trump's a fuck off as opposed to walking up like. I think that's the problem. People aren't recognizing the difference.
It's causing people to kill an entire, minority of people.
There is no fine line. Free speech is free speech.
Individuals don't adjudicate free speech. Individuals will punch you in your fucking face if you would say hello the wrong way.
See in your neck.
Again, we're talking about the state. Because there are many places still in this world where the state will have you.
Who is that unmuted that said I'll shoot you in your neck? Who said that?
Khashoggi. People get murdered for their political stances all the time, still in other countries. That's how freedom of speech is applied in the United States. The state can't order your assassination because of your political view.
Nor can other people, though. It is also the tyranny of the majority you have to be wary of as well, and I think it protects against that, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not American, but I thought it's not just simply the state against...
If you commit crime, if you harm people, then you're you have to face criminal justice.
I'm talking about freedom of speech.
But if you're in an establishment and it's your establishment and someone comes in and they're yelling craziness, you have the right to ask them to leave. Like if I had a restaurant, somebody wanted to come in to my establishment with a fucking Nazi flag or a flag of dead babies, I have the right to tell them to get the fuck out of my place of business.
But that's not freedom of speech. That's incitement of violence, and it's also disruption. So it's not like them having to sit down and sort of, espousing a view, is it? It's them inciting violence.
What about if the views? What if the views?
Yeah, that's disturbing the peace in a public space.
What if your views are incitement to violence?
Well, then they would be illegal.
Absolutely not. You can't make people's views illegal.
Well, that's how it is. That's the law.
How can you even enforce something like that? Like
that's how it's done.
But to that point,
people can ask you to leave, or you can leave. Again, this is not. Individuals. We're not in charge. This is like somebody stupid in the downstairs in the audience talking about, well, you kick me off the stage. That's a freedom of speech. How about freedom of speech? And I thought this was a free speech zone and all of this other crap. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. If you're disruptive, if you come into a space and you're disruptive, or you say things that are inflammatory, people can ask you to fucking leave.
Right.
They can anyway. It's their house.
Association.
I'm a contextual free speech person. I believe that context matters. For example,
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem with it being illegal to shout fire in the middle of a movie theater. Okay, I understand why that would be a terrible idea. So I believe that context matters. The one thing I wanted to say though is I don't think ideologies in and of themselves advocate to incite violence. There are a lot of bad ideologies, but the fact that they exist is not, that's not what incites people. What incites people is calls to action. And that's where you walk that very fine line of, is this freedom of speech or is this hate speech, and you're trying to incite some form of negative action. I think there's a distinction there. Yeah, there's a distinction there though, because people can have wackadoo crazy ideas all day long. Clearly we have Nazis, we have white supremacists, people can have wackadoo ideologies all day long, and that's part of what, unfortunately, that free speech protection allows for. Even in BB's example of somebody walking down a street with a flag with a picture of dead babies on it. It's horrific. I am definitely judging you.
And if it specifies the baby that you're meant to kill, then it's not localized enough.
It's wholly inappropriate, you know.
Can we don't say anything about the dead animals that are vegans? You know, the pictures that they put out.
Not localized.
I mean, you know, there's that too. Like I said, they have. I feel like if within the confines of the right contextuality, like they have the right to do that, and I can hate it, I can abhor it, but that right is protected. And so, if my right to be Christian, to be conservative, to be whatever I choose to be, if my rights are protected, then I have to, unfortunately, understand that theirs are as well.
No, but yours is a quiet kind of way of being, isn't it? It's not disrupting anyone, so it's fine. It's quiet.
I don't understand how people don't understand that hate, like love speech, all happy feeling speech doesn't need to be protected. The whole point of protecting any type of speech was to protect hate speech, and to because like other speech doesn't even need to be protected. And what you consider hate speech to another person is speech. Hold on, let me can I finish without being interrupted? Yes. It's like, do I need to ask you, can I like?
She's incapable. You gotta bear with her. She's incapable of not interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the nonsense for me. But go ahead.
I mean, y'all just move it down.
She's on this holier. She wears this holier than thou armor, where her opinion is the only opinion that matters, and everyone else is just, you know, goofy. But anyway.
So yeah, like what you might consider me to have hate speech might be freedom speech from my point of view. So that's the thin line that you don't want to cross. Because one man's hate speech is another man's freedom speech.
One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Same concept.
Correct. And that's why I say the ideologies need to stand. Like, you need to let people espouse stupid shit. Number one, so you know who the stupid people are. But for me, the difference.
People are the one that resort to violence. Those are the stupid people that can't handle like different things.
Exactly. It represents.
They'll call you names. They'll shout you down. They'll threaten you to kill you. These are the lower IQ people that can't win a debate. Like, the point of him going out to the campuses, right, was to provide insight. And a lot of people, they're just closed-minded. They're not trying to get a difference of opinion. They're not trying to get a different perspective. They want to live in their bubble, right? And when you intrude on their bubble, they feel like they're losing power, right? Like, this is all about power. I want to feel in control of my delusion. No matter how unreal it is, you have no right to come in with truth and reality and try to have me see life for what it really is. This is what people think. This is why, even on the app, right, you get shouted down, you get thrown out of the rooms when you have people are weak. In 2025, most people walking around, and this is why I'm grateful for being a strong-minded individual, right? Because nothing that nobody says is going to make me doubt myself. Nobody's going to make me feel bad about myself, call me names. None of that shit is going to work. You're weak, I'm strong. Like, this is a line drawn in the sand. Going forward, right? It's going to be strong, brave people that can handle the truth, and weak motherfuckers who are going to not be able to handle the truth, and they're going to teach that same shit to their kids. That's what the fuck is going to happen. Period.
Well, I agree with you, but to a point. Because the reality is, we've all got freedom of thought, right? So a guy walks down my street with a flag of dead babies, I'm just going to go, yeah. It's not going to trigger me into some kind of like, you know, it's illegal.
Well, if it's your baby.
Yeah, correct. Freedom of speech is including hate speech and fucked up speech. Freedom of speech, you don't really pick and choose.
Right. This is correct. But no, police were not involved. These issues that we're talking about are not freedom of speech issues. This is not an issue of the state. This is an issue of individuals and individuals with guns not have all of their marbles, maybe, or maybe have other ulterior motives, like all of the revenge people are talking about, right? Like these are not freedom of speech issues.
Wait, no, we're talking about. I thought we were talking about somebody getting killed because of their freedom of speech.
Yeah, you had a mentally unwell person who did not like the things that he heard coming from another individual, and because of either that mental illness, because of his insecurity in his own ideologies and his own ideals and values, because of a plethora of other things, he felt compelled to go and end a life and make a statement.
Well, we don't know if he's mentally ill, though. We don't know.
That's it, mentally ill.
You gotta be mentally ill to kill somebody because of something they said.
No, not necessarily. I don't agree with that statement.
Literally, bro. This nation is not for you. You need to go to another.
One second. We were just exclusive.
Very important thing about that story. That dude was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He was hearing voices. See, the failure is the fact that we have these people roaming the streets.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Like the Ukrainian lady who got killed on the bus. Like, because they were saying that she said something, yada yada yada. At the end of the day, people that are diagnosed with schizophrenia, that's a real disease. They hear voices. Voices tell them to do shit. When they even interviewed the guy, he was talking in third persons. He was talking about himself from himself, as if he wasn't himself. Like,
I'm not sure what that's got to do with this shooter being mentally ill.
And do you say that you should lock up all the schizophrenics? I mean,
that would be impossible.
Well, that's also a racist hate crime. A lot of leftists are pushing these ideologies against anti-white hatred. And that's caused this guy to just randomly kill a white girl for no reason.
But it's not just white people who are schizophrenic, is it?
No, it's the black guy who killed a white girl.
That guy was the black guy, bro.
That's why I brought that up. I thought that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, we're talking about people getting triggered and wanting to kill somebody because of something they said online or out in public. Again, like, this country is the First Amendment. That is the reason why they have it as a First Amendment, right? Hate speech is freedom of speech. As much as I hate the KKK, they have a right to express their hatred, so long as they're not hurting people, right, physically. They have a right to an opinion. I live in the same country as them. We're all in agreement. You get to say that you hate black people, right? I get to say that I hate ravioli, right? Or whatever the fuck I hate. And you can't. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the agreement.
Hitman. Hey, Asian, one sec here. With that argument put there, fair enough here. But the problem you're having, is that if the KKK say something, and he's got a right to say something, they might not carry the act, but someone else will carry the act. That's the issue here. So
no, but we're not talking about carrying out acts. We're talking about speech. Let's stick to speech. No action. No action whatsoever. Just speech.
No, you missed the point. No, sorry. You mentioned KKK. What I'm trying to say to you, you say KKK can say what they want. Yeah. Okay. They can say what they want, but they won't carry the action out what they're saying. Yeah, they say
exactly. But the same thing with this Charlie Kirk stuff.
You get the right to say whatever the fuck you want, bro. This is what my argument.
I dispute that. So I'm not disputing that. Trying to reduce swearing. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm trying to say to your action,
you just try to control my speech.
Your views fine. You won't carry the violence, but your words will encourage other people to carry violence.
So what?
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. My speech is my speech. If I don't like ravioli, and then somebody wants to go shoot up a damn ravioli restaurant, what the fuck? I can't say because see, the thing is, the people who built this country, right, the America, were free. They understood the importance of coexistence. They formed two parties. They put number one priority, freedom of speech. They knew what they were doing. They were studiers of human nature. Without freedom of speech, everything falls apart. For this reason, they added the Second Amendment as the very Second Amendment to protect. I dare you to come stop me from saying what I want to say. The Second Amendment.
And if you don't want freedom of speech, hold on. If you don't want freedom of speech, the first thing that's going to happen is every leftist, period, any kind of left ideology, slightly, is going to be banned completely. You will go to jail for talking in America, because currently the administration is Republican. And honestly, I don't think any left Democrats ever going to win again for a long time.
Well, yes, it's true. I mean, just go back in history about 10 or 20 years, and the lack of freedom of speech was definitely being espoused from the right.
So I don't think
left,
you really
left
want.
or right, brother. Left or right is wrong. Censorship is wrong. Whether whoever, no, like you have a right to say that you don't like something.
But exactly.
What the fuck, like.
Moderators, I would like to get in the queue, please. As soon as I
All right, Bryant, you can go ahead and go. The floor is yours.
I just want to say hey to everybody in the room. I right now, I can't believe what's going on, and it hurts because Charlie Kirk was a really good dude, and for him to get brutally murdered like that in front of everybody, and for you people to like laugh about what happened to this guy. This guy had a beautiful family. This guy wasn't aggressive. He wasn't violent or anything like that. You might disagree with a couple things he said. That doesn't mean that when somebody dies, you guys just... most people didn't even know about this guy until he got killed. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And a lot of people really show their true colors. And they showed exactly who they are. Animals. I just keep my prayers out for them because I'm almost tearing up right now. It was a horrible thing what I see, man. This world is crazy.
Yeah, R.I.P. to Charlie Kirk, man. And what I'm saying is, without freedom of speech, that same human nature that we see show up when somebody gets killed like that, it's gonna always surface, right? Like you must have freedom of speech, man. Hate speech is free. I'm black as shit. A white man has the right to say that he doesn't like me because I'm black, man. He has that right. This is right, bro. Like, what the fuck is hard to understand about that? I mean, it's very simple. I have the right to say if I don't like something.
On that note, then,
you doesn't deserve to die for that, bro.
No, but okay. Let me come as hypocritical. Let me challenge on that point, yeah. If you're saying to me that a white person has the right to say I like you because it's got skin, that mean if we talk true freedom of speech, true freedom of speech, that anyone can say the N-word. Anyone can say the N-word.
Yes.
If you say N-word because
they can. Yes.
Please, can we have one mic on the speaker? Y'all stop interrupting whoever's speaking.
No, he asked the question.
And we heard you say yes multiple times. We got it the first time. We got it.
He could have a speech impediment and stutter.
That's true. You're right. My bad.
I could be full-blown retarded or some shit.
You're
but yes,
so right. I apologize. I have to take...
What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up? I'm good, the Haitian. We're all good.
But yeah, I guess he was trying to make me go behind the wall and say, no, he can't say the N-word. Listen, brother, freedom of speech has no fucking restrictions. It's freedom of speech, bro. Now there's consequences.
He wasn't espousing that racism.
Yeah, he can say, listen. He can say fuck my mother. He can say whatever. Listen. If I decide to kill him because he, no. But what I'm saying is, if he says that fuck my mother, and I kill him because he said that, I go to jail.
Exactly.
There are laws in place. Exactly. Like this is a civilized society. This is not a savage. Like we're not in Haiti, okay? We're not in Haiti. Okay? You don't get to just to do whatever the fuck you want. But like freedom of speech, there are consequences with freedom of speech, but it should not be that is reinforced by the law. The law is not going to suppress you or fuck over you because you have freedom. That's not the way this shit works.
Hold on, no. Yes, hold on. No. I'll come back on that. Sorry, I do apologize. I'll come back on that, yeah. Law do come into it. For example, Andrew Tate said, yeah, that women are properties, yeah. And what happened? It was Andrew Tate was accused of encouraging young people to take advantage of young women. Young people.
No, he got charged with sex trafficking, man.
Yeah,
that's an action.
Different
That's an action, though. That has nothing to do with speech. That's an action.
Yes,
That's
that
an
was a very
action,
specific
brother.
thing.
You got to know the difference between acting on something and just saying something, bro.
No, but he got ridiculed. Yeah. He got ridiculed in media of his views on women. Ridiculed me. And it's freedom of speech.
So what?
And people say disagree with me. Yeah, I mean,
It's not in the legal framework.
Come again?
It's not in the legal framework. I mean, he was definitely accused by the Church of Public Opinion, but he wasn't actually vilified legally.
Exactly. Now, one could argue that you can pursue something civilly and say mental anguish because of this person's bullying. You know that we can argue that, but it still doesn't deprive him of the right to have to say what he want to say. Like there's consequences behind saying like wild shit, but in the civilized society, it's not going to be reinforced by the Constitution of the United States of America. It's not going to be reinforced.
The other thing here is just freedom. But I don't think that Charlie Kirk actually was that extreme either. I'm not sure that he was that racist. I didn't hear him say anything racist.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say. He spoke a lot of things that people think but didn't want to say. You know, because being
like a crowd.
He wasn't killed by the state. He was killed by some individual.
Well, that's
so
right then.
This is not a freedom of speech issue.
Why do you say that?
Because the state did not kill Charlie Kirk.
Freedom of speech extends beyond just the government. Like you could say, like I could get on this app and say, man, you know, it's not a good day today. What are you gonna send police to my house and kick in my door because I said today's not a good day?
What the hell are you?
What the fuck? Like no, that's freedom. Of course you don't. That's what I'm saying. Like you don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about, so you can't. You're not equipped to have a discussion about freedom of speech if you don't know what the fuck.
Okay, guys. Up until this point, like I've tried to just occasionally reiterate one mic and let's not interrupt each other. Let's have a discussion. I'm just putting it out there. I'm going to start watching the stage as you guys speak. We're going to nicely pass the mic from one to the other and allow people to complete their thoughts. If you come off mute when somebody is in the middle of talking, you're going to get gooed until they're done. So I'm just giving you a warning now. One at a time, please, so that we can hear what all of you lovely people have to say.
Good luck, King. Good luck, King.
Somebody just said that they never heard Charlie Kirk say any racist shit. Like, he does the dog whistling. Like, I agree with a lot of stuff Charlie Kirk said, but he does do the dog whistling. For example, saying stuff like, if he noticed the pilot is black, then he's concerned, right? That's a dog whistle. When the reality is this, every commercial aviation accident in America was done by a white male pilot. So why when you see a black pilot, you have to question their ability and if they're a DEI hire? When again, every last aviation accident in this country was done by a white male. That's a clear dog whistle when he says stuff like that.
Yeah, but he also said if we didn't have DEI, then we wouldn't have to think that way. That was his whole point. He was using it as an example.
Yeah, exactly. And I've gotten jobs because I was black, man. I've gotten jobs plenty of times where I wasn't the best. I did meet the qualifications, right? But they needed to, show equal opportunity employment for like, you know, the diversity shit. I check off the box, man, and I fit in. I'm good enough, to fulfill the quota of having a black guy on the workforce, right? And also I meet the requirements.
He wasn't qualified.
No, I was qualified. That's what I'm telling you. But at the end,
right there.
But at the end, what was working in my favor was the fact that I was black and qualified. So I got it over because I was literally told by a hiring. Yeah, I was literally told I'm gonna hire you because you're black. Straight up. Like literally, I was told that.
Sue the fuck out of them for saying some shit.
Who's gonna sue them? I needed a job. The white candidate that I got to.
So notice how Serendipity said if anybody interrupts the speaker, she's gonna start moving people down. And some of the voices that we actually appreciate on the stage and want to hear from keep interrupting. So what are we supposed to do? We don't want to have everybody on the stage who shares the same ideologies and talking points. We want to have diverse voices. And some of you all have very strong voices that I certainly appreciate. And I don't want serendipity to move anybody. I certainly don't want to move anybody. So why can't we just respect the mod's wishes and let one speaker get done, and then y'all can respond? Why is this so challenging?
Yeah, I appreciate you. I just want to finish saying what I'm saying. If we know that white people and other groups of people can get preferential treatment for employment, then why is it far-fetched that I, as a black man, would be able to get the same thing under the right circumstances? Like, this is a real thing. Like, those quotas, those equal, the EEOC, they look at diversity. If you're hiring nothing but white people, they're gonna look into that. Why don't you have a black person here? Okay, this guy's a black guy. He fits the qualifications. Let's hire him over the. You see what I'm saying? That's a real thing that happens all the time.
Question. So do you think with that attitude that you're not really dealing with the root cause? Because okay, you know what? Oh, we're forced to do this, so we're gonna employ somebody of color into organization, but you don't deal with the root cause. I mean, because why should we need to come to a state, reach a point where we have to force do something against our will? So I'll just say to you, the bottom line is it is discrimination at the bottom. Yeah, the root cause is discrimination. Yeah, and so that's not going away. So what we're doing to cover it up, we like you said, the DI, where it's called, we're going to employ people of color to meet the numbers. But no, we need to have a society which is free, totally free. You understand? So it seems to me like this completely free, where you've got the elite at the top, and the elite at the top refuse to change. So therefore, to satisfy the people at the bottom and stop making them so angry, we have to put a quota in place. But no, what should happen, it should be no quota. Technically, it should be free. It should be totally free with no discrimination.
But see, the thing is, then the people at the top, they would never reach down and get, somebody like me that's coming from the bottom. So DEI is actually a pretty beneficial thing, right? It's pretty beneficial to somebody like me coming from the very bottom. It gives me an opportunity to rise, right? I'm not against DEI. Trust me, I have no problem getting a job because I'm black. Like, you know what I mean? but to act like it doesn't exist, yeah, the white people might be mad about it, right? But hey, listen, white people have been at the top for a very long time. And many white people, unless they are forced, they're not going to consider a black person like me. Honestly, they're going to count me out. They're not really going to give me a chance without something like a DI. This is reality, man. I mean, we can think about what in a fairy tale land would be. Reality is reality. It is what it is.
Here's the situation when you have a disproportionate number of white people who want to be pilots, but you have the percentage different for, let's say, black applicants. So let's say this CEO of a major airline said, we are going to hire 50% minority, right? Code for black. Let's just say black. So then, let's say you have 85 people out of 100 who are white and 15 who are black. Okay, let's say the normal threshold is the top 10%. Okay, so you'll get what, 8.5, 8 or 9 white people, and you'll get what, about 1 or 2 black people. And so the rest of the people are below the standard. But when you arbitrarily move that line only for black people and say we're going to hire 50%, then what you're doing is you're dipping down below the line of competence. And you're saying that regardless of whether or not the black pilot is fully qualified, we're going to choose that person anyway. So that's where the fear comes in to say, if I see a black pilot, do I know? Maybe he was number 6 on that list out of 15. Maybe he was well below the threshold, but solely because of the reason of him having black skin or her having black skin, we're going to elevate that person to above the line. That's the concern. It's not racism. It's just pure statistics. It's just pure logic that you're dipping below the line based on an arbitrary factor other than competence.
Oh, now everybody gets quiet.
Right?
Is it quiet? Is it me? Oh, I thought I'll go up again.
Now everybody
It's
gets
because I'm in the
quiet.
shower. No, but
Mr. Mike, welcome to the stage.
Okay, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Anybody wants to speak? Because you've got a lot of people who want to speak. So I think the new people should speak now or hold your peace.
Just want to say what up to everybody. Thank you, Serendipity, Nye, Monica. Great to see you guys.
Hey, Marquise, it's good to see you.
And that logic applies to any industry, whether it's engineers, scientists, pilots, military. It's the notion of artificially moving the line of competence down for certain people. It's the whole reason that affirmative action was ruled against in colleges as a mechanism, primary mechanism for admission, because if you're bypassing more statistically qualified people, then fair, and that's not a meritocracy, and you're cheating or gaming the system.
Look, I do actually agree with your point generally, but you're actually, ironically, putting that artificial line of competence in there anyway. The top 10% are generally employed because that's how many jobs there are needed. It's not because only 10% are competent.
Isn't that the point when the CEO of that, I can't remember if it was United or Delta or American, whatever it was, but he came out and said, United, right? So he came out and said, we're going to hire X percent. I want to say 50%. It was years ago. I can't remember the exact number, but it would dip well below the line of normal qualification or competence. So it was clear, just statistically speaking, that there's no way you could say, oh, all of a sudden, now we have 50% of minorities who are all of a sudden competent, right? If that was the case, then the indicate that 50% of the people in that minority group were qualified, and they would be selected on merit.
There's a lot of pilots who are competent but aren't pilots.
Should like some companies operate a blind interview? Like example, you meet somebody and you talk to them behind the screen, like the singing competition called The Voice. I'm too sure you got the America, The Voice. Yeah, that is a blind. So therefore, you don't see a person's face until you hire them. Would that work?
Well, I think interviewing and selecting the right candidate is hard enough. So by handicapping or limiting my capacity to read that person in real time, their nonverbals, their tone, their responses that align, with their behavior, their along with their statistics, their vitals, is, I see the intent. You're saying try to make it as unbiased as possible, but I would rather have as transparent and clear at the standard.
Yes.
I would rather the standard be the standard, and people meet the standard. And if it happens to fall one way or another, then so be it. Earn it.
There is one really good example, actually. They had an orchestra whereby they used to always do blind testing. Oh, okay. But it's a very good example.
It doesn't translate into most contexts. It's been studied for years.
What do you
Marquis, did you want to say something? I thought I saw you come off mute. No?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, my mic's not messing up. I The question was originally for Miss Dawn. She was talking about race-owned businesses and like pretty much race-owned and operated businesses, and pretty much the question is, would you say that the same argument applies to businesses who use the statement of race-owned and operated for the sake of authenticity to the culture? Now, as far as what the gentleman earlier had mentioned, as far as him getting a job just because he was black, like literally they said, hey, we're hiring you because you're black, you could have sued the shit out of him, bro. You really could have. And just because you're in need of a job could not have held you back from that.
That would never happen in the UK. Someone will say that blatantly, we're hiring you because your skin color.
Bro, it didn't happen here, bro.
We have it as well.
Shocking. That's shocking.
Bro, he's lying, bro. That didn't happen here. You don't have to lie to make a point. We all know affirmative action exists, bro. You don't have to lie about it.
We call it positive discrimination.
And by the way, DEI
So-
and affirmative action are two different things.
So, to be honest, I don't think anyone should be discriminated upon. I believe that, and in my businesses, I hire based on merit, experience, all of those things. And that's it. Because it doesn't matter what your skin color is. If you have experience, gone to school, you do this, you know what you're doing, that's going to help me in my business.
Yeah, but here's the reality. Historically, in this country, too many well-qualified people, especially black people, didn't get the job because they wasn't white.
Right.
So these policies are a response to just how things have happened systematically in this country. You know, sometimes, here's what I need white people to understand. And I mean this with love. Don't complain about a fire that you started. Because at the end of the day, you started this fire.
So I understand what you're saying, DJ Fridays. I appreciate that. And you have to understand, I didn't start this fire. I don't hold that mindset, you know. And people in my family don't hold that mindset. So it's like, yeah, I'm looked at as if I do. You know what I mean?
I'd add white people ended the fire. White people in Britain in particular, in America, worked to put out the fire.
The problem you have in companies, society, yeah, you go. I never refer to skin color because people come from somewhere, and most people, what you call white in America, the Europeans, same African Americans, Africa. That's my view, yeah, right. But the bottom line is that things can change. Things can change, but the problem is people won't speak up. People know it. You've been in the boardroom. You know for a fact you're in a boardroom. It's either, say example, you're in a boardroom and you got directors, managers, blah blah blah, and it's 10 people in the boardroom. Yeah, and unless all of them are just that way inclined, they insist that we have to make it European look-alike only. Fair enough, yeah. But the people in boardrooms can speak up. They won't speak up because you know what? Because their job is on the line. Their promotion, they get good promotion, they get good bonuses. Because things can change, but people will not speak up at the top. That's the issue. They won't speak up. So it's an everlasting, rotten cycle we'll be getting for centuries and centuries. Unless it'll be another 100 or 200 years where people die off and you've got a new type of generation that say, you know what, enough is enough. But things can change, but people won't speak up.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was going to ask, do you call black people African? All black people African?
No. I said in Africa, America. I said America itself, America. I said because the bottom line, when it comes down to it, because there's a debate. No debate. I don't want to change the subject too much yet. But in America, it's European descent. Primarily, at the beginning, before they took over, is European descent and African American descent.
America is not a racist country.
Well,
It's measurably true.
Monica?
And if there is racist policies inscribed in law, you might find them in major urban cities that are run not by Republicans or conservatives. But we are talking about, well, I understood, and I can be corrected, Serendipity's mission for this room was seek first to understand and then be understood. And we are kind of far away from a different conversation.
You know,
And Monica, you've been so well behaved as well.
when y'all say these cities are democratically ran, that's halfway true, because a lot of Democratic cities sit in Republican states. And mayors are nothing but city managers. They don't really have power like people think to set policies in their cities. The state has the ultimate say-so in that state.
Then why do we see Republican-run cities, of which there are very few, more successful, and regardless of a red state or blue state environment, than the blue cities and the red states?
The Democrat-ran cities, the reason why they're shit, is because, they're not going to crack down on crime. They're not going to crack down on the things that you really need to crack down on, right? Like, it actually behooves them to keep it going, right? Because then they can say, hey, look, this city is shit. I need more funding. I need more money, because this shit, it's all a business, right? This shit is like literally an ongoing business where, you're never going to fix something that you're not going to be able to benefit from, right? So why fix it? It's kind of like the pharmaceuticals. Like, you got to keep the disease going. So you say, hey, look, I need more medication. I need more medicine. I need more prescription. So in that sense, it's, that's why the Democrat cities look the way that they do. Why would I if I'm a politician, why am I going to cut down on crime if I'm getting a whole lot of money because my city is a crime-filled city? You get what I'm saying?
You're describing basically a system of misincentives or a badly formed incentives, and that's not racist to describe it. It's just diagnosing of.
Yeah, and that's not actually the way that federal and state grants are given out. If you imagine it to be so, then that's your point. But the speaker before you
that's how it works. I need more funding. Like, I saw it happen out here in Miami.
No, more federal grants are given to cities that are.
Yeah, and it needs to be justifiable. It needs to be justifiable. You need to have justification. Why do you need so much money? I need more police officers. I need more money.
I get your point. It's simply not true. But that's not actually what I took the mic to correct. The speaker before said that states have the ultimate authority over cities. It depends on the state and it depends on the city, because different cities have different mayoral structures. Some are strong mayor systems, some are weak mayor systems. Some are run by the city manager, and some the mayor is essentially a monarch of that city. They have more power relative to their domain than, say, the president does over the United States. And actually, most big cities over, say, 500,000 people are based in the strong mayoral system.
That's not so. Okay, so
New York works all right, doesn't it? New York is a good example.
I'll give you an example. In Georgia, during the COVID lockdowns, the mayor, a Democratic mayor, Keisha Bottoms, she tried to issue lockdowns in the city of Atlanta. Tried to close restaurants, all of that stuff. The governor came out the next day and said, we won't be doing that. And I just signed an executive order, and he even set up a hotline to let all these little cities in Georgia know that if anybody is trying to enforce a lockdown in your little small town, call this number, and I will dispatch the police to go regulate, the Georgia State Patrol to go regulate. Because the governor, at the end of the day, vetoed that shit.
Yeah, I will grant that. Governors attempted to expand the power of the executive branch in their state significantly during the COVID era. In fact, the governor of Michigan, famously or infamously or memory hold, one of those, implemented all these emergency powers all across the state of Michigan, including clamping down on the right to travel even within the state. And she was actually struck down by the Supreme Court of Michigan, saying you don't have these emergency powers that you've given yourself. And then she simply flouted the Supreme Court's ruling and just continued to act as a tyrant herself. So it was an unprecedented era without a doubt, and I can't believe she's not held accountable to this day for it, and she's still looked at as a darling of her party, whatever. Anyway, I digress.
This shit is all a business, man. Even down to Charlie Kirk's, organization. It was also business. He said a few things that drove the business, right? Some of the things he knew, being the highly intelligent man that he was, he knew that some of those things would, incite the emotions of the people, right? Like he's trying to capture attention, and it really did work, right?
Yeah,
he's actually to me. But the trade-off is that you're gonna make enemies, right? Like that's the trade-off. Even if what he said was true, which a lot of things, to me, is pretty truthful. Even if what you say is true, you must remember that you're dealing with human beings. Like this is not the first political assassination we've undergone. They killed Abraham Lincoln, right? What the fuck? Like JFK, they blew his fucking brains out. Politics is a very dirty game, man. It actually brings out the worst in people.
In America.
You being highly intelligent, you should know this, right? Again, he's far more intelligent than I was, or that I am, right? And I can say that, right? Being an appreciator of intelligence, right? The dude was brilliant, but I think that looking back, we all can learn something from this. It's like you got to be more strategic when dealing with humans. You can't get too comfortable. But he was only 31, also in his defense, right? There was a lot of things that he hadn't really experienced and figured out yet.
You see, you guys are so rock and roll, right? Most successful democracies are run by boring people who are good at plumbing. Like they've got a good, grasp of economics. They're not got the rhetorical flair of Trump, which is really fun, but kind of a bit.
No, for sure. That's true. And even with Donald Trump, like, can we admit that he made politics exciting? Can we all admit that?
Yeah.
Whether you hate him or not. When he leaves, I don't think it's going to be as fun anymore. To be honest,
Biden. Can you imagine
the racist things? He's not going to be around to say the insightful thing. And again, this is marketing and this is all business, man. This is all a business. And when we recognize it as that, I think we become less emotionally invested in these things, right? Like if the shooter was to have understood that this, the guy's just running his business, I don't think he would have taken it personal. Like shooting somebody in the throat, just because something he said online or because he said something on the campus, that's taking it kind of personal,
Got a quick question, yeah. Right. I have a question, yeah. I've been following this Charlie Kirk. I'm aware of him, but I've been following him, yeah. And like someone said earlier, his personal guards, blah blah blah. And I know other people said, he said things like controversial, blah blah blah. People like and people dislike, yeah. So with all that in mind, and also what happened to Trump last year, and now he's at a rally, and knowing that he said things that is hurtful to some people, I'm wondering, obviously conspiracy theory talking, I'm wondering why didn't the authorities check the perimeters, knowing that what happened to Trump, and someone at a roof, blah blah blah.
I wonder why the authorities to say, you know what, let's look around and see if anyone can cause any harm to this individual. So I was wondering why did the authorities preempt that, you know what, we know what happened to Trump last year, blah blah, it's got a roof. So why did authorities
I asked the same question.
Because Charlie Kirk was responsible for his own security. And that needs to be looked into too. I can't imagine working for someone and my mistake caused his death. But that should be also looked at.
Well, if that's your job, though, I mean, that kind of goes with the territory, doesn't it? If you're a bodyguard.
Yeah, why aren't you checking the rooftops if that shit happened to Trump and it's going to be outside? Why wouldn't you have checked the rooftop? I think it was just mainly getting comfortable, you know, like overly comfortable, thinking, you know, nothing's going to happen. You know, nobody's going to shoot. Like, you know, we got this. This is Utah, you know, a lot of Mormons.
Democrats, they don't have guns.
Yeah, exactly. These Democrats don't own no goddamn guns. What the fuck are we talking about? So yeah, get comfortable, and then you know you get your brains blown out. You know that's what.
At the end of the day, if you go outside, dangers are lurking. If you make yourself a public figure and you're saying controversial things,
that's a fact, bro.
Danger is around the corner.
That's a fact. You know, I don't agree with you on much shit, but that shit is the fact.
Gosh, Haitian, can you let him speak?
My bad. It was getting good.
If y'all don't know him by now, once he starts talking, he will never stop until you kick him out the room.
He just apologized, so can you finish your comment?
But I'm just saying, like, brave men, like, come on, bro, you think when people decide to sell drugs, to be a drug dealer, to do all that, they know it's people that's going to be trying to kill them. That shit just come with being a man.
So I just went to Twitter just to refresh to see if there's any updates about the killing, et cetera, et cetera. And the first thing that comes down my timeline is very curious. Alex Jones. Never mind how we might feel individually about Alex Jones, but I find this interesting and worthy of deeper research. I just retweeted it, but here's what Alex Jones posted. It says, breaking intel. New York Times and LA Times reported on Charlie Kirk being shot on September 9th, the day before his assassination. Plus, Amazon Books had the shooting of Charlie Kirk posted one day before his murder. Eyewitnesses in Utah also revealed people in the crowd claimed they knew he was about to be killed. He ends the post by saying, was this a pre-planned, coordinated event designed to trigger a new American Civil War? You know?
Stereotypes are right.
Can I say something about that? Kind of what I was back a week before 9/11, then 9/11 happened. I swear, I remember.
That's true, man. That's just true. There's a coincidence, right?
Right's got to behave like the right.
I would triple check, you know, those so-called facts. Jones is notorious for exaggerating.
You know, I always hear people say
Screenshot
that.
the book, so it seems to be.
I always hear people say that, like, anyway, said blah blah blah, then Civil War, and people keep saying that a lot. Yeah, race war, Civil War in America and other European countries, but especially America. And I come to conclusion, yeah, and other people told me the same thing as well. Because I always hear it. Oh, people trying to start Civil War in America. I think I've
got to be there. You've got to be there. Sorry.
No. Sincerely believe America's come too far as a country. Come too far as a nation to be burnt down. I don't think people allow it. Majority of people allow it. There will be
bad things happen. I mean, that's a ridiculous position to take. You don't live there, and you kind of got an opinion about whether something's going to happen just because it's a nice country.
I'm sure people are saying that about Britain as well, and look at all the effects of the illegal immigration and the Sharia.
Exactly.
Movement.
It's come too far.
That's not what they're making. That's not the point they're making.
It's come too far. You tell me where the whole America in history, after the Civil War, the Revolution, that the whole country went into flames.
That's recent. I mean, it's not much older than your great grandfather.
But America has come too far to go back 100 years. They've come too far. They could pocket civil war in civil war in cities, but not in the whole nation become civil war. America's come too far.
Well, I don't think your wishes are going to stop, anything bad happening.
I bet you, okay. No, I bet you a penny it's not going to happen.
I don't think that we'll be able to.
That's gonna last forever. This is just our time. This is just our dynasty.
Of course. You're seeing the decline of it already. It's really scary, actually, because it represents. And I think you really do need to be there, Mister, because we can guess, but I think.
Decline and go where? Go where? 40% of Americans don't have a passport to travel. So I don't.
No, we've got to go there.
No, you can go there. But all the girls I've been to America myself. You know what I mean? And and there was an incident, but I've been told not to help certain people because I might get sued. But that's another story. Yeah, but what I see in America is come too far as a nation. Too far as a nation. I don't see it happening in my lifetime that America can go to civil war.
Well, did you see? Were you around in like the days of COVID? I can't remember if it was 2022 or 2020, but that was pretty rough. I mean, just looking at the footage, that did not look like a country harmonious.
Protesting. Are you talking about protesting?
Well, not protesting.
You're not saying thing.
Rioting.
Not saying thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Okay.
It was in multiple cities all across the US for weeks.
But it's not the whole nation. Not the whole nation. The people come too far. Well, okay, think about it. Where else are you going to go? All the people are rushing to Europe or UK or USA. You believe the people in America and the UK and other countries is going to allow the country to go civil war? It's not going to happen.
Well, they'll stop it then. They'll make a law against it. That'll be fine then. That'll solve it.
I guarantee you this. I'm not saying you'll be safe from not getting shot in America or violent. I'm not saying that at all. But as a nation, America's come too far and built so much things to go back 200 years. No way.
Did you hear about the Roman Empire by any chance?
You hear about history.
And the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire and... in fact, which isn't the American Empire. British Empire, your own empire isn't doing so great either, is it, at the moment?
Okay,
but they were imperial power and they stretched themselves too thin. It's a different situation. It's not like America's trying to conquer Ukraine or countries in Africa or
Iraq or anything. It's not like you're actually spending more on your debt repayments than you are on your military.
Yeah, economically we're headed in a dangerous path. That's true, but
generally doesn't spell good times for the military either, does it? If you haven't got any.
Well, I believe we are headed for some turmoil. I don't know when. I don't know what will be the flashpoint or the catalyst. I suspect that the Chinese will be involved when they suspect that we are economically, militarily, socially vulnerable. I think that's their goal. I think that's what they're working for. They're trying to do it through economics and poisoning our culture and our society with drugs and different things. But I think as long as we have people in government and society working to call it out and resist, I think it'll be okay.
Well, inflation is a huge contributor to the downfall of America, and they've gone as far as to consider certain things such as removing property taxes completely. Texas is looking into this, and they've been mentioning potentially Florida as well. So they recognize that the inflation and all of these things, right? These things are main contributors to the downfall of any large-scale civilization. Or like you guys mentioned, the Roman Empire, right? Like once you start getting a lot of people in one place, the demands become more, the resources become very scarce,
something's got to give, you know. So I don't think America's going to be around forever, but it'll probably be around for another good, 800 years.
Yeah, my lifetime, hopefully. That's how long I need it to be around.
Yeah, exactly.
50
The
years
Roman Empire was 1,200 years, by the way.
I said, quick question, Adrian. You mentioned, you said about, unless I always not America, you mentioned the property taxes and decline. How's it correlated that? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, no, so we have property taxes here in America to where even after you own your home from your mortgage, you still are obligated to pay, the government. Right? So so what they were talking about doing over in Texas was just removing that. The housing, you pay one-time tax, and that would be the end of it. It wouldn't be like something that you would have to, pay every single year. It wouldn't be annual. So that's something that would help preserve the country a little bit longer. Although again, I don't foresee America being around forever. Likely, everything will shift over to China, but we'll see changes in languages. Well, we won't see it; we'll be dead. But there'll be changes in languages, just like with the Roman Empire, there were,
Latin and
languages. Yeah, Latin became an extinct language, and you had French arise, and Portuguese, and Italian and Spanish.
Haitian.
Well, you get what I'm trying to say. Things will happen slowly but surely. Migration, right? You'll see larger. Well, we won't see it again. We'll be dead. But the people who will come after us will document the large migration from America to the African terrain. It's very likely going to happen, man.
The Haitian, I don't have much sympathy for Texans, though. I mean, you have 0% income tax. For goodness sake, you've got to pay something for, you do get some roads and a little bit of...
They don't pay state taxes, but they pay other taxes. I'm sorry. Wait. They don't pay federal taxes. What am I saying? They don't pay state taxes. It's the state taxes. It's the same thing in Florida. We don't pay state taxes for our property.
Florida, Tennessee, Idaho, there are I think about half a dozen states that have no state income tax, but they pay other taxes.
Yeah, so you're going to pay a little bit, right?
Yeah, we pay other taxes,
All pay taxes, right? Even the left, if they were, corners. But you've got to pay a little bit.
Well, again, it just needs to be implemented in in another way, like perhaps a car tax. Maybe that would be something more conducive to having society last a little bit longer.
But you don't drive, do you?
I do drive. But that would just have to be the trade-off. If you want to drive, you gotta pay the tax. I mean, I would much rather a car tax over a property tax. A car, that comes and goes, but your property, it's like
that just means
that's transgenerational.
But you've got to have some sort of, progressive taxation. If you've got a big house, then you're likely to have a big amount of wealth.
If we're going to insist on talking about taxes, then why not flat tax and be done with it? Like, why are you trying to tax Americans love our vehicles. There's a song called Route 66 because we love our cars. No, it's terrible. Like, the fact that nobody's pushing back against these bad ideas is frustrating me. But
it wouldn't be a bad idea. It wouldn't be a bad idea to prioritize a car tax over a property tax. Again, a car comes and goes, right? Like you're not going to be able to really hand down a car to your children. You can't get much out of just a car.
You pay car tax. Don't you?
No, we pay car insurances. You don't pay like a monthly or annual car tax.
We pay taxes for cars because they're considered luxury. Like, patient, what are you doing? Are you just talking to talk?
That's upon purchase, though. That's not something that's annual. I'm talking about like an annual tax for cars instead of houses.
Road tax.
Yeah, road tax. There you go. Yeah.
That's the same thing. It's not for being a pedestrian.
But if you don't have a car, you don't have to pay it.
The real issue.
It's not a bad idea.
Can we change the subject? Alright, do I know you?
I'm not sure. The real issue is what we do with taxes, like subsidies, having the government pick winners and losers in the economy, like Solyndra and other companies in the private sector. When the government gets involved with our using tax dollars with foreign aid as a means of corruption, like we've seen with USAID, different things around the world. That's the issue. The issue is not this tax or that tax. It's what happens with that money and the decisions that are made and tolerated by the people.
Can I say a controversial idea that I have? But
That's the stupid people. Is that what it is?
No, controversial. Yeah. We talk about young people offending, blah blah blah. Yeah, and I was at another party, and I was talking about how can we reduce crime and improve crime, and I said that everyone was against me. Yeah, but I still stood my ground. But actually, there were some American guys that saw my point, and he said to me that what you said, if it doesn't work, fine. If it doesn't work, we change it immediately. So with the jail systems and people committing crime and going in and out of jail, blah blah blah. Yeah, and I'm thinking now. I think we need to change. I think especially with young people behaving a certain way. So I'm thinking like if people like 16, it's just an idea before you shout me down. Idea. Someone from 16 to 24 live at home. Yeah, if that person committed crime and go to jail, the parent. Since a child is registered at that house, the parent should contribute to the state. Also, so while your son or daughter is in jail, you as a parent will need to contribute to that state. Because at the moment, when people get in jail, the state is paying for that person. I'm not too sure what's the amount. So someone in jail for 1 year, I'm not too sure it's $50,000 a year. I think in the UK it's around $45,000 a year just to hold someone in a prison cell. I'm not too sure what's the amount a year to hold someone in jail in America. But I think if we need to change and go forward, and it sounds unfair. It sounds unfair to punish parents. Yeah, but the bottom line is we need to change.
You should jail the innocent people. That's a much more stupid idea.
Can we talk about how free speech is at risk in the UK? Because we're watching and we're very concerned. I'm very
sensitive subject, Monica. My Facebook is very, very precious, and I've got to be very careful what I say.
Monica, they can't talk about it. They're being monitored. They might be arrested while they're talking on stage.
You might be extradited.
No, if we talk free speech, let me talk free speech, because Trump said something. This is what happened in the UK. This is what happened, yeah? And you talk freedom of speech. So I talk about censored, because Americans are different. America is considered more direct. With the British, UK, they're more indirect. Trying to have more empathy, yeah? Right, so what happened, yeah? Again, not going in detail, because obviously there's some people that believe children should exist, should be aborted, yeah? So what happened, there's a woman protesting and saying to the ladies, don't go to abortion, your child have the right to live, blah, blah, blah. So she was silent, said, you can't say anything, yeah? Okay, fair enough. And there was an injunction taken out against her to stay away from stay a certain amount of meters away from the abortion clinic, yeah, certain meters. So she stood away. What she did, she started praying silently. The police said, what are you doing? The police said to him, please ask the woman, what are you doing? No, over here, in the UK. I mean,
really?
She
I
said,
thought that happened in America.
No, I feel, and she was praying in silence. She was praying silently, and she got arrested. She said she mentioned no word, nothing. She got arrested. She got arrested. That means that, and the police asked, what are you doing? I'm praying silently. And she got arrested.
She should pray against being arrested. That would look good.
You know what I mean? So it shows how that, it's become ridiculous in the UK when you say certain things. I mean, it could be deemed, interpret, not actual. It's got the potential, deem, interpret to be hate speech.
The reality,
is there any chance that the British will pass something equivalent to the First Amendment as a constitutional amendment before it's too late? Is there a chance of that happening?
So do you think it might be beneficial to have some of us being quiet for a time, though? I mean, let's be honest. I don't know that the actual laws between the two countries are actually that much different. And you're just right, Alric. It's the constitutional First Amendment, which we do not have, which is, I don't know quite what the creep is right now, which is legal, rather than it's perhaps more soft institutional kind of direction to police, which are just doing non-crime events, which are basically the same thing as a crime. But I'm not sure what the legality is which has changed.
I'm wondering if there's a chance for an amendment to be passed at a national level, something strong and equivalent to our First Amendment.
It probably would have to have happened in the inception of the country. It's not going to happen now. It's already established.
But they don't have an amendment process or some kind of...
but freedom of speech, though, it's not one of those things that you could just amend like that. You know, it's like...
That's more like
That's a God-given right.
You are not patient. Back up.
I'm getting
Not
silent.
your country.
I'm getting silent. Hold on. I'm getting silent.
It's like dignity. It's a human right. Free speech. I must be able to talk.
The talking app, I mean, for God's sake.
Isn't it, right? You can't talk here. I don't know where you can talk. I'm trying to talk on Instagram. It ain't working.
I'm just saying, I think that's what is necessary to draw a line in, the legal sandbox, if you will, to say, here is some amendment or some law or something that is legally binding to give more clarity and definition and strength behind someone's ability to speak freely. It doesn't seem, it seems like it's open to arbitrary interpretation, which means might makes right, essentially.
Exactly, but I think also it's not in anybody's interest who would be a decision maker to put it through. I mean, it sounds like a big sort of headache from an administrative position, but also the government doesn't want it, do they? I mean, they're not acting like they want people to be free of speech. It's not in their interest.
What about Nigel Farage?
So what happened? What do you guys think of when the government fears the people, there is peace. When the people fear the government, there is tyranny.
Amazing, Monica. Amazing. This is why I love you so much. Coming out.
Not my quote. I don't get credit for it.
Shh, don't tell anyone. You'll be welcome here when the civil war over there, though. Don't worry. Got a little name for you.
I was gonna say, come over here. I missed you. You're doing well, Horatio?
Not really, I think, truthfully.
We could solve the first asylum seeker, that comedian, I forget his name, but didn't somebody within the last week claim asylum in America because he was being persecuted for making jokes about, I want to say, Islam?
The comedian?
That's amazing!
The comedian?
Was his name Horatio or something? Seems like it's a great precedent for me. Is it Milo?
No, it was, started with a B, I forget his name. Some comedian.
He wore a placard to the airport when they took 6 officers to arrest him.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
he was wearing one of those signs that had words on both sides, and he was, I think, trying to be provocative to make a point. I don't know the current status.
So he broke the law when he was just getting off the aeroplane. That's not a good start, is it?
Yeah, I think that was his intention.
he's a British citizen.
He got asylum for it. That's quite good, isn't it? It seems to work. It was really good at the southern border, actually. That used to be a really good winning strategy. It is actually very difficult to get to the US still, unless you are not going for the legal routes. I mean, it's quite an ironic situation. Same.
But I remember Trump said in the Builders Wall, so I'm sure that that's disappeared now, because I know that's one of his first election promise to build a wall, but it seems to me that's disappeared.
Some of the wall is in place, but all he had to do was do a few executive orders, and magically the influx of illegal aliens dried up. Not that it did a whole lot of good, since 20 million were allowed in under Biden's administration. It's a mess. And I do have some resentment for the people who are complaining about how we're getting rid of them when they had no words when they were coming in.
See, this difference between the US and the UK, yeah, you never ever find a journalist or a politician say these legal aliens. So Americans are comfortable. That's what we call freedom of speech, because that freedom, that was being said.
That's rubbish. That's rubbish.
No. You won't find no politician. No, you might find someone that. Nigel Farage, yeah, he's different. But I'm talking about the main political parties will never use any words like that to say these illegal aliens.
Yeah, not the exact wording, but I mean, we definitely have the conversation, and it's definitely being spoken about now. Douglas Murray.
No, you won't find any. You've got the main parties, Conservative Party and Labour Party in the UK, the two main ones. You won't find any of those politicians, be like Americans, on the Republic, say what they said, legal aliens.
But the leader of the Conservative Party, what's her name? Kemi Badenoch. She's talking about all the time.
No, not legal alien.
No, she might think Martians, but you know, it's the same thing. It's the same term.
Martian.
That's just a different language, lads. You know that's nothing to do with anything to do with being allowed to say or anything. Legal aliens, illegal immigrants, it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, no, but a politician saying that person that representative of America and that White House speech person, I don't know what it's called, whatever they call himself when they speak on behalf of the president. Yeah, she said that words. Yeah, we're gonna block these illegal aliens. It's kind of offensive.
She was so cool. What's her name? The woman. She was great. The Trump's one.
Yeah, but to label a human being as a legal alien, well, what are you doing? You actually devalue a human being, and you wonder why people take out people. Because when you got high-profile people categorizing people as aliens, as not human.
Yeah, exactly. I get what you're saying with that. Yeah, that's pretty wild, right?
It's not though, is it? Because they don't call anybody illegal aliens if they're actually there illegally. They only call sort of tourists that. And it's just,
but what he's saying is but what he's saying is that the label of calling another human being that's just like you and I an alien, so you know, it's a creature, you know, it's like it's a clever way to.
You would love the aliens over there now. UFOs and.
Come on, man. When we think of aliens, we think of extraterrestrials. We think of something extremely foreign to man. Like, come on, like what are we talking?
Yeah, but that's what it means. That's what it means.
It's not a nice. It's not a nice word to you to refer to your brethren.
The word alien means foreign, strange. But that's foreign to me. That's strange to me.
Yeah, but come on, man. Can we still recall that we're still all humans?
George Carlin, the comedian, talked about the dangers of soft language and is it hyperbole or no?
Yes,
another word.
It's a cacophonism, not a euphemism. A cacophony.
Yeah, I think a euphemism, though, might be even more accurate. And also, Michael Knowles, who my co-mod really likes, has a PragerU video called "He Who Controls the Words Controls the Culture." And the way we keep framing things as polite when they're not accurate.
Well, no, but it's only this language.
Respectability politics gone.
we still want to be considerate of our fellow man. Like we can't get so lost in the politics of things that we forget that we're all fucking human beings. Like at the end of the day, you just happen to have been born in a certain place. Come on,
aliens got nothing to do. We're not all Americans, though.
No, I get that. But I'm just saying, like, we can't just get like too lost in the identity of being Americans. We know that someone who is foreign can they can become naturalized and become an American, or they can have children and they become American. So I think that we don't need to like gatekeep the American identity so much. Like,
what are people who are naturalized American citizens called?
Gay or straight or black or white.
Ding ding.
White supremacists like you, Monica.
Yeah, exactly my point. Ding ding. So why were they ever referred to as aliens? That's what I'm saying. So they're all of a sudden not an alien anymore. Like an alien is an alien is an alien. You know what I mean? An alien doesn't turn from an alien to. But then again, an alien doesn't shift from an alien to a human. Like
look, there's a state. You need to have a state. If you haven't got somebody who is an American and somebody who is not, then you have no idea who should get benefits or who should be protected at the border or who should, all of these things are exceedingly important to the world, aren't they? I mean, being American or not, if everyone's American, then the world basically collapses.
Well, they used to call black people colored, right? Like
I would say,
quite frustrating. Better than alien.
Maybe one day we'll move away from just black people. Maybe they'll call us something else. But I'm just saying, like, we're constantly evolving. And they used to call transgenders transvestites. Y'all remember that?
For the record, gentlemen, for the record, I don't identify as black. I identify as a Time Lord. Just call me Dr. Who. Thank you. Black, Negro, or African American.
Ooh.
You got TARDIS. Can I come in? It's great.
Of
Big
course,
space.
absolutely. You can be my new companion.
You can be my moderator. Oh, great moderator of that TARDIS.
Wouldn't Nye make a great doctor? Nye would make an epic doctor. I would watch again Doctor Who if Nye was doctor.
And they have 3 doctors.
Don't know I'm obsessed with Doctor Who, but continue, Horatio. I didn't mean to derail the conversation. Go ahead.
Oh my God! Did you like Billy Piper and David Tennant?
David Tennant is my favorite. I actually got the chance to interview him some years ago. He's my favorite of all the doctors.
Yeah, me too. And I thought Billy Piper was actually really good as the right-hand woman. Whatever.
Yeah, and you know what? Lastly, I'll say this. A couple months ago, I got to interview the black doctor, the first black male doctor, Shakute Gatwa. I interviewed him.
You should share the link in the chat now.
It's the one. I didn't know. It's still on. I'm not sure.
Well, the second season, they rebranded the second season when BBC collaborated with Disney. I mean, for those who are fans, we know Doctor Who's been multiple seasons since the 60s, but the second season ended this spring, and it's still questionable if another season is coming back because BBC and Disney are fighting over the IP. So,
it's a strange collaboration. I wouldn't have seen that. I guess they're both similarly politically minded, but a giant in a state propped up book.
Yeah, they came with because here in America, Doctor Who aired on BBC America, and then BBC, UK BBC teamed with Disney to stream it. So it moved from BBC America to Disney to stream last season and the season that just ended. And so Disney now wants creative control going forward. According to reports, BBC is like, no, F you. And so the showrunners are like, maybe it's going to come back, maybe not. Maybe the Black Doctor will come back, maybe not. We don't know. So it's still up in the air because they're fighting. There's fighting behind.
So it's possibly the only thing that BBC makes money from. So they're really going to be quite protective about it. But it's popular in the US. Like, you guys seem to like strange things from the UK, which I've never really imagined, like Ab Fab and.
Oh, yeah, it's got an audience here. I love Doctor Who. I've been watching it since I was a kid, but really, really became obsessed with the reboot in 2005. So, yeah, it must be doing well here because it continues to air. So,
silly question. in America, are you required to pay TV license?
No, which I think is insane over there in the UK. No,
I know. I stopped paying it myself. I've been a rep.
No, we just have cable and, the various apps. So you can pretty much watch whatever you want to watch if you either download the TV streaming apps or pay for cable. But yeah, it's not required. I mean, we have the right to not even have a TV in our homes if we don't want to have a TV. So I think the TV license over there is insane.
You can actually go to jail if you don't pay your TV license.
Well, I hope to see you in there. I actually fancy going to jail. I think it's going to
see me in there. I pay my
Don't say that, man. Don't say that.
50 grand a year, right? It's got to go to something.
Don't say that you'll be in jail. Not in these times. Not in these times, Mark. I think people are terrible. What I'm hearing. So don't say that.
There's a gay ring. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm paying my TV license. You won't see me.
No, people will be.
My God, I pay the TV license. That'd be so fun. Do we get to vote? That was a big debate here. I don't think in America you do get to vote if you're an incarcerated person, but here we got ordered by Europe to allow the prisoners to vote, which was very, very scandalous, but not very big feat.
Yeah, felons can't vote here unless some laws have changed, and I'm not aware of it. But yeah, as far as I know, that's been a law in the books for a while. I don't know if it's nationwide, if it's state by state. Somebody smarter than me on this subject will have to weigh in. But yeah, generally convicts, felons, formerly incarcerated folks cannot.
It would seem sensible considering you're not allowed to actually walk around the streets. To be able to vote seems...
So that means if you've been incarcerated,
you can't vote. You can't vote in the UK if you're in jail.
Because
you're
of
not allowed
Europe.
to.
No, you can. You can because of Europe. It's the European Convention.
No, if you're serving a prison sentence, you lose the right to vote while you're inside prison. If you're on open prison and you're allowed to go in and out of prison, then you're allowed to vote. But if you get just say a 6-month sentence or a 12-month sentence, you lose the right to vote.
Yeah, I think that's correct because I don't know anybody who's been in prison and sentenced. They voted while in prison.
How many do you know who've been in prison?
You're not allowed to. I know for a fact you can't vote when you're in prison.
Well, I remember the debate, but I could be wrong.
When this discussion is over, I'd like to have a quick discussion about the difference between empathy and toxic empathy, if you don't mind. I'm having an argument in the Discord where people are surprisingly either misinformed, ill-informed, or lying. And I think there is a difference between those two types of empathy, and I'd like to hear from you guys.
As in performative empathy, Monica. Can I just quickly say, Michael Knowles, isn't he so hot? But that's just back to the other conversation. What was the other empathy?
No, now you started something. Get him nice.
I missed what he said. What did he say?
He said hate speech on our stage. I might have to do him, but
I can't remember what it was. Something.
I do. Let me say. Michael Knowles is not that hot.
No, I said he's really hot. I said he's really.
Oh, okay. Michael Knowles makes my heart beat. He is
me
super
too.
delicious.
I don't think he swings this way, I gotta be honest, but...
No, I don't think so. He's a married man. I think he might have
apologize, Horatio. I apologize sincerely. I heard not that instead of...
No, I got taste in men, mate, but unfortunately he would definitely be not very winnable.
I just
definitely worth the go.
He's so brilliant. He has such a beautiful...
Right. Before, if you want to go to Monica question, just how it occurred to me, just be my inquisitive mind. Yeah. I did look on the internet, but not too much. About would America vote somebody who is single, or do you have to have a partner to be a president?
I mean, the optics just wouldn't look right if you didn't have a partner.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to have a partner to be president. You don't have to have a partner.
You have to be Christian as well, in reality, but not
Right.
So okay. The law, the Constitution don't say you have to have a partner, but it seems to me that again, when you talk about freedom of speech, blah blah blah, that people won't vote for you if you haven't got a partner, because if you haven't got a partner, that means you can't really understand what's going on.
Same here.
So I was wondering.
Well, you can't make a selection. You can't make a selection to find anyone, to build a life with. So how can you be entrusted to make the decisions to build a nation, build up a nation?
If they don't want you for that much, then nobody else should want you for that long.
Exactly.
If you kind of haven't got that track record, then it's saying. I mean, I'm just looking at myself.
Yeah, the optics. Like America is a lot of like marketing and branding. It's all about like painting the perfect situation. America is, it's just a business. It's just, a lot of smoke and mirrors. It's a product. It's a product. It's like.
The land of the free. It's the land of the free. Everybody's free to be rich.
In the fairy dust, in the chocolate, in the goody gumdrops.
Don't destroy it for me.
Oh man! And the pool's full of gold nuggets. The gold coins, like Scrooge McDuck. Yeah, man. It's all branding and.
But so do you even have bootstraps which you have to put on? I don't know what a bootstrap. It's all fairy dust.
It's all fairy tale. And the thing is
bootstraps or shoelaces. Come on.
Oh,
the idea of voting. The idea of voting is salesmanship, right? To make you feel like you have a say in. What happens to America. It's not. It's a psychological experiment, right? Because they understand how human beings hold dear to the idea of fairness. Like we all had a say in this, right? So this was a democracy. But the truth of the matter is, an election can be stolen. It can be rigged. It can be compromised. It's all bullshit. It's just to make you feel like. Like you're a participant.
No, but have patience.
Everyone participates.
Do you want to be shot instead to get compliance? I mean, it's actually a slight reality because you do get the option to vote people out. I mean, you don't get shot in order to be quiet.
Well, yeah. In some instances you do, but I'm saying like just the idea of the voting concept is very, it's very misleading. Right, because even with the presidential election, it's not really the actual majority votes that wins. Right, it's the electoral votes. So there's like other elements to the voting process that they don't. They kind of mask it because it doesn't behoove the American vision. Right, like the vision of America is this this red, white, and blue flag, Star Spangled Banner. Everyone works, it's a product, bro. This is a business, man, and it doesn't mean that you can't, benefit from it, but it's just, everybody doesn't win the same. Some people actually get fucked over. Some people get dealt a fucked up hand sometimes,
But there's a good reason that you don't have like sort of one vote per person, because otherwise you'd basically just be blue, wouldn't you? There'd be no sort of representation.
Votes are not the exact thing that's presented. It's we have a person, and we have people in states that represent groups of people within the state that voted, and they can't change their. Founders did not actually want a pure democracy. But that said, I want to say the bootstrap thing. In World War I, the boots had straps on the top. You used to pull them on. It doesn't make any sense though that you'd pull yourself up by the bootstraps, because if you're standing there and you're pulling your bootstraps, you're not fucking moving up. You're actually just. Out of the bootstraps. So it's kind of stupid, but that's where it comes from.
It's out of the trenches.
No, because you wouldn't pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
No.
Does it make sense?
Yes,
so
in fact, you pull your boots.
You pull your boots up by your bootstraps, but you wouldn't pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
It's an argument for socialism. I love it. Brilliant. I need help with that, please. Mike, that's probably one of the best things I've heard all day. I think I'm going to torment a conservative.
I tell them the only way they can be pulled up by their bootstraps is if someone else pulls on their bootstraps for them.
Yeah. I prefer a group of people to help me.
There you go. Yeah.
This will carry me up. They're actually really cool. I think I know the boots. Kind of cool boots. Would be conservative.
Can I ask NY a random question? If you dare.
That's the stupid people.
I am here, yes.
Random question. Yeah. I've got this stock policy. I don't see changes happening in the world all the time. Yeah? So, question is, have you bought your partner flowers before?
Yes, I have.
Oh, that's good. Okay, fair enough. Because I'm at another party and we all talk about random stuff, and I bring that up. And when I ask girls up, women start buying men flowers, I get some shock in disgust response. How dare you ask that question? It's not the norm. I said, exactly. What is the norm? There's no book written that said men got to buy women flowers. You know what I mean? So I'm saying to you that
still have to pay for dinner, don't you? Feminism doesn't extend to.
Some women say, well, men don't like flowers, but how do you know that? Well, I know a man, but how do you know it's about do something unexpected, do something different. And some ladies, another app, and some ladies I get shocked. I think, no way. And you get the odd few people like NY say yes, why not? But I thought I should ask a random question.
Well, I need to be clear though. I did so because I knew he would be receptive. And I'm aware that not all guys are receptive to receiving flowers. This gentleman just happens to be a very, and I say this respectfully, sensitive Virgo male. Very tapped into his emotions. And so he doesn't trip out about the whole, oh, this is masculine, it's alpha, men don't get flowers. He's just very, he's kind of different. He's sometimes a little delicate flower. Racism makes him cry. You know what I mean?
I was like, a nightmare. How do you keep with him? I mean, seriously, you'd eat him for breakfast. Sneeze and he's dead.
So I knew he would be receptive to flowers. You know what I mean?
After you had a conversation and he kind of went into a depression.
That part. He really is he's one of those empath kind of folks. He's very, he does, certain energies make him kind of depressed, and it's.
We're going to be my friends, I just want to salute you. Pleasure to work with you here as always. And I want to begin without trying to have be brief remarks with a quote from a great theologian who's at Yale today, school, Miroslav Volf. And he wrote a very celebrated book called Exclusion and Embrace. He's from former Yugoslavia. He's no stranger to ethnic conflict and alienation and just general racial cultural strife. In that book, he says, forgiveness flounders because I exclude the enemy from the community of humans, even as I exclude myself from the community of sinners. He'll say it again. Forgiveness flounders because I exclude the enemy from the community of humans, even as I exclude myself from the community of sinners. And you can say the inverse is true, that alienation and hatred flourishes and misunderstanding and partisanship and tribalism when I do the same thing, when I exclude the other or my adversary or people from the other party from the community of humans, even as I exclude myself from the community of sin. I just preface it with that insight, I think. So a couple of things. I think one of the reasons that, I mean, the whole division, the idea that, you know, you contrast this with Kennedy. And yeah, I mean, it's a much different reaction. We shared much more in common in the early 60s, right? First off, the early 1960s was the high point for religious observers in this country. A lot of people think it was sometime in the colonies or the 19th century. It was not. We were the most religiously observant in the mid-20th century. The early 60s was the climax. So that's not to say, this is not some apology for religion. Or to say that, hey, everything's terrible because we're less religious. That just goes to say, I think that that we have more of a common culture. We have less in common today, right? We just do. We're more divided. And as you point out, Gary, around partisanship and mistrust, we are famously, people now are much more comfortable with somebody marrying someone outside of their race than someone outside of their political party. We've done lots of research on this. Now, that may say something very positive for race relations, but certainly says something very concerning about political affiliation and partisanship. If you were making Look Who's Coming to Dinner now, it would not be racial. It would be someone with a MAGA hat or somebody that's, you know, quote unquote woke or something with a, you know, that is not a Trump supporter or something. That's the big family arresting presence, right? The thing that would cause animus, surprise, anxiety. So, you know, that being said, it's interesting also that I did hear people on the left, I read many people saying, look, whatever my disputes with Charlie Kirk, there's no excuse. He didn't deserve this. Or many things like that. Not everything. I mean, people I heard tragically, and I mean, it sickens me, but people were celebrating this in Clubhouse. Some people, not many, but some people. An MSNBC host was fired for comments he made about it that were seen as incendiary. You know, and it goes here. I listened to an NPR interview this morning with someone on the right who knew Charlie Kirk, and he was condemning violence on the left and saying this was all on the left. And the NPR interviewer said, well, you know, it's interesting that President Trump didn't condemn the Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses' killings. He didn't say anything about Josh Shapiro. He didn't, and then this guy went apoplectic and just reacted, I thought, inappropriately to her, kind of tried to shame her, and then said, this is why you people are defunding them. I'm glad. So, I mean, but it's an interesting point. I mean, President Trump did say some moving things last night, I thought. I mean, and Kirk was an important public figure. I mean, the guy, Trump, you know, he had told a reporter from the New York Times who I interviewed today who covered Kirk, he asked him not to mention this, but he said he thinks it's okay now that he's passed. Trump said he's the most important person in him being president again. And Turning Point USA, this is a massive public figure. Yeah, so, but I mean, it is interesting that it's a fair point, right? That Donald Trump did not condemn killings on the left, right? That people are, and there's a different, I mean, it does seem that we're getting to the point where we are less troubled when somebody is killed that isn't on our team. That's sad. It's grotesque. I mean, I think it's a sad commentary on public life, but it is true. There are folks who are muted, or their response is muted, or they're indifferent when this happens by somebody on the other team. It gets back to the whole sort of tribalism, that quote I started with, about excluding the other from the fellowship, from the company of humanity, excluding ourselves from the company of sinners. You know, that when we forget to see our own flaws, our own foibles, when we're always the righteous ones, and the people on the other team, on the other tribe, the other party are responsible for all of the terrible things in the culture. This kind of happens, right? I mean, it gets easier to demonize people, and we're in a time and a culture moment where it's become quite easy to demonize people. I think that's I want to say one thing too that I'm certainly not a fan of Charlie Kirk's ideas, but I did find him interesting to watch, and I think he was a brother in Christ. I mean, somebody that took his faith quite seriously. I thought at times was quite articulate about that faith. I really enjoyed watching him discuss religion with Bill Maher. I thought he did a very credible job defending his own perspective as somebody who came to faith a little later in life. I mean, he wasn't that old, but he came to faith, I believe, as an adult, it seems, and was an articulate defender of Christian faith and of the place of religion in public life. And for that, I commend him. He was now, of course, a blessed memory. But I will say this. I would not say what he did was really civil debate, right? I mean, when you watch clips of him, it's quote unquote in these debates on college campuses, and they were acerbic, they're clickbaity, I mean, he often, I think, is rude. Now, so are his interlocutors, right? I mean, that's, I'm not saying that his interlocutors were from the School of Athens either. But I think we're looking, and that doesn't mean anybody deserves to be shot. And this is awful and tragic, and anybody with any moral rectitude ought to be totally disgusted by actions like this, no matter who was responsible. But, I mean, to say that this was Socrates or Cicero, or that this was somebody that was, a major contributor to public life as far as the quality of debate, that just strains any credibility. I mean, he was not that guy. I mean, he was a partisan sort of rhetorical firebrand. And not that that's a bad, lots of people are that, right? But I don't think the guy contributed to a richer public discourse. He's not David Brooks or somebody like that. I mean, he's not somebody that dialed down the rhetoric, that helped mutual understanding. He was a partisan, at times very confrontational and could be polarizing. Again, I mean, these are things that, we're in a tribal, polarized age, so that is probably part of the course. But let's not now, because of this tragedy, look at him as if he were Socrates or Mark Twain or some sort of great orator or great public healer. He was none of those things. Certainly a contributor to public life, but not a contributor to richer and deeper public discourse. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. And now we'll go to Howard.
Hey, Gary. Hey, Scott. Well stated. Hello, Alan. Hope everyone's having as good of a Thursday as possible. No doubt. I mean, this clearly tragedy. Nerves are definitely frayed. So to answer the question, Gary, in terms of why is this dividing us more than uniting us, and it's ironic because here we are on 9/11, and we know going through that tragedy and the post 9/11, how that did rally people together and unify the country. And now here we are 24 years later. And I think a big piece of it is just a contributing factor, but it's amplified by social media and also this need that people need instant gratification. I did spend the day this morning just listening to different rooms on Clubhouse just to get a pulse. And to Scott's point about tribalism, I mean, it definitely was out there. I mean, all different perspectives, all different opinions, and people jumping to conclusions. And I guess that's one of the things that is just more and more challenging than I'm finding for all of us, is jumping to conclusions without facts and just assuming that because it's a different point of view that I have, it must be then the other side that caused this pain, this tragedy, when the facts aren't there yet to support it. This morning, I mean, just, waking up to even the President of the United States, using the term radical left, I mean, that certainly didn't help things. And it just reminded me of, from a leadership point of view, when you don't have someone in a leadership position that's really truly trying to unite. It just reminds me of a quote that maybe Tiger would talk more about, but there is a old saying that a fish rots from the head, and sad but true. And I'll leave it there, Gary. Thanks.
Well, it is true that in years past, when there are tragedies like this, the President of the United States is supposed to become not the commander-in-chief at that moment, but the healer-in-chief. That's part of his job. I believe it to be part of his job. It's not ingrained in the Constitution, but I think many people believe that that's part of the job of the president. And we should be urging pause and caution, and if we're going to pray for anything beyond thoughts and prayers, which seems to be the default in this nation when there's a tragedy for the victim and the victim's family, how about praying that the law enforcement folks are successful and that in their pursuit of justice, they get it right? That's what I want to hear from the president. Rather than jumping to conclusions, he should actually be telling us we ought not to be jumping to conclusions, in my opinion. Other people are going to disagree, but I would want to just underscore what you just said, Howard.
And Gary, one more thing if I can add, because as I said, I was hopping through different rooms, and again, I heard a lot of different perspectives, but it's very much to Scott's definition of tribalism. It definitely was in action, but just kind of a life hack, and I even reminded myself, and I know she's on stage, and I think I also saw Barbara come in, but Dr. Francine and Barbara host a room, Karma Club. It's every Thursdays, 11:30 Pacific time right now. It was such a positive room today, and I only caught the end of it, but it's just a reminder to at least myself to say, we also have a responsibility how we wire our brain and our thoughts. And after hearing all the negativity and finger pointing this morning, it was just a fresh breath air, a fresh air, I should say. And it's just a reminder that, you know what, we don't have to always just go down the rabbit hole and get so caught up in all the noise. Sometimes we got to come up and really enrich our mind, and the positive influences definitely can help you cope a little bit better too. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I also want to thank you for mentioning 9/11 on this day, this 24th anniversary. And I will remind us, those of you who were not here, I will tell you that was a unifying moment. Sadly, it was a terrible tragedy, but it unified the nation. And the symbolism of that was when the President of the United States came to ground zero and went on the mound with the firefighters and the police officers and was roundly cheered, not just by the firefighters and the police officers. I've related this before. When he did that, I had taken a break from being down there covering this for hours on end. And I decided to head up to Midtown just to get away from it. And I'm walking and I find myself in Times Square, and here's the president, and he is on the big jumbotron in Times Square. Times Square, the crossroads of the world. There are, thousands and thousands of people. And they're standing there chanting USA, USA. Now, this is New York City, which is clearly not a Republican bastion. But nobody cared about the partisanship of anything at that moment. And I don't know why that's changed so much. But that abstract that I wrote gives me a little bit of insight into it. Thank you, Howard. Dave.
Yes, Gary.
Not that I wrote, the abstract that I read. I just realized I used the wrong word, obviously. Go ahead, Dave.
Yes, thank you for organizing this topic, because this is a very critical moment for America to heal for this unfortunate tragedy. And I heard the prior speaker, they all talk how they survey the clubhouse sentiment and things like that. I think it's important for both sides to be able to come in a quite neutral platform, like here, that having a uninterrupted voice to heal, and hopefully through healing that can overcome the challenge of uniting rather to be divided. So the question now is, based on the evidence so far, who is this person? It seemed to be a very professional, very well planned, and perhaps last minute recruited to do this job. And so and the timing of shooting and the timing of after answering question, right? You can get all this analysis from ChatGPT, right? I would like to proceed with a thesis that this is not internal American politics. This is more external exploitation, adding oil to fire, right? The fire is the fracture politics in US, bipartisan, right? So I urge that both sides look beyond, this bipartisan, these two sides look toward unity as Gary hoped for, that is not to succumb to exploitation externally, right? And the question is, what are the two objectives? Could it be to remind people of September 11, or to respond to September 9, when Israel attacked Gaza, right? So when you look at it, there's a lot of things spin off from September 11. And I tend to look at the thesis from external exploitation, the enemy of US, adding oil to fire, right? And unfortunately, Charlie Kirk is the scapegoat, right? They look at the list. What option do we have on September 10? And then we have Charlie Kirk giving the speech, and then they get a very professional to come with 30 minutes before the speech, just come, do everything very quick and very clean, left the scene. That is the analysis I get from FBI so far. So again, and then the good thing about looking into this is that I found an author. Her name is called Martha Nussman. She written a book called Monarchy of Fear. I asked ChatGPT, what is the root of this problem? And then her book came out, right? From her book, fear is the way to divide the population. Fear is the way to, in many forms, that is the fundamental why every time we come to Gary's room, we are shouting at each other. We were like on both, either side and things like that. But in the end, like Gary's title, we must look for unity. Then the question is, what solution suggested by Martha Nussman to reach for unity? And she quoted, replace anger with peace, with hope, replace justice, replace, so I can't remember everything, but go for her book. So she came up with a list of solutions. And from this solution, I become now very hopeful. I have a concrete way to fight division, to fight any infiltration of the United States or Europe, to promote division. And from this book, I came up with some concrete idea how to promote unity, how to fight all the factors contribute to division into unity. So I stop here.
So I would agree with the vast majority of what you said, but I want to suggest that we have to be very careful not to presuppose that this guy is a professional and that he's part of some kind of an organization or controlled by some foreign entity, which it may turn out that he was, but we don't know that. And everybody is suggesting, it seems, that this guy has to be like to make a shot like that. Well, I've heard that so much. I have a friend who lives in a small town in Pennsylvania, and what President Obama said about Pennsylvanians certainly applies to this friend of mine. He does clutch his Bible and his guns. And I am not a gun aficionado, and I am clearly not an expert in weaponry. But he is, because he is self-trained in that. I've been to visit him. I've been to the range with him. I've been to the outdoor range with him. I've shot automatic weapons legally that he has put into my hands. I don't know how these people hit the target, but he always seemed to be able to hit the target from a goodly distance and spot on. A distance not dissimilar to the distance from that parking garage to where Charlie Kirk was. This guy is not militarily trained. He is not trained at all. He's self-trained through practice, practice, practice. So I called him today and I asked him, hypothetically, could you have made that shot? And he says, yes. Not guaranteed, but yes, I could have made that shot. So I don't know whether he could or he couldn't, but I could tell you from my observations of him being able to shoot a can off a rock at the outdoor range from not quite the length, I guess, of a football field, but pretty darn close to the length of a football field. I've got to believe that there are people in this country, there are a lot of people who have guns, we know this, who probably have the skill set to be able to do that, who are not necessarily quote-unquote trained snipers. Now, I know Steve, who is an expert in these matters, is way down in the queue and is probably chomping at the bit to respond to what I am having to say. So stick around until you hear from Steve, if nothing else. And he'll either affirm or dispel what I'm saying. But I'm just suggesting once again that we don't know. You know, and until we know, we should be cautious not to say affirmatively, oh, well, it's obviously this or it's obviously that. Thank you, Dave. And now we go to the aforementioned Dr. Francine.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to start by saying that I've been to a driving range and I've hit targets with a gun. And I'd like to admit, first of all, that I shouldn't be given a gun because I don't have good enough concentration to remember not to shoot anything in the vicinity. But I could make that shot. I mean, it's surprisingly easy, given the sights, you know, on guns and, you know, a good pair of glasses. It's surprisingly easy to hit a target with a gun. But that's certainly not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about was that when I saw Charlie Kirk get shot yesterday, and I did because I happened to be watching the appearance that he made in Utah, and he was actually in the middle of talking about mass shootings when he got shot. I had the same feeling about him that I had when I saw that Kennedy had gotten shot. And, you know, you've got to know that I don't share Charlie Kirk's beliefs. But that didn't matter. I mean, I saw that shot. I knew he was going to die from it because, I don't know, because if you're shot in the throat and it hits the carotid artery, you bleed out so fast they can't save you. So I have that feeling, and the feeling is, oh my God, this is so terrible, really terrible. And that's how I felt when Kennedy was shot. And it didn't, there were a lot of reasons why it didn't tear the United States apart. One of them was the obvious lack of social media and the internet, and the, like the Kennedy assassination was controlled for us. Our access to the information was controlled for us, and we were, sort of guided about how to feel by Walter Cronkite and by the people on the big three news networks. Well, we now have a media audience that is so fragmented that people can be watching anything on any platform. And that's part of the problem. The other part of the problem is we don't have an education system where everyone who goes to a public school gets the same curriculum and learns the same shit. And I say shit advisedly, because I know now that a lot of it was, lies and propaganda. But we all had the same framework, the same lies and propaganda about the United States. And we don't have that anymore, because we have much more access to historical information. So that's another reason why it's different. And the third thing that I want to say is that I'm not sure at this moment, Gary, that it really is different. It could be that it maybe is going to pull us together. I mean, I certainly am trying for that, and that's why I held my room today. I think, personally, I think it's comical that Trump keeps blaming all this violence on the left, because the left, in theory, is full of gay weak people and pansies and people who can't do these kinds of things. So on the one hand, that's the reputation of the left, and on the other hand, the left is now accused of all the violence. So we've got everything. We've cut the nation down the middle, but it's not. We don't have the right midline. There is no such thing as left and right. We're going to find, if we actually do the dissection, that it's something else, like money and not money, or something. I don't know what it is. But we're looking at the wrong division. We're looking at the wrong reason for our division. And I think eventually people will figure it out. I think they already are starting to figure it out. There's not a lot of times you can say we can't solve this if we don't work together on it, before we start believing it. So that's it. I mean, again, what I feel is the same thing I felt, is like Charlie Kirk's wife and 2 kids didn't deserve this. They just didn't. And they got it anyway. And Charlie Kirk himself, I'm not sure, because he lived in Arizona. And so we saw a lot more of him than most people. And we saw the part of him that wasn't the polished debater. It was the guy who was very much against LGBTQIA and black people and anything else that wasn't white and Christian. So he operated on that sphere as well. But again, that doesn't mean he should have been or deserved to be assassinated. So anyway, I'm just offering a slice of history. We may come together, Gary. What we were doing in the first 3 days after the Kennedy assassination, we were all sitting in front of our television sets, watching the same news over and over and over again. And by the way, as for September 11th, we did that after September 11th too. And so either this will pull us together because the media will help us do it, or it won't pull us together because that media environment has vanished.
Thank you, Dr. Francine. I just find it very difficult to try to explain. I find it very frustrating to try to explain to some people when they toss out anecdotal examples of heinous crimes, political crimes, to suggest that the other side is more responsible than their side. You could trot out a bunch of Democrats who have been assassinated or attempted assassinations and say, see, or you can trot out a bunch of Republicans and say, see. Not to say that that anecdotal evidence isn't accurate, it's factual, but it obscures the statistics, and I think we have to be very careful not to do that.
But Gary, there's one other thing we have to be really careful not to do, and that is obscure the fact that we've cut the cake the wrong way. You know, it's not red versus blue or right versus left. It's there's some other real underlying divide.
You're exactly right, and we're not going to be able to get into that in any large measure today, but you're absolutely right. And I think the reason that the things are stacked up against your hope and mine that eventually this brings us all together is, in fact, what you said, the internet. And again, I don't want to get into great detail about that because there are a lot of people who are in line. Thank you, Dr. Francine. John?
Yeah, I want to point everybody in the room's attention to my PTR. This is a tweet from Charlie Kirk where he writes, assassination culture is spreading to the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% said the same about Donald Trump. In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy. Any setback, whether losing an election or losing a court case, justifies a maximally violent response. This is the natural outgrowth of left-wing protest culture, tolerating violence and mayhem for years on end. The cowardice of local prosecutors and school officials have turned the left into a ticking time bomb. If you go to Blue Sky, which is a leftist X platform, people are saying, do Ben Shapiro next, do Donald Trump next, do Elon Musk next, do Matt Walsh next, to kill all these people that they don't agree with. So I think we're living in very dangerous times. This assassination shows what can happen with mass media and the power of everybody's hands. It's extremely polarizing. And a lot of these people who are calling for the deaths or celebrating these people are being documented and they're being doxxed. Their businesses will go under, their professional careers will end. There's people in the military even celebrating this and posting on social media platforms. So there's a saying, you know, you see that fish on that wall there? You know how it got there? It opened its mouth. So, you know, Charlie Kirk, in many ways, died the death of a martyr in the same way that Jesus died. And I think a lot of these people who are celebrating...
I'm not a Christian, but I think if I was a Christian, I would find that offensive. I don't know, but I think I probably would.
Well, he's a very, you know, he's a Christian. And so all I'm saying is people need to find solutions for their anger management problems. I think wisdom is that path, and clearly a lot of people are lacking in wisdom.
So you basically made my point, John, that people are going to look for whatever evidence there is to support their contention, and your contention is that the violence in this nation, the political violence in this nation, the extremism in this nation is coming from the left. It's weighted more heavily toward the left than to the right. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said what you just said. Now, tell me if I'm wrong about that. Is that your belief?
Yeah, I think if you were to look at a bell-shaped curve and an index, the far left spectrum is most definitely more radicalized, more violent, and lacking in wisdom.
Right. So you think, but do the statistics support your contention?
I'd have to ask Grok or do.
Maybe you should check the statistics and come back with actual facts rather than opinions. Your opinions and the late Mr. Kirk's opinions may very well be accurate and reflective, but do the stats really show what you just said? And I want to challenge you to check the statistics, and if in fact you are wrong about it, come back and tell, no matter what the topic may be on that day, I will give you the forum to explain to us that you were wrong in your assertions based on anecdotal evidence. And I'm not suggesting that the evidence that you presented is inaccurate, but you were wrong to suggest that that evidence is reflective of anything.
Sure thing. The last thing I want to say is a quote by Marcus Aurelius where he says, "Life is opinion, the universe is transformation."
Oh, and then that's life. L'chaim. Tiger.
All right, Gary, I'll be careful. I don't think the event is dividing America, so to speak. I think the event is merely reflecting the fault lines that has already been existing for a while. I don't see a lot of people advocating for more assassinations, right? People pretty much, at least on Clubhouse, the rooms that I've been to, universally condemned the act of violence, and in particular political assassinations. But
well, the guy who just spoke said that he heard people talking about that.
And let me just say, because there are some new people on the stage, that in the Critical Thinking Forum, we speak one at a time. We endeavor not to interrupt one another. And I get to people in the order in which I see them on the stage, which may not coincide with the order in which you see yourself. So please hang in there. I'm going to try to get to everyone. Tiger, continue.
Yeah, I saw basically there are two topics for heated debate in the aftermath, right? The first one is that certain members of the Black community were saying that they don't feel sad for Charlie. And I could relate to that because this is the existing division about racism. And once you identify somebody as a racist, I mean, how can the death of a racist make you feel together with the other people, right? I understand that there's among some people who have lack of sympathy for Charlie, because I would not have any sympathy for anybody who's racist toward me. So that's not gonna, the death of Charlie is not gonna bring the nation together in that debate. The other debate that I've seen is the debate about gun control, right? And in the aftermath of Charlie's death, unfortunately, the two people, again, they already are very fast into action defending or, arguing against gun control. I've seen arguments about how, Abe was assassinated in Japan and just banning guns or controlling guns won't stop assassinations. Sure. But, for me, first of all, that's not a very good argument. Secondly, this, again, is a very existing false land that's in American politics. And to people in different states with different needs for firearms, of course, this, again, is not an event.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, Tiger, but that is off topic because we're not discussing specifically gun control or mental health or any of that kind of thing, or cashless bail or transsexuality, which may come out in part of this debate as well. We're discussing how it is dividing, not uniting us, and if you could address the topic at hand, that would be great.
I'm just addressing it as you were interrupting me, right? I was saying that this event is not going to bring the nation together. So when you look at it broadly, why do these divisions exist? apart from historical reasons, I think after so many years of observing these things happening, especially when internet is prevalent, as you have pointed out, I have a hunch that this is a inevitable outcome of the design of the political system, right? I think the two-party system to begin with, in many ways is somewhat inevitable, considering that's what it takes to organize and mobilize to win the elections. And the loyalty of the people who are partisan, right, are actually reinforced by having heated debates along the fault lines like this. And the media, together with politicians, every day exacerbate the division. And people have good intentions in hope that the nation will come together after horrendous events like this. But as I was pointing out, right, the only thing that's going to happen after this is that the existing fault line will manifest itself again, and people were arguing along the lines they have always been arguing. And the media is going to have a field day on this, and some politicians too. I don't see events like this uniting the United States. I just see further division as a result.
Thank you, Tiger. We are now at 5:55 Eastern Time. That means we will no longer be inviting folks on the stage, but we will, at the top of the hour, go into extra time in an attempt. Normally I don't add the words in an attempt, but there's so many on stage to get to everyone in the ensuing hour. But I caution, and it's not my intent to not get to everybody, but I caution that I have to leave no later than 7 o'clock to catch a train to work. So that's the drop dead moment, after which I can't get to everyone. However, please feel free, if you don't get the opportunity to speak, to click on the link above and make your feelings known in our chat, which is there 24/7. Thank you for that, Tiger, and we now go to King.
Good evening, guys. So I'm just gonna bring up a book that came out in 2018 by Jaron Lanier. He's one of the founders and architects of the early internet. And he wrote a book called 10 Arguments for Deleting Your Social Media Right Now. And in it, when I first saw this, him giving the talk on this book, I was like, okay, I could see what he's saying. Now, this was before Cambridge Analytica and all of the other stories that have come out about manipulating people through social media engagement. So it's a good read, and a good read in this particular time. He argues that social media platforms are making people cruder, less empathetic, and more tribal, and that the algorithms reward outrage and negativity because they are more effective at grabbing attention, essentially bringing out the worst in users. And so with this in mind, we have to acknowledge the role that some social media influencers play. Tiger said that existing fault lines. Well, yeah, this is part of the job, is to capitalize off of those existing fault lines. This is what has been happening for many years now. I mean, some of this is predictable because people are becoming so radicalized via social media that this is what it's supposed to, this, I believe, was supposed to be the outcome, right? Conflict, murder, things of this nature. This is no different than when some years ago they were talking about on the news how some kids in Europe and England were leaving their comfy suburban homes and to go fight jihad in Syria. And people are like, how did this happen? How did we get here?
being radicalized online through social media. All of the telegrams and the discords and such. My concern in this current moment is that cooler heads are just not going to prevail because of just the parasocial dynamic between people who follow influencers to the degree where they feel like it's worth it to either worship them or kill them. It's quite intense. And I've heard some young people in particular, because this was his audience, it's them that we really are going to need to focus on, because they've already been primed and radicalized, and people are talking about revenge, not so much older people, even though I've definitely seen people online crashing out that are like in their 40s. But this is a serious mental, like we talk about mental health. I want to talk about the mental health of all of the rest of us at this point. And the people who have aligned with one camp over the other to the degree that that they're ready to kill or murder, and I think we should be very serious about this. I also don't see how unity can be the result of this, because that was not the point, right? We don't know who is behind this. There are just so many questions, but the intention, as everything else up to this point, is to inflame. So, I'm just hoping that people use their voices for reason, and people don't forget their own humanity and their own, to be more connected with themselves as human being and in life, and not, willing to jump off a bridge because, their favorite social media influencer was unfortunately murdered in cold blood. I'm tired of gun violence. I am one of those people who see this as a gun violence issue, and I just wish that people were as moved when our children, people witness this man torn apart by a bullet, and the first thing I thought about were the children who have been being torn apart by bullets in their classroom and in their church and on the street in Seattle, watching people get blown away. I've had enough, but I don't know if we as a collective community have had enough, and so I'll yield there.
I want to amplify something Howard said that juxtaposes what you just were alluding to, King, and that is that we have to affirmatively, it takes work, but we have to train ourselves to not fall into that trap of just knee-jerk reacting based on our political perspectives, and really train ourselves to objectively view not only this but other things in our society, but especially this. And
I'm sorry.
Yeah, cry for the man. Cry for the man and his family. He was a man. He was a human being, right? That's normal. But, to have, be talking about revenge and, oh my God, this is just, it's
in danger of getting out of hand, and there are some indications that in some respect There may be some precursors going on right now that would be indicative of things possibly moving in that direction. I don't want to get into the details of it. It's out there in the public forum. You can find it for yourselves if you're interested. But there have been some incidents today that give one pause as to what might be in the offing. Thank you, King. Brian.
Yeah, can I just say one thing regarding the gun stuff?
Sure.
And I don't say this at all. Say like that. There's no implication that Kirk had it coming, or this. No one deserves this, so don't take us at all like this. But he did say. He was on the record saying in public forums multiple times. He would say, he had a sort of line he used to repeat. He said, "A few casualties, gun deaths, are worth the price of the Second Amendment."
I know. I saw that, and I find it tragically ironic.
I mean, it's a very sad thing. I mean, it's just, but it's a legitimate intellectual position, right? But as you say, it's tragically ironic. I mean,
Thank you, Scott. Brian.
Thank you. King made some really good points, and also a while back, Howard, I think, really hit the nail on the head. I got a really kind of a different slant on this, as I don't know how, but honestly, I have never heard of Charlie Kirk before yesterday. So, you know, my thing is his death to me, I don't know, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, but his death to me is the same as everybody else who was killed in my city over the weekend. I mean, it's concerning.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't.
But it doesn't carry that much
It was apparently a political assassination, right? So you have to look at the.
I mean,
well,
did
yeah,
they
I would
come out and
think
say
it was.
that?
I would think that that's a fair assumption to make. If a person is perched up on in a parking structure with line of sight with a bolt action rifle and shoots the guy in the carotid artery for instantaneous death at what amounts to a rally in support of a political ideology, I don't think it's a leap to come to the conclusion that this was some kind of a political assassination, not necessarily partisan, but political in nature, you know, like Salman Rushdie. That was a political assassination attempt.
They had to have some reason to shoot him, just like...
Yes, but it's not like in your neighborhood somebody getting killed in a dispute over a girl, or killed in a robbery or something like that.
Well, I don't understand that. If anything, that's even worse, because it was senseless.
All of these killings are senseless. So in that respect, right. I am with you. All of them are senseless.
But the thing is I mean, your question was, why is it dividing everyone? Okay, so I didn't know who this guy was, but almost simultaneously, the governor of Utah comes on and starts talking about the same thing you said, and that it was a political hit, and blamed it on liberals. And,
No, I don't think he blamed it on liberals, did he? For the quotes that I saw, was that he said it was a political hit.
Okay.
All right, so like the state senator in Minnesota, that was a political hit. Walz came out and said almost immediately, this is a political hit. But he didn't blame the Republicans for it. And she was a Democrat. And he's a Democrat. So we have to be a little nuanced in our understanding of what's being said.
Well, where I'm getting at is with this is the reason that we're divided is squarely the elephant in the room, which is Donald J. Trump. He made an art out of dividing the people, and he's still dividing people, and he did not mince words in laying the blame on Democrats.
You are correct that he did not mince those words, and it's very disappointing. And I don't know whether he divided the country or he is taking advantage of a division. This is a chicken and egg situation for which there may be no actual answer to the debate.
I mean, well, that would be an interesting question because I think the country's kind of underground lost its shit when President Obama was elected. At least part of it did. A big, But then when Trump came on the scene, then as things started to surface, he took advantage of it, and I think that's where the main riff it happened. And in my opinion, that's where it happened, and that's where it still happens, and he's still taking advantage of it.
I'm going to show you right now the facts that show that this bullshit, this political assassination desire bullshit is on both sides of the aisle. Okay, I'm not going to say this is an example that the Democrats are the bad guys, and just suggest that. And I'm not going to say this is an example that the Republicans are the bad guys. I'm going to just point out, since you mentioned Obama, that there was an unprecedented number of death threats against Barack Obama as compared to any of his predecessors, causing alarm among the Secret Service. And I will also point out to you that today, as a result of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the security of President Trump, who we already know was a target of 2 assassination attempts already, has been increased. The bullshit, to use your terminology, or you use the term lost its shit, is on both sides of the extreme political spectrum. I use this analogy when it comes to anti-Semitism, but it goes to political extremism as well. If you are a quarterback in American football and you are only looking to the left as where you might be tackled, and you forget about the right, you're going to get tackled from the right. And if you look to the right and not pay attention to the left, you're going to get sacked from the left. And that is I love my own analogy, and that's why I repeat it. Because that's exactly what's happening in this country. And for every example that somebody could throw at me, where the Republicans or the conservatives are the boogeymen, I could throw an example where the Democrats are, and vice versa.
So who is your example of being as vile as Trump is in public and with his terminology and his derogatory?
But the discussion is not just about Trump.
Well, you
this
asked
goes
the
way,
reason why it
this
divided
goes way
us.
this goes way beyond Trump, and today is not the day, in my opinion, you can mention it, but to focus on Trump. Are you going to argue that Trump is the cause of Charlie Kirk's death?
No, but you
hesitated. You hesitated on your no.
But you asked. Well, I had to think about it. But you asked about why we're divided, and I am not a Democrat or a Republican. I've been accused of being ultra conservative in the chat. So, that's where I'm at. I try to be as objective as possible, and I'm telling you, my reason that we're divided is Donald Trump. You may not want to talk about Trump, but that you ask, and that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Brian. We'll move on now, and let's do it rapidly because it's 6:12, and you can see how many people are waiting, folks. And I'm not pointing this finger directly at you, Les. I'm just making that observation. Les, you're up.
We don't want to end up in a situation like 1920s Germany with both left and right violence and just making violence be the power of politics. And as Gary said, everybody needs to unite, hope that the murderer is caught soon, is given a fair trial, and is treated as harshly as the law allows. or at least in a way that discourages other people. And in particular, I hope they don't mention his name, and I hope that he gets the at least thrown in jail and never heard from again.
At least.
At least, right. Actually, yes. And the other thing is, I think you probably have an opinion on this too. Breaking news is terrible in terms of reliability, and it's a function of the news people don't have time to, get it right.
Well, we don't have time to digest it or get all the information. So yesterday was a great example. It was reported that they had a suspect in custody. They got him. Then they didn't have him. Then they got him. Then they didn't have him. Then they got him. In fact, at one news conference, they both had him and they didn't have him. Now, they don't have him. Is that because the news media got it wrong? Or is it that because what the authorities were telling the reporters was wrong? When there is a developing story like this, it seems illogical to say what I am saying. But numbers change, facts change as they are known. It doesn't mean that the reporters are purposely making up things or not checking things out. All of that stuff was sourced yesterday. It came from the police. At one news conference, the governor, the head of the state police, the head of the state police announced, we have no one in custody. At the very same news conference, the governor announced that they had somebody in custody, and from Washington, the FBI director announced that they had the suspect in custody. And then it turns out that they didn't. They're still looking for him. So we are in you're exactly right. It used to be you pick up your evening paper or your morning paper, and there's, all of these questions. Well, do you have them or you don't have them? Are resolved by the time it goes to print. Or you watch the 6 o'clock news and then the 11 o'clock news, and by their deadlines, they know most of what No, now we have to know right this instant. And even before it's broadcast, it's tweeted out by the news organization. And things change. And you're exactly right. And it's just the way we consume the information today. And there's no way you can guarantee that the information you get is accurate. We do whenever there's a mass casualty incident, the numbers that are initially reported almost invariably go up or go down after we first report what they were. It's not that we in the media got it wrong. It means that that's what the officials reported based on what they believed at that moment was accurate. So I'm glad you pointed that out.
Thank you, sir. And
sorry,
a final comment.
Sorry, Les, but I want to let you continue. I'm going to interrupt if you don't mind, Gary. It's your room. I know I'm down at the bottom of the room, and I know you've got a plan for everyone to speak. You're running out of time, and maybe others are as well. I just have an idea.
You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait. This is how we run the room. We don't interrupt. And when we interrupt, that ensures that somebody else is not going to have an opportunity. Let's go ahead and finish.
And finally, here's a comment, and it's not related to anyone in this forum that anyone said, but the other thing I would recommend is to ignore big claims made without a big evidence from a multiple reliable sources. And in my personal case, I spend my valuable time paying attention to other people going forward rather than the people making claims without evidence. And I think it's people just find a claim that meets what they would desire to be true, and don't look at the evidence and then get all riled up. And that's part of the problem too. Thank you.
It looks like it's going to be almost a state funeral. Vice President Vance is going to escort Kirk's casket and his widow on Air Force Two. So, interesting response. Now, look, somebody earlier pointed out that the president is all over this, wants to give him posthumously the highest civilian honor that you could give someone. He's speaking out about it. He's saying some things that may or may not be fairly observant of the situation. But I just want to point out that they were very close. And I've heard it said by somebody covering the White House. Sorry, I can't remember. I've been listening to a lot of people. That he treated him almost like a son. So, I just say that to suggest, I'm sure that's influencing things. He really believed that Charlie Kirk, I've heard the quotes played back now, he said it numerous times, was largely responsible for his election. That's what he believes, or at least he's publicly said that's what he believes. So there's a great affinity for Charlie Kirk by the president. But I just wanted to bring that information to you, that the vice president is on the way in Air Force Two to accompany the casket and the wife back to wherever the funeral service is going to be held, and which I think is kind of odd, but that may be the reason why. Thank you for that, Les. We'll now go to Simon.
Hi, thanks, Gary. Like most of the Western countries, I think the reason why you are divided and not uniting behind this, it's a cultural crisis. And what I mean by that is a culture represents things that you share, a way of life, beliefs, values, and they're like the roots of a tree. So when there's a hurricane, it's how deep are your roots that stop the tree from falling over. So this is just an example, and there have been quite a few, recently, for all Western countries, where the hurricane's blowing, and the culture is deeper than your politics. It's where you come together, whereas politics can be where you divide, and the politics have overtaken a political assassination. I have an issue with that. What does that actually really represent? What does it mean? I said this in another room previously, because as far as I'm concerned, it's a criminal murder. And to give it the label of political assassination.
Right, but wait a minute, Simon. Would this criminal murder have occurred had it not been Charlie Kirk on stage espousing whatever Charlie Kirk was espousing? Was this somebody who had decided that on that particular day he was going to go up onto that perch in the parking garage and shoot someone?
But do you think
that that's possible? I think it's possible. So let me ask it another way. Do you think that that's even probable?
Well, but do you think why does that have to be a political decision? That could be just someone who's triggered and
by what? Triggered by what?
Yeah, well, by what someone's saying. Yeah, that doesn't.
But he's a political figure. He's not an elected political figure, but he's clearly a political figure who is saying it.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm talking about the person who pulled the trigger. Yeah, is that necessarily politics, or is that someone who's triggered by what the guy said?
Well, I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference, Simon.
Okay.
Okay. Well, all right. Other people may, but I don't. Maybe I lack the ability to see the difference. William.
Hey, thank you for inviting me up. This killing is going to have a chilling effect on free speech. It's going to make people think and do a double take in fear to speak openly in public and speak their minds to some extent. And there is a nonpartisan thing on which we should all agree is that people should be able to exercise their rights of free speech without fear of being shot dead. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But that's something that doesn't require statistics, and it's something that every American should be able to agree upon. I didn't agree with a lot of Burke's views. Some of them I agreed with. I didn't know a lot about him, and I went and listened to some of his previous speeches and talking points and learned that there were things I agreed with and things that I didn't. Overall, I wasn't a fan or a supporter, and I dislike a lot of his views, but I would fight for his right and anybody's right to speak freely. And I think that's something that the country should be able to join together in a bipartisan way. Whether or not that will happen, hopefully that will happen. That's mainly what I have to say. Also, we don't know all the facts yet. We don't know the identity of the shooter. We don't know whether or not he had affiliations. We may learn. I don't think we ever really learned about the details of the affiliations in the Kennedy assassination. Lots
Or
of
the Butler,
conspiracy theories.
or the Butler attempted assassination.
We don't learn the details about a lot of things that are kept undisclosed. Supposedly, the Kennedy details were supposed to be released after 50 years, and they weren't. So, we'll see. But I hope we do learn some details about who this man was, what his ideals and affiliations were that motivated the murder. And murder is a conclusion that needs to be reached by a court after the man is apprehended and gets due process and a fair trial. But it looks like from the known parameters, it looks like a political assassination, and I agree with that preliminary conclusion. Thanks.
Thank you, William. I hope he makes it to trial, because, he might go out in a blaze of glory. You don't know.
He might go out like Lee Harvey Oswald. Who knows?
Right. Well, that wasn't a blaze of glory. That was a hit. But I mean, he might, shoot the cops as they approach, or shoot at the cops, and they would, of course, then return fire. And maybe some of these answers, if that were the case, if he dies, would die with him. By the way, it's not just it's not just fear of assassination. I don't know if you know this, William, but the State Department today issued a warning, and it didn't say, by the way, to all illegal migrants. It said to all foreigners in the United States, you better not celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. Now, I happen to agree that Charlie Kirk's death ought not to be celebrated. I happen to agree that it's reprehensible, but I think it's kind of odd that the State Department would, the subtext of that is you'll get expelled from the country if you do. I don't know, maybe they have the right and responsibility to say something like that. I've never heard anything like that before. Steve.
That seems way out of line. That seems like...
It seems, yeah, all right, I agree.
It seems like other political speech that the Trump administration is trying to control.
Right, and I happen to agree that it ought not to be said, but I guess people have the right to say it. Steve, you're up.
Yeah,
Steve,
Jerry.
am I right that a guy
I say guy because this was, I don't want to take away from Dr. Francine, who obviously is not a guy, but then a guy who's not a trained sniper for some foreign entity or ex-military might have been able to make that shot.
Oh yeah, and you know where I live in a rural area that's full of hunters. 90% of the hunters I know makes that shot easy. It's not, and this is something people maybe need to think about a little bit. The fact that Charlie Kirk was under a tent and the shot position the guy took would indicate to me he's not a pro. A pro would have been down farther in the building, had concealment where his line of sight in Charlie would have been better. The trajectory of the bullet would have been flatter. So people thinking this is some kind of pro hit, I don't believe so. You know, if you can imagine your chest and paint across your chest, that would be typical of where you would want to shoot if you was trying to kill someone. You don't shoot up in the neck and you don't shoot to the head. That's not what someone that has any proficiency with firearms would do. And the fact that that bullet hit where it hit tells me a couple things. When you zero a gun in, you zero it in at 100 yards, and then you can take into account dropping the bullet based on the powder charge and the grain of the bullet. Now, I think what we have here is probably someone that has a family out west. You shoot long shots all the time. You got big game out there. He's probably someone that has a family that was avid hunters that would possess something like this, because this is the exact same gun I own for deer hunting. Only it's not a Mauser. I own a Remington 700. So it's a very common gun to do big game hunting. And the fact he hit him where he hit, there's two things that could have happened there. Poor trigger control, or when the guy shot, he held the line of sight too high, accounting for drop in the velocity of the bullet that never occurs at 200 yards. So yeah, if you're thinking this guy's a pro, everything I see here indicates no. He's not a pro. He's probably just someone that's been around guns, has had the ability to shoot guns, and would become fairly proficient. But yeah, you're exactly right, Gary. But to the point of the room, I think what we're seeing here, and people talk about Obama or Trump and stuff like that. Our political compact as a group of people started to fracture before Barack Obama. I don't know how many people is old enough to remember Rush Limbaugh or the Tea Party and stuff like that. This was kind of the genesis of this fracture that started occurring. And I think what we're seeing now is the fracture is so deep between left and right. There's no agreement on basic things, but it's just winner take all now. And I think that's why we see the type of rhetoric from the left and the right. I would agree it's on both sides. That we see this kind of trying to demonize the other side into obscurity. So we got a real big issue, because when a group of people come together, if they can't agree on a certain set of common values that they're going to live their life under, you have no government. In reality, you might have a functioning bureaucracy, but you don't have a government of agreed upon values that people's going to live and strive to make better. So we're in a very dangerous place. And, you know, the idea that Charlie Kirk was like anybody else, and I'm not mitigating anybody's death. I've seen this stuff up close and personal too many times. It's horrific when you see it. But he was a manifestation of a political point of view, that people felt like the things they believe, maybe not completely. I'm like some other people, and some of Charlie's views I agree with, some I didn't. But he was a manifestation of that political point of view. And when you go out and do something like this, I think the interpretation is, you're not playing fair. Now you're trying to take down one of ours through a method that is not the rules of the game. And the possibility you get here is, okay, you want to play that way? I'll play that way. That's a danger. God help us that it don't happen. And the one thing that I'd be very concerned about right now is some of our enemies abroad, seeing this tension in the country, would send somebody in to do this on the left, to someone on the left, a foreign government. Say Russia gets us fighting with each other and we're so wound up we can't pay attention to the Russian war with Ukraine. Well, that's a win for Vladimir Putin, isn't it? So there's a lot of dangerous elements. And I'm not saying that can happen. I'm just saying these are some of the possibilities in a fractured environment that could manifest themselves. So I hope cooler heads prevail. I think we need to be very careful how we address each other, and just pray that this thing passes, Gary.
And I pledge to always address you as Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much.
Very wise words, and I remind you again, either get out of Dodge or plan to come and intercept me as I cut through West Virginia early next month. I will give you my itinerary, but I owe you a dinner. Stan.
Hi, Gary. Apparently John's streaming. I can't afford.
Oh, geez. John is streaming. What a surprise.
So I'll have to pass for today.
Okay, Stan. Meryl.
Hi, Gary. I agreed with everything you said in the very beginning, and I can take from some other people, some other speakers, and I agree with them. With Dr. Francine, I am Dr. Francine. I was watching, and my first reaction was to want to cry. And I don't like practically anything about Charlie Kirk, or the way he projects himself. And I'm sorry, I just looked at that and thought, this is awful. And when I saw that he had a child with him, one of his children with him, that made it even worse. And I watched, it had that effect on me. I do believe that we don't kill the people that are, quote, we think of as our political enemies. We just shouldn't be doing that. That shouldn't enter our mind. However, that is a problem about free speech. People exercise free speech, and they might exercise it in a way that has an emotional effect on somebody's lives. Somebody else has a life that is affected by that. And so these are personal. When you're going to take out somebody, you go on a shoot at somebody, that's personal. They've been hurt, or something has happened in their lives that makes them want to get rid of that person, that politician, or whatever. I also would like to point out that 2 days before Melissa Horton was killed, she was the 61st head of the Republican House in Minnesota. 2 days before she was killed, her last interview, she said she was hopeful. She thought there was a chance that people will start to come together. And she was shot. She was killed 2 days later. It was a political point that was being made. And that bothers me, that troubles me. The other thing that I will point out is we can't just always, we should depend on the person that is taking care of us, the person that is trying to unite us, rather than he shouldn't be not uniting us. And you gave a good reason, Gary, why Mr. Curtis is going to get a very special funeral. He's going to have flags at half-mast. Melissa Horton didn't even get recognized by that. She was told, it was pointed out that she was a bad person, all the awful things, and the governor wasn't given the courtesy of a call, and there's no flag at half-mast for her, and that offends people. So when you make it political, and I just somehow think that we also need to expect and want, the people that are leading our country, we should be demanding of them, not just free speech, not just to protect free speech, but to protect the unity that we should have in this country. So I feel very strongly about that. And I thank Dr. Francine because I felt the exact same way. Also, with regard to last night and the communication and the confusion, I was watching an interview and I was told that the confusion was because from the FBI to the field office, how they communicate, and that there was very poor communication, obviously, to the field office. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that the head of the field office was terminated several weeks ago. And there's a major problem in the FBI. However, we should, and I do believe that we're going to get the best and the brightest working on this case. But that is part of the communication problem yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. Look, the politicization, why that word I can't get out of my mouth, I can hear it in my head, but it's just not escaping my tongue properly, of all of this. It's just in line, I'm afraid, with the general outlook of the current administration. I will note that today the president released a goodly amount of money for the state of Wisconsin for disaster relief for flooding. But he announced it on True Social, and when he announced it on True Social, he says, we're taking care of Wisconsin, a state that I love, because we won it in the last election. Well, why is that something that's necessary to put on as an addendum to your announcement that you are providing much needed disaster relief for Wisconsin? What you are intimating, of course, you're not explicitly saying it, is that you are favoring states that voted for you. And that's not what a president is supposed to do. He's supposed to unify the nation once taking office and treat all states equally. For those of us who are parents or grandparents, I'm sure all of us, I hope all of us, really strive not to favor one child over the other. Right? It's the same concept, I think. Thanks, Meryl. Ching.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, where are you? Are you still wandering the earth? And where are you today?
Today I'm in Manhattan. For the last week, I've been exploring beaches around here. Yeah, different beaches.
Excellent. Enjoy.
So I have to tell the truth that yesterday, when I heard the assassination, I had no idea who was that. I felt immediately very disturbed, very sad, and all these emotions. Then later on, I find out this person was being hit, and it's I have mixed feelings. I heard things he said about. Then he's kind of like you all know. Very strong advocate for Donald Trump, and a lot of things he said was very extreme to my view of politics, and so I sort of have less sympathy of him. I have to confess that's how I felt. But overall, I think the gun control, I know you don't want to talk about gun control, but gun control is out of control. And I have to say, I was born in China, and in China, no one can have a gun. So there's no such thing of assassination or kill people on the streets or any of those kind. It's a very strict policy, and no one, zero gun. So we need to think about that. I guess it's a huge topic, and it's not going to solve, overnight. And also, I agree several of the speakers earlier said about dividing this country, Donald Trump is the one who is dividing the country. Speaking of dividing, so the leader, the father, the grandfather, the whatever, we're supposed to follow and set a really poor examples for all of us. So how we're going to unite, I have no idea. This is going to be definitely not going to unite us. It's going to have more divisions. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ching. Justin. Justin going once. Justin going twice.
I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, just in time.
Exactly. I was panicking. I was on another page and I was listening, but I couldn't get there. Okay, Gary, thank you. And I want to say this. I really want to speak to you, Gary, particularly. It's like, I really appreciate your room, and you heard me try to interrupt you a little while ago when there was a group of people waiting to say something, and you let us know that you were leaving soon. And I know Clubhouse. I used to come here years ago. I'm back here a little bit these days. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like coming in here and watching the rooms, and so many rooms. I just don't like the way they're managed. I don't like the way it's handled. Really, none out of it. It's just disaster. And I wanted to say. I came into the room because I wanted to say something about Charlie Kirk, actually, but maybe I won't because of time, and maybe it's not necessary. But what I want to say is this, is like, you literally said, no, everyone has a turn. And I was like, yeah, we hear this in other rooms, and it's like, everyone goes all over the place. But you've really let everybody have their turn, and you've come down to me. When I interrupted, it was just my silly idea. I was saying, because I thought you were short on time. I said, well, why not let everyone have 1 minute or something? It was just my idea. It's your room, not mine. I was like, let everyone have 1 minute. I'll do 1 minute, and let everyone do 1 minute, and then maybe everyone can talk after. It's just, that's why I wanted to interrupt, just in case, because I thought it would be bad if it got into a bad debate of this, that, the other. And I'm going to conclude it roughly there, almost in honor of Charlie Kirk. Right, wrong. I can talk more about lefty, righty, and all the rest of the shit. And it's like, but in honor of Charlie Kirk, what he did well, no matter what you think about him, he really let people speak, and he really listened, and he really let everyone have their say, right or wrong, and debated and everything. And I just want to say, Gary, what I can see, we might not agree on everything, but I don't think we'd be far off on left and right, Kirk or not. I believe you're doing it, from what I'm witnessing here tonight, you're doing a good job of letting everyone speak. And so I want to change what I wanted to say to thank you for that. Over to you.
I thank you for that. Ironically, I received an email today from somebody who's highly critical of the way I run the room, so it's nice to hear occasionally somebody saying something positive like this, so I appreciate that. But people don't have to do that. Just show up. That's the way to show that you're in support of what we're doing here. Thank you, Justin, and we'll go to Dismal.
Thank you, Gary. I'm going to be brief because I see that there are other people who haven't spoken. But I think what this assassination really demonstrates is a grim milestone in America's political saga, where fiery debates are now turning into violence and could even end in gunfire. And I would just say this, like, your Second Amendment shouldn't defeat my First Amendment, and no amount of gunfire can silence free speech. It's unfortunate. I don't agree with this person. I had not heard of this person, to be quite frank, but I looked into him, and he definitely had kind of a mix of troll-like bravado and sharp rhetoric, and he was basically awarded within this sort of polarized climate which is unfortunate. I think we have seen since 2016, especially with Trump's sort of bomb-throwing style and aggressive rhetoric, that we have a more toxic atmosphere. And I heard like discussions on behaviors like this happening on both sides, but actually, when you look at the statistics, I think 75% of the violent activities that we have seen, like political violence, has been on the right. And there are data to back that up. It's just unfortunate that social media, as I think a former speaker mentioned, has really rewarded bad behavior. We saw that with Elon Musk and the repetition on a American presidential debate stage. They're eating the dogs. And then a town in Ohio had to pay more than $1 million to protect individuals from vigilantes that decided to show up with guns for what? For a lie that was initiated on social media. So I think we do have a more divided country, unfortunately, but it's because the voices of the extremists on the right or the left have an outsized following and outsized perspective, and they're rewarded for it. And it's unfortunate because I think the vast majority of Americans just want to have good neighbors. They want to go on with life and just have civil discourse. And I think on social media, if your only view of the United States is social media, you have probably very bad view of what our country looks like. I think, as you know, as somebody who's worked in the media, bad news gets more coverage than positive news. So that's also a factor.
Thank you, Dismal. I think we may get through everyone. This is terrific. Odie and Ware, and then Barbie. Odie.
Thank you very much, Gary. So I've told you about my milestones of America's decline, right? It's ticking. I've ticked more things. Armed political violence caused by Trump. And so, I told you about this, but, some of you will get angry and you don't think I'm a lunatic, but it's okay. I'm just taking my milestones. And it's so surprising you're talking about Trump's request to Wisconsin. This is how dictators are born. Again, like I said before, when I was doing my fellowship in Australia, my fellowship was on failing democracies. That's what I did for 3 months in Australia, University of Brisbane. The evidence is there. Trump is now putting and saying states that he won. And for the FBI, when you have Kash Patel and Dan Bongino as your FBI people, what are you expecting? But let me end with this. I don't want to waste your time. I see people idolizing Charlie Kirk. Sorry, Charlie Kirk is not a patriot. He was a polarizing figure. Now, he doesn't deserve to die. I welcome his debate. But this so-called is a man of faith, he's a Christian. He's not any bloody Christian. He has no Christian values. Nobody looks at, I'm a Christian. The Bible is explicit about the fruits of the Holy Spirit. And I get very angry when, especially Americans, try to Christianize people. Charlie Kirk is just a Christian, but he has no Christian values. So let's stop all these things. He's who he is, a cultural war warrior, a great debater, a free speech advocate, a Second Amendment advocate. That's what it is. He doesn't deserve to die. It's unfortunate, but let's stop idolizing the boy. He was not a good person, neither was he a decent person. Thank you very much. Are you?
Well, one thing is for certain, I can say without fear of contradiction that nobody will ever try to Christianize me, at least not successfully. Thank you, Odie and Rare. Barbie, you get the last word.
Oh my goodness. All right. First of all, actually that was an interesting lead-in, and I appreciate it from Odie and Ware. I just want to refer back to something someone said earlier, saying that this was a martyrdom like Jesus. No, it wasn't. Don't even go there. Don't even try to go there.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a Christian, but as I said, Barbie, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even find it offensive.
Exactly. So that's just nonsense. But considering the source, of course, it's going to be nonsense. The second thing is clearly, and I mentioned it in the chat, and you'll see it, Gary, when you get in the chat later, that I'm fussing about the fact that John is recording. I hate that. I realize this is a public forum, etc., but it's also just getting to the point where some of us, I think, need to stop coming on the stage, because I personally, even if he's totally irrelevant and has one view, I still don't want to be immortalized on some random dude's YouTube channel forever and ever for my opinions that I happen to have one day, especially as we get more and more towards the lack of freedom of speech in this country. So that's a whole other thing.
Well, here's the thing, and you're the second person to bring this up. I mean, one of our regular contributors passed publicly contributing because he was in the room, and now you're showing your concern about this. And I gotta imagine that there are others who are not coming up on the stage for that reason. And I don't want people to feel intimidated. There's a reason why we do not record the room, because I know that there are people who don't want to be recorded. I know that's the default on Clubhouse now, and you have to affirmatively turn off the recordings of the room, but I'm trying to be sensitive to the concerns of the people. I want people to feel comfortable participating here. I think the problem is, Barbie, when he comes in with his own nickname, I guess I can ban him from the room, and I could instruct my moderators to ban him from the room. But as you know, you've seen the pictures, right? He's got like 20, she's obsessive. He's got 20.
Exactly.
He's got 20 phones there, all with Clubhouse nicknames. So I don't know how I can ban him. I think that if people feel strongly enough about this, and I know that it has not escaped Clubhouse's attention, and I know that they have tried, but maybe they will try harder, and maybe they'll be more successful if everybody who's concerned about this brings it to Clubhouse's attention.
So I think also, I'm sorry, Gary.
No, that's okay. That was what I had to say.
My suggestion is, first of all, definitely ban him for his actual his actual handle with his actual name, which is, why not just ban that? But his ego is weak enough that he actually, every single one of his profiles all link to the same social media, all of them. So it's really not hard to see. The minute you look at his profile, you go, oh, that's him again. I'm not saying you could possibly do that while you're moderating.
I've got a great group of moderators who are backing me up.
That's what I'm thinking. If you could everybody.
I'll have a discussion with them all about this.
I really
it.
appreciate it.
I don't want you or Stan to be afraid to come up to my stage.
Well, I mean, there's one of your most frequent contributors who has a lot of really interesting things to say in the chat, has expressed that she does not come on the stage because of him as well. So you'll see all that when and I know you need to go now, so I think I'll jump off. But I did want to say this, that as far as Charlie Kirk, it's horrible, it's tragic. I've been feeling sick to my stomach just because it's freaking idiocy, and it doesn't help anybody, and it only hurts the country. I just don't think it's terrible. As far as him being a Christian, I will never judge anyone as to whether they are or are not. That's not my job. I will say that in terms of the brand or the affiliation, he was definitely a Christian nationalist. He was definitely affiliated with the Christian nationalist side of things. And for those out there that don't know all the differences, I will say that there's literally millions of Christians who don't identify with Christian nationalism. And I would just beg people not to put us all in the same bucket. But other than that, it's utterly tragic, and I'm very sad for his family. I'm also very sad for the country. I'm very sad for the people that died in Minnesota that were politically assassinated, and terribly sad for all the families that lost children in the most recent school shooting. Like, he did say, and you mentioned that quote earlier, somebody else mentioned it too, I think Rick, or Scott, I mean, maybe if it's true that the belief that, you know, a few deaths are a small price to pay for the Second Amendment, then, you know, maybe in his mind and his supporters' mind, this should fall within that category. I don't know. I think it's tragic.
Thank you, Barbie. Your timing is impeccable. It is 6:58. I have about 90 seconds left, and I want to use the 90 seconds to not talk about Charlie Kirk, but to just implore us all to take a moment to think about 9/11. It's a little more difficult for those who were born more recently and to which 9/11 is history. It's a lot easier for those of us to which 9/11 is still news to be able to take the time. But I think we all should take the time to think about those who were killed on 9/11, and especially those brave first responders who, rather than running away from danger, ran to their deaths. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
And you did that in a way where you failed. Like, if you would have killed the negotiation heads, like, Khaled Mashal and Haya, like, maybe there could have been a discussion, but at this point, you just ended up killing a bunch of civilians and violating a sovereign state and putting America in a very embarrassing position. That's what you did.
Well, I just, that's okay. So, to me, and what comes with that, the possible, at the very least delaying, but the breaking up of the Abraham Accords, which is, not, everyone concentrates on the reconciling with Israel part, but the core of the Abraham Accords is to have fiber optic rail systems, to have these nations integrated together and integrated with Israel, through infrastructure. So
we offered the Israelis, the Arabs offered the Israelis everything, and pretty much the cherry on top was supposed to be normalization with Saudi Arabia, but they don't want it, man, because we called out their bluff. Like, that's what the Arabs did.
But here's what they're doing, though. Here's what they're doing. Here's what they're doing. So they're saying, okay, so we're not going to be able to get Gaza or the West Bank. We can't control it from an economic standpoint, so we get the benefits from it. So let's destroy the Abraham Accords altogether. We can't have it, and no one can. We can't have the whole thing. No one can. So I think hitting Qatar,
all the bridges.
Yeah, I think hitting Qatar was a way of starting the process of destroying the Abraham Accords, destroying the Middle Eastern Economic Corridor.
Because at this point, the Israeli sees, like, you guys are conspiring against me. Like, that's how they see it. Like, clearly, like, when you have the Egyptian army mobilized, and you guys are buying jets from Turkey, and you guys are, like, guys are trying to manipulate American, politics and Trump, and, and what you saw in Syria, like, unleashing, unshackling Syria from the sanctions. Like, clearly you guys clearly are threatening me, existentially threatening me. Like, this is how Israel sees it.
But they had a good thing, even after October 7th. They could have went in, hit Hamas, and got out, and they could have hit them hard.
and got out.
Yeah,
okay?
but that doesn't work. At the end, Hamas now has like a few dozen soldiers, and you know, you hit them hard, it's not gonna release them, and you know, it doesn't matter.
No. They could have released them multiple times with a deal. Israel does not want that. I know. So you have to ask yourself, why don't they want that? And you're saying it's because, you know, it's an a threat against Israel, right? And I could see that, but also at the same time, I could see.
I'm with
you. Know,
Israel overreacted after October 7th. Like, at the end of the day, like, Netanyahu, you're going to take your L. You got fucked. And take your L. Release the thousands of Palestinian prisoners into Gaza. Engage in an aerial campaign of assassination and fuck you, where you kill thousands of Hamas and perhaps in, like, aerial bombardment. And call it a day and just step down and just go, you know, face judgment in Israeli courts. Like, that would have been the logical behavior. And just continue the plan as usual. But that's not what they did. Because you got Ben Rafir, you got Smotrich, and you got Netanyahu. Doesn't want to lose the spotlight. Doesn't want to go down in history as a loser.
If they think there's an existential threat, you don't go out and make more threats. The thing is...
Oh, that's the calculation of Hamas is like, they were counting on Netanyahu to, like, you know, on his ego. They're counting on it. They're counting that this guy doesn't want to go down in history as like a loser. Like, you know, he doesn't want to go down as someone whose political career ended because Hamas caught him with his pants down. And he doesn't
you have to ask yourself, why would you attack Qatar? Like, what? And I can't see the military or strategic value of attacking
straight
Qatar.
Out terrorism, dude. That's all it is.
But attacking those that you know, the world is going to see. No, they're going to see that you are trying to kill those that are negotiating for the end of this war. So the world is going to know that you don't want an end to the war, and you're attacking a sovereign nation. You know, and you're attacking a Gulf nation on top of that, which is, you know, not allowed. You know, Gulf nations are off limits to everybody. This has been the case since the petrodollar was put into place. Off limits. That was the deal, and everyone in the world lived you know, by that deal. So when you attack Qatar, you're attacking the American dollar. So you would go through all this just to get some Hamas figures? It doesn't make sense. To me, it has to be.
It was a threat. Like, at the end of the day, America's complicit in this. Like, whether we like it or not, there's no way no one can sit here and deny that. Like, you know, there's no jet that takes off in the Middle East, and America doesn't have it on radar. Like, that's just, you know, I'm sure this is how it works. You know, one of the largest American air bases is in Qatar. If not, like central, like it's like some sort of central command.
Wait, but did you know that the F-35 is the shape of the F-35? The Israelis have reconfigured it, so the shape of it is not the same. So the cross section is not the same, and the radar signature you get back would not be the same. So, you know, America would know, but, you know, at this point, I think it would know too late. I mean, you're traveling at almost...
I'm not saying, you know, the capability to intercept them or whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. They got the green light from America. Like, that's what it is.
I can't imagine, because America would not want anyone, and would not want to set a precedent of attacking.
I don't think those jets would have hit the air. Like, I just don't think by the time they were around Jordan, like, you know, I even if they are F-35s, I believe, like, in Israel itself, like, they know, like, America knows, like, it's not hidden. Like, we know, they know.
No, I agree with you. What you're saying is true. At the same time, what I'm saying is also true. That America would not want to set a precedent where the Gulf nations which is the core of the American dollar, you know, being the reserve currency. Okay, they would not want these countries touched, or they don't want to set a precedent that anybody is able to go in and attack any of these countries. That's also true. So we have a I don't want to call it a paradox, but you know, we do have both statements here are true. And but I also point, wait, real quick, I also point to what they're doing in Venezuela. Venezuela is an OPEC nation, and the largest reserve crude oil in the world, second to Saudi Arabia, depending on how you calculate it. Saudi Arabia could be number one, and Venezuela could be number two. They want to get Venezuela back into line with OPEC. Why? To put more petrodollars out there to get the U.S. dollar stronger and have it circulating in the world. So this is vitally important to the U.S. This is the number one weakness that the U.S. has, and so the number one thing that they would go out to protect is their petrodollar and OPEC. So, you know, they're spending money on Venezuela. They're going to force them to come back to OPEC.
If you think America feels like, you know, it's petrodollar, its alchemy has been, you know, put at risk by Israel, I think we would see at least much more harsh language than what we're hearing right now.
What I'm saying to you is, I don't think America would green light anything to do with hitting the Gulf states, because that would set a precedent and, you know, lower the threshold.
Well, it happened, like, it happened, like the strike happened, Edward. Like we saw it.
I know.
It's not a dream, man. Like it happened.
I didn't say it was a dream. I said to you from the beginning that both statements are true. So if both statements are true,
this is terrorism, and this is American-sponsored terrorism. And if you guys think like your American bases protect you, well, I just went over like what I don't know if the map is real, but the one I'm seeing on X, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, like they went like deliberately do that. Like, what did you like? How is that?
That could be an attack.
And I'm sorry, how many fucking jets do you need to like bomb a fucking like 2-story, 3-story building, like a villa in fucking Doha? Like, come on. Like, you don't need that kind of firepower. That was a message. That's what that was.
To who?
That was a message to all of us.
That was a message to the U.S.
To Iran. That was a message,
that was a message to the U.S.
I mean, Iran already got that message. I mean, we already got that message from the attack on Iran. But this was another message to the Arabs. That's what this was. The Gulf Arabs. Like, yeah, by the way, all your shit, all your American bases, like, I flew on top of this shit with practically a fleet, and at this point, like, if I wanted to bomb your fucking presidential palace or drop, Moabs on top of your air forces, like, I can do this. Like, they just 1967 checkmated our asses. That's what they did.
I think that's, you know, a narrow view of the situation. It doesn't take into account that
but we're developing the technology. I'm sure Turkey's on it.
It's not about us. It's not about. I don't think it's about us. It's about checkmating America.
What?
I don't think it's about Hamas. It's not about the Arab states. Like I said, these Arab states are they
want to force America into the regional. Obviously, Israel's in.
No, they're not forcing them into a regional war. They're threatening to destroy their dominance, the U.S. dollar being the reserve currency. That's what they're threatening.
If somehow the petrodollar is lost, Israel would, like, America wouldn't. It would just be a fall of global order. Like, it would just be a collapse of economic.
So that's why it's so important not to touch the Gulf nations. They're the core of the petrodollar. That's why they're so.
So why? What? Like, do you think we're at that mercy of Israel to the point like Israel can threaten to kill us? Like, that's what you're telling me.
I'm saying that I think this was a warning shot to America from Israel, and they used the guise of Hamas, who are negotiators, who are political people, not even involved in the war itself. As a cover to send a message to the U.S. because look at where they flew. They flew over U.S. Bases. You know, like countries have U.S. bases. So and this is I think this is in Saudi Arabia and then hitting Qatar. It's saying that, you know what, U.S. America, you're vulnerable. You're vulnerable. So play along. Not that the U.S. would play along.
I don't think the United States is wrong. I just completely disagree with you on this. I don't know. I just don't see.
Oh, they did attack.
I don't see where we can be threatened by the likes of Israel. If Hamas can roll over Israel, if Hamas had 1,000 more pickups, I don't think we would be speaking.
It's not about a military control. It's not about a military.
Edward, I feel like this makes absolutely no sense because if Israel wanted to do something like this, the United States falls, who's going to be protecting Israel? It doesn't make any sense, Edward. They're going to have nobody backing them.
It doesn't make sense that Israel would go through all this trouble to go hit Hamas negotiators in Qatar at the same time flying over nations that have American air bases and Gulf nations, okay, which are the backbone of the American economy. And hitting a country,
Edward, we agree that America assisted with the intelligence that led to this attack. There's no doubt about it. Washington is the one, the negotiator.
I don't agree with this.
Witkoff is the one who requested the change in location. And he's the one who requested that Ismail Khaled Mishal be present for the negotiations. That's what it is. So they had to be in on it. Then it said that the Hamas guys were suspicious, and that's why they sent them ahead of them and sent with their cell phones. So there's no doubt about it that Washington was in on this. This is just like how they framed it with Iran. They were negotiating with Iran, but at the same time planning a whole attack on Iran. That's what they were doing.
You can't compare Iran to hitting Qatar. Qatar is one of the backbones of the American economy.
Well, I mean,
why would America say literally hit?
Because they don't give a fuck. That's how it is.
Then are you saying America wants to destroy itself?
No, America, right now, you just saw Trump. Trump was like, oh, I told them this is all new, BB. Well, okay, now what? Now what? What are you guys going to do? This ain't about me. America just, kind of sidestepped this whole thing. What are we going to do? Are we going to, force America to, in the interrogation box? Is that what we're going to do? No, at this point, okay, America's telling you guys, is telling the Arabs, I'm out of the picture. You guys do your thing. So we're going to do our thing. I believe Qatar should, and immediately there should be an emergency council. The Jam al-Arabiya should be meeting right now. And every Israeli ambassador should be kicked out of every Arab country. Practically this should be happening. I bet after, I believe this should already be in works. If this doesn't happen within the next few days, I'm gonna be really surprised.
So what does now the Gulf states are vulnerable to attack. Okay, they sell oil. They've agreed to sell oil in petrodollars, the majority of their oil. Okay.
Dude, it's about time, man. I'm fucking missing your fucking voice. I should.
I missed you too, man.
He's been on.
I need some Nick Fuentes energy in this fucking app. I need that. He's Nick Fuentes. He's literally fucking Clubhouse is Nick Fuentes. That's good.
So what is this about Turkey? They condemned the strike.
No, it's just Israel's starting shit with everybody, and they're hey, Turkey, by the way, over there, you saw what we just did, and they're fuck you, and they're oh, okay, fuck me, and they're fuck you too.
There were some Israeli lawmakers.
Some Godfather shit is happening.
Yeah.
I think there's more than what we think is happening when it came down to attacking Qatar. just think there's more to it than that.
I'm telling you, Israel's trying to keep the war going. They want a global war. They want the region to light up. They want to involve America into a war before the administration ends and it shifts to blue. And with the current demographics, it looks like, Montani, it looks like, socialism is coming to America.
Do you think America would go and attack the Gulf states?
I think Israel wants to antagonize the region. I think Israel wants to start shit, and if it means starting shit with the Arab Gulf, then they don't care.
Okay, so you think America would be fine with Israel starting shit with the American Gulf states, which hold up the American economy, which it's been since 1972, part of the world order.
Because I believe America is complicit, this is also an internal threat. If the United States clearly isn't going to risk the petrodollar or the oil or the global trade, it's telling these Arabs, it's telling them that if you think my presence in your countries it guarantees you securities from anybody except me, you're wrong. And so that's what it is. Israel can also threaten you if it believes that even though we are harboring these people, this envoy, these diplomats, at the request of the United States, at the behalf of negotiating on the behalf of Israel, that they can still assassinate, and they don't respect your sovereignty, nor do they respect that the United States is involved in the very process. So they don't respect that. That's the message that we got. So America gave Israel the green light on this. Israel completely ran with it, and now we're left okay, so what is the value? Oh, he left. Oh, you're there. Okay.
Yeah, so what is I got kicked off, and then I had to come back on. I heard you though.
What is the value of having this American military presence, and what's the value of buying all this shit?
So it's telling the Gulf states that there is no value.
Well, exactly. So now I believe what we're going to see is an arms race. I would arm up at this.
Wait, hold on. If it's telling them that there's no value, then why are they a part of the petrodollar system then? Why not move on to the petro yuan, which has been created?
No. See, I don't believe the leaders in these countries have enough power to just do that. They don't have, nor are they. Their wealth is set up for them to be able to do something like that. Just a lot of their wealth is based on dollars anyway.
So what happens if the Gulf states are no longer safe and can be attacked? Okay, how is that going to?
Dude, this is terrorism. I'm not meaning an invasion or something. This is meaning the United States, Israel. You can think of regime changes. You could think of assassinations. That's all. That's pretty much it. It's that kind of shit.
It's the case that everyone knows that eventually it is in their interest to move away from the U.S. petrodollar and the U.S. sphere of influence. But it's I forget this economics term, but the one where we have 50 mice, they all know that to protect themselves they need to put a bell on the cat. But no one wants to be the mouse to do it.
Exactly.
Right. Everyone is scared to be the one who jumps ship while everyone else remains on the ship, and then the U.S. just comes and fucks them over.
You see, though, Pastor, my issue is...
Hi, or the Palestinians, or that mouse.
Yeah, I mean, the Palestinians, you're already in the jaws of the cat, so there's no...
We always are. I mean, that's... In any scenario, we always are. The thing is, though, Pastor... If the petrodollar is what props up the U.S. economy through America being able to have the reserve currency, why would America then go and antagonize that system? If anything, they would try to make sure that it is fully protected and set up under
but that's the thing, Edward. I don't think America or even American leadership necessarily wants this. That's why we always hear conflicting reports from the White House. One moment, Trump is angry about what Israel is doing. Another moment, no, he's okay with what Israel is doing, right? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Clearly, there are people in the American government who are extremely unhappy with these decisions and correctly identify them as uniquely destructive towards America. But how much influence those people have in comparison to the others in Jewish and Zionist lobbies is debatable. And it seems with each stroke Netanyahu pushes, every button he pushes, he seems to prove that, at least in his eyes, the Jewish lobby is stronger than the naysayers.
I'll buy that. So you're saying that America knows that going after the Gulf nations would be against American interests because it would be against the petrodollar scenario that they have set up. But at the same time, those people that know this are not the ones in charge and have the power.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That I would buy. That makes sense.
I even think some of the ones in charge and have the power know this, but they also, know that they're in a sort of catch-22. Either they're in a catch-22 of where they feel they can't actually jump ship, or they're in a catch-22 of where do their loyalties really lie? Israel first or America first? Because the thing is, the straightforward solution for America is just to pull the plug on Israel and say, okay, you can bomb whoever you want, but we just don't care.
Well, I think they say you can bomb whoever you want, except these countries right here. Which would make sense to me. And I even thought of would maybe Venezuela, taking over Venezuela, replace Saudi Arabia, and I dismiss this because currently now we need the Gulf states and Venezuela, because right now we have high inflation in the U.S. and that's a result of the U.S. dollar not being as circulated as it was before, because we have China and the global south who are not doing as much business in the U.S. dollar. They still are, but not as much. So replacing Saudi Arabia with Venezuela is not going to work. They need both Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of the Gulf nations to counter China.
Yeah.
So it is, so to me, this was an attack on America more than an attack on Hamas.
Effectively, this does way more to U.S. interests than it does to Hamas. They didn't even apparently hit the guy that they were going after.
No.
Right.
But you're going after those that you're negotiating with. So why would you bring all this diplomatic bullshit on top of you and show the world that they were right? Everyone was right. You're not looking to end the war. You're looking to genocide. This is what your objective is. Why would you make it so black and white for everyone?
Because they don't care. Their survival depends on American involvement. So the Israelis are ironically also in a very big catch-22. They have no realistic objective from this war other than just to bomb because they're angry. The only way this ends up well for them is if the U.S. institutes regime change in certain countries that they deem hostile or otherwise balkanize and break them up.
Fast Apple's cookie update me. Don't strike Turkey.
Mikhail did that better with that network, so you can pay more attention.
Turkey condemned the Israel strike.
Oh, I think that's
they're calling them dogs.
It's funny. The Hezbollah guys.
What?
They don't actually do something. That's just what.
Somebody was just calling. I was saying the Hezbollah trolls on Twitter. I put a link in the chat. They're blaming Turkey and Qatar for Charlie Kirk's.
Really?
And they're just bots, clearly, but it's still funny that they're putting forth this narrative.
Yeah.
And
that was
That
was a professional job, though. There's no doubt that was a professional
people initially thought that it was a bullet that ricocheted off his chest into his neck, but he wasn't wearing a vest. And if you rewatch the video, as graphic as it is, it's a straight shot entry into his neck. The blood wouldn't have spurted out that way.
Is it?
So they
it
have
seems
somebody.
like there's the balance. There's like a balance where he gets
Well,
like,
the
it's
shock
like
wave,
double
right?
impact.
It was,
I don't know.
they said it was the shock wave from the bullet. I mean, regardless,
whatever,
I mean,
man.
that's not a survivable wound, man.
He's dead, bro. I mean, that's a shot. I mean, it's not that hard of a shot. It's like 200 meters. Like, it's not even that long.
Well, you do need to be at least proficient as a sniper.
I know this much. I wouldn't have made that shot. Fuck, man.
Dude, you can't even 30 or 40 feet away aiming. If you are not, a Marine could, like, maybe 50 feet away could make that shot. But you
if
need to
you
be a
got a
sniper.
rifle, it wouldn't take you 2 weeks if you practice, like, make something like that, like from an elevation, from a high position, like looking down, like
to shoot somebody in the neck.
I mean, I want to tell you on this. You have military training.
To shoot somebody in the neck. I think it's I don't know, and it happened the day after or the
it's
day.
a good shot. The guy is good. Like he's clearly. I mean, it's not that hard of a shot. Like, there's no wind resistance. It's not that long of a shot. It's just like a close range. It's, you at an elevation, like it's, in a campus, like it's contained. There is no wind. Like, it's all contained. So it's not a bad shot at all. I mean, but still.
Goo, what they say, Goo, about
you don't need to be what is his name? Like Hitman. You don't need to be Hitman to make that shot. You don't need to be John.
What guy they called? Is it the right guy?
Wait, the guy that they
yeah. The right guy, or is anyone thrown in as objectification?
Wait, who is the suspect, Goo? What is he? Like, or I don't know if they caught him yet or not, but they have $100,000 reward for anyone.
He's like some weirdo, like skinny. It's really hard to tell. Like,
there's actually videotape though. The guy getting arrested or something. There's any convincing evidence besides them telling us they caught the right guy.
I don't know. I thought
they caught the old guy first, and they caught a second guy, and they released them both because they weren't the perpetrators. And now there's this new guy that they have.
They're trying to make up a narrative now.
I think they're profiling at this point.
So what is it? What's this new guy's name? Is he a white guy?
They have a name, but they haven't released it yet. They're saying they.
How are they offering $100,000 reward for anyone leading to any information about this guy when they're not releasing any information about him to begin with?
They told me if you find him, then it's unlimited Taco Bell.
Listen, we're not going to go down that road again. We agreed that is not. It didn't happen.
$1,000 is enough. Like, especially with something like that. That's like you could easily get hit with like co-conspirator or accessory to, which would be considered terrorism because campuses are a no firearm zone. $100,000,
Yeah, but they're not releasing anything about the person that they want, but yet they're releasing a reward.
I'm saying the reward I don't think is enough.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. I think the FBI is
my
desperate
opinion,
at this point. I think the FBI is desperate. I think the FBI has switched to like profiling, and this guy, because he's wearing some sort of American flag thing, they're like, maybe we got some dirt.
Well, they had to have followed him, like through surveillance.
I would assume the first two they were probably following some sort of, like, the first thing I would have picked up is the university campus, like cameras. They clearly
they have cameras, obviously.
So
they have cameras. So this guy though, do we have a picture of him?
Yeah, there's a picture
Yeah, they
of him.
posted on X. It's going.
Oh, we do. Okay, that's why I was asking. Like,
his hat, wearing a sweater with an American flag.
Nigga, who's we? Fuck the FBI.
It's a false flag.
Is he a white guy? What is
Looks like a white guy, yeah.
Yeah, it's
No, he's a Zaya, bro. He's Ashkenazi.
Oh yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Looks like an Ashkenazi.
But apparently 4chan, I don't know if you heard about this, Edward.
Yeah.
They conducted like their own little investigation.
Of course they did.
Yeah, and apparently it's like some like fucking like weirdo tranny. The ATF agents did say that they found like anti-fascist, like pro-trans, like inscriptions like on the ammunition or something to that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And honestly, it wouldn't really surprise me. I mean, these fucking freaks. And it's funny in chat, like, and I'm not denigrating Charlie Kirk. I mean, the guy's dead, but like, it's like really Charlie Kirk. I mean, he's pretty moderate. I mean, he's not really as radical as they make him out to be. Like a Nazi, really? They think Charlie Kirk is a fucking Nazi. He's a fucking Zionist evangelical. What are we doing?
But he was becoming like, he was turning, dude. He was turning. He was critical of Israel. He was getting.
Yeah, he was talking about Epstein and Mossad. He was even having like a lot of anti-Zionist voices speak at TPUSA. So he was getting like a little cozy. Now, like, I wouldn't put it past Israel to like take out one of their own. To be honest, they've done it before. Look at Robert Maxwell.
What's like explanation?
So, yeah.
But the thing is, it happened happened the day after Qatar, right? I mean,
yeah,
that's a huge fucking coincidence to me. I don't know. I'm not saying
it's the biggest right-wing organization that has the most influence on the youth. Starts to do a 180. I mean, come on.
Oh, I don't know anything about Charlie Kirk.
I tell you what, there is a representative who talked to Charlie Kirk about a new contract or a new talking points, new section. They realize they're trying to deviate from the talking points, and they're like, you know what? Let's pull up another Hollywood JFK thing, and we're just going to blame it either on the Muslims or we're going to blame it on these liberals and cause like a chaos in America. That's what I think happened. And I probably owe some money as well.
I was confused. I was confused because he, they say he's an Islamist or anti-Muslim, right? Islamophobic.
He definitely.
And he says anti-Semitic things too. And I'm like, well, what the hell is this guy?
He's a sucker for Israel. He eats the ass. He
said comments. He made comments.
Listen, I would not put it past Israel to do something like this. I mean, I don't have any proof that this is the case. I mean, we were only working with the information that we have. But it wouldn't surprise me, though, if the breadcrumb trail leads back to that.
Bro, he was going to release the Epstein files.
I'm saying I believe that he probably wants to jump on the Epstein file to want to do get more edgy like Nick Fuentes because he realized he sounds boring, just spin out mainstream talking points. But when it comes to Israel, this guy was not anywhere close to significant anti-Semitic. Not because he's loyal to them, because he's fucking scared of them. He was a coward till the day he died. And if he said something even edgy about Israel, it was like on a tight leash. So he was a sucker for Israel till the day.
Yeah, look, and this is not in defense defense of like any of the Zionist crap that Charlie Kirk used to spew, but I mean,
I didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was, bro, until he died.
Really? That's shocking, man. He's been pretty influential.
Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
He said he didn't really know who Charlie Kirk was until.
I didn't either. I'll be honest. I didn't either.
Charlie Kirk was meant to make our generation think like our parents in the U.S. specifically. So if you're not like in your early 30s and younger in America, you're probably not going to know that much about Charlie Kirk.
No, I'm 48, so I don't know anything about Charlie. I didn't know anything about. He got shot like, okay, well.
I know about Andrew Tate more than I know about this guy.
You know, me too.
Andrew Tate does appeal to a broader audience than Charlie Kirk. Like, part of the reason why Charlie Kirk is so maligned is because, my generation is the one who, or I guess just before me, is the one who kind of realized that, okay, a lot of the stuff we learn in school and in the mainstream media is kind of, propagandist bullshit. Charlie Kirk, given his worldviews, embodies all the propagandist bullshit that, people despise. Right, like Pepe is actually the one who kind of broke this down about why a lot of people on the right, forget people on the left, but people on the right despise Charlie Kirk because they view him as just like a shill of the mainstream, Zionist establishment.
That's how you know that these leftists who call him a Nazi are completely fucking out of touch with right-wing politics, because the far right that they paint as the enemy actually hated Charlie Kirk. Consider them.
They call everybody a Nazi, though.
A race cock and all this stuff. Yeah, the InfoWars co-host Harrison Smith said that he had spoken with someone who was like very close to Charlie Kirk. Now it's a secondary source, but he did say that Charlie Kirk was very.
You're breaking up. Broke up suspiciously.
I was gonna say to Zoe, can you hear me? I think. What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
Very. That's it. There's a cliffhanger.
Okay, Charlie Kirk, something.
Yeah, I said that Harrison Smith, who's the co-host of InfoWars, said that he had spoken with with someone who was close to Charlie Kirk. Although it's a secondary source, he did say that Charlie Kirk was deathly afraid of criticizing Israel or stepping on line in that regard. And he thought he was being hyperbolic. Like, he was just like, oh, they're going to kill me. Like, as in, like, they're going to, rip their funds away or whatever. But I think he was, now we see, if this is the case, right, that might be the case, so. Just some food for thought. Again, I can't prove any of this. I'm just going by what people have been talking about, so.
Speculations, man.
I was surprised because that guy was funded by the Zionists from day one. If you look at his career, so if he was a debate for them, I see the emotional reason. If he can boss him, we created him, and now he's trying to run away from us. So I can see the emotional reason as to why they would do it. And Edward, I always want to say to you, for me, the reason you don't know this guy is because I think he's an industry plant. He's basically astroturfed. He's fake. And he basically got forced into everyone's timelines. That's what all of us know him. He's very unimpressive and just like spitting out the mainstream talking points, saying nothing creative.
Well, the thing is,
my timeline is all AI and
he
Palestinian.
Did all those fucking libtards.
No, but that's the thing. The reason why people know Charlie Kirk.
No, I think Berger did a better job.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think Charlie Kirk said you won't be able to find from at least like 40% of Republicans in Congress. The only thing that made Charlie Kirk famous is that he went and said it to the easiest, most triggerable, emotional, irrational people in the U.S.
Yeah.
Just American university students.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense.
I think it's also an industry plant. He was definitely boosted up on the algorithm, his funders. He's definitely had to push. He's not like other people organic. When these things come up in authentic journeys. This guy's an industry plant.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was, TPUSA was bankrolled by the Mercer family and the Koch brothers, Betsy DeVos, all these, like, Fortune 500 billionaires and, like,
these are the same people who are opening the settlements in the West Bank, getting houses there.
This is an Instagram thing, a clip that I saw of his, and he talks about like criticizing Israel.
Yeah, he got
feels like it's.
Yeah, he got chewed out for interviewing Dave Smith, who's like a libertarian, like anti-Zionist Jew. Mind you, Dave Smith is, again, he like mildly criticizes Israel. It's not really like hey, like it's the Jews and they're controlling the media. Doesn't attack Israel from that angle.
I'm just saying, he looks scared. He looks scared.
Yeah, absolutely.
My favorite Jew from that angle is.
I mean, look at him. Look at this video. He looks like he's very careful in the way he's, selecting what he's about to say. Like I don't know. There's not a lot of people in this world that you could get an American to like kind of be that careful. Like,
Do you know about Max Blumenthal?
Yeah. Gray Zone.
Yeah, you don't like him. I love that guy.
I like him.
Because on his publication, The Gray Zone, this guy, I'm forgetting his name, he's some Israeli turned anti-Zionist or whatever. And he wrote an article. He wrote an article covering up for the dancing Israelis on 9/11 and said, oh, they weren't really celebrating and we need to be wary of anti-Semitic conspiracies.
Aaron Mate.
Not Aaron Mate, it's another guy. Fuck.
Okay, there's only two guys I like. I don't know the rest of the clips still.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
He's a sharp shooter, bro. He doesn't hold back, bro. He's a sharp guy.
Blumenthal was the one that went to Israel and the West Bank and did that tour last year and exposed the stage.
David Sheen, that's his name.
You're right, dude. He's a brave guy. He was doing that stuff way before everyone knew about Palestine was going right now. He was in Israel, he was showing people how fascist the people are. Max Blumenthal is probably one of my favorite journalists of my lifetime. He's amazing still. I don't agree with him everything, but he's amazing.
His October 7th documentary, I can't deny, was like really
He exposed the stage that Israel had set up at the border of Gaza last year with the oversized binoculars and the school buses of teenagers or from high school or junior high, whatever, that were coming in to get on this stage, this platform, and to use the binoculars to see if they can sight Palestinians being killed. And I mean, he was the one that exposed that, and he was there when school buses were pulling up.
So Israel is saying that Qatar has to choose now either to condemn Hamas and kick it out, or Israel is going to do it for it.
I mean, this is getting.
I think Qatar's really angry, and they're really talking to the GCC countries, trying to get a response. But I don't think Qatar's going to lay flat.
No, Qatar is a very powerful GCC country. They have spent their money wisely, and they have a lot of soft power.
I'm just loving it, dude. Like they're calling them out like straight up, like, hey, we're calling you out. Like, I thought it's like I'm like, let me get this straight. You guys are calling me out. I'm like, yeah, we're calling you out. It's like, okay.
But they want. I mean, they're the mediators.
And they're pushing to it's funny about it as well. They push into Iran's hands. They're talking about was geopolitics.
It's no secret that really Qatar is the intelligentsia. It's the beating heart of the cause, of the Palestinian cause. It is, seriously. Like Al Jazeera. If it wasn't for Al Jazeera, like, honestly, I don't know if there would have been a cause.
Right.
And if it wasn't for the financial support from Qatar, again, they pretty much bankrolled Gaza.
But it went through Netanyahu, the millions of dollars, too.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not like, this is new. And on top of this,
it was a delay.
Doha, I mean,
gave people in Gaza some semblance of life under Hamas and in the light of a siege. In a time where Netanyahu was going to conduct Israel was going to conduct such an attack to begin with eventually.
Of course, yeah. But Israel sent their delegations multiple times to Doha. So they legitimized the negotiations and negotiating, and the U.S. did too. And the U.S. Wanted Doha to be the mediator, and
this is them flipping the table, dude. They just flipped the table. They're done negotiating, man. They're not negotiating after this.
I agree with Edward though. That's really exposed himself, because I watched interviews with the Qatari official with CNN, and he really destroyed Netanyahu. He didn't make no personal attacks. He simply stated the facts, talking about how he's broken every single rule in the rule book. This guy's not civilized, and it's so because what he's running is the unprecedented thing.
Yeah, he wiped the floor with him. Yeah.
He really did break. I mean, Israel did break massive rules, diplomatic norms that just aren't broken. And it did do a lot of damage to Israel's credibility.
No chivalry in war, right? That's what they say, right? That's
except for diplomats.
The whole UN Assembly pretty much was a grilling session for Israel, not one person. And all the Arab countries used the word Irhab al-Dawla, which is like what is the word in English? Irhab al-Dawla.
What is that, Mikhail?
State-sponsored terrorism.
Yes. Not one country didn't say that word.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
From Qatar to Kuwait to Pakistan, even Pakistan came out and kind of shitted on Israel at the end. And dude came out, the Israeli representative, and he said, "What are you talking about? Like, America came and assassinated Osama bin Laden on your own soil. Like, nobody blame it."
How about Saudi Arabia, Z? Did they have anything to say?
Yeah, he said, "We are backing Qatar at any position it would take." All the GCC.
GCC, yeah.
Yeah, behind it, totally. Egypt as well. Like, it's. I mean, thank you.
Israel is a risk, and if the Arabs thought that America is going to contain Israel once it implodes, no. So Israel's like, I'm not going to go down, I'm going to implode, and I'm going to take a lot of you guys with me. And like, who wants to start shit? Like, this is what the Israel we're seeing today, and I don't know.
You can enjoy the airspace, and then we gonna fuck you on the ground. We get millions of people on the fucking borders.
You know, we Arabs don't want a total war with Israel. The Jews, we don't need a total war.
No, we don't. They can do it for themselves.
Yeah, implode on your own. Don't take us out with you, you terrorists.
Yeah.
You just realize Israel is a rogue pariah state, right?
Oh, you just realized this?
And it's also, have you heard about the prediction that in 80 years, that is never
yeah.
And it's getting to 80 years, so it's it might be repeating itself.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't believe in that kind of shit, but I can't deny the pattern. I mean, I just can't deny the pattern.
How many weeks has it been since like they announced their operation on Gaza City? Like, has it been like 2 weeks now? Or what?
It wasn't. They scaled it back to the operation. What they call it? The gate, opening the gates of hell, which is a scaled back version, which I forgot what it entailed, but it wasn't. I know.
How many gates?
It doesn't even have a nice ring to it.
Like they've been saying.
But they're not. But it wasn't about going into Gaza City though.
Dude, they came into Gaza City at least 4 times.
Well, they're on the outskirts of Gaza City, and they have gone in and gone out very quickly. But actually going in, destroying and occupying, that they have not done.
They not occupying. Don't you see? They're destroying the buildings.
You get the true mentality of Israel behind the military operation names. You truly understand Israel when you really focus on the operation.
I think the name was chosen to overcompensate for the fact that the operation was not going to be going into Gaza City and occupying or destroying Gaza City.
No, they want to torture us, dude. That's what they want to do.
I don't think they're ready to go in. I don't think they have enough resources to go into Gaza City.
And in the meantime,
I think they're afraid of going in.
In the meantime, they can mow the lawn.
No, mowing the lawn is way. I mean, we were way past mowing the lawn.
The lawn is
mowing the lawn was just cut down. Destroy a little bit of Gaza, here and there, just enough to disrupt their economy, make sure that the people, like you don't grow, you don't grow. That's what mowing. Here, it's about tilling the land, if you want to use the similar analogy. Because there's no lawn to cut down at this point.
I'm so confused. How did so many millions of Christians in the Western world get brainwashed into supporting poor people from the same land Jesus Christ grew up in, getting genocided by some fake Jews?
You're still appealing to Christians. There are no more Christians. They're all dead. All the saints are waiting to be resurrected when Jesus comes. All the Christians are dead. All the saints are dead. When Jesus comes, they'll be resurrected. There are no Christians, man.
If there were Christians, they would be helping the Palestinians protect the Christian holy sites. That's what they would be doing. That's what they should have been doing all these decades.
That's an actual fact from a religious point of view, but just beyond that, just a human experience. Like people under the rubble, poor people caged up like animals, the land getting stolen,
the mainstream
church of the land. It's like every movie.
Condemned this already.
Huh?
The mainstream church has condemned this already, but
you know what? To be fair, the Catholic Church and Orthodox Church, it seems like most of the neutral. The Orthodox Church obviously got the most at stake, but oh my God, these Western Christians, they're ashamed to the name of Christianity.
You're talking about
no Christians.
I don't know, dude, you're talking about this very specific subset. Even here in England, the Church of England. You can't say Western.
The Church of England.
You can't this evangelical Zionist so-called Christianity isn't normative in Europe as it is in the United States. So you can't say Western. That's a mis.
What's a Western in America?
The Church of England and the churches it's in communion with, some of them have literally adopted BDS as official church position. But none of these people have military power, economic power, military might. All that is concentrated in the hands of the evangelical. And the evangelical, well, he's made his worldview clear. Dispensationalism, cockery, Jews are God's chosen people, cockery, and all sorts of other heresies that they spout, so...
Was David Smith, real quick, was David Smith, did he run for president last year? Was he the guy that tried to run?
No idea.
No.
No. I
think he might have. I'm not sure.
He was on the Secular Talk, and they were interviewing him, and he was running, and he was talking about, some pro-Palestinian stances, and everything, and then he got into how Jews are the victim, we're victims, and then Secular Talk, what's his name, Kyle Kalinske, he got on him and said, oh, wait, hold on, you're victims now. You're back to being a victim. No, we're not doing that. We're not going back to the victim mode here.
Well, Dave Smith's not a Zionist, though.
Yeah, I know. He wasn't a Zionist. That's the thing. That's why they had him on. And he was doing good until he started talking about, how Jews have been, victims, and they're the victims of, I forgot how he put it, but...
Yeah, this is why I'm, wary of, anti-Zionist Jews, because they still reaffirm that narrative, that victimhood narrative. Yeah, they're insufferable.
One final point about Western Jews, or evangelicals to be specific, yeah? But they make a mock of themselves. I see video of them in Israel, some rabbi, and you say to his pastor, whatever he is, oh, you know Jesus, he's a Jew, you know that, right? We're Jews. You should not worship one Jew, you should worship all Jews. And the pastor, the Christian guy there is nodding his head, trying to be polite.
Listen.
You say to a Muslim, you just fly kick in the face.
If Christianity is anything, it's gonna be like the days of Christ. If Christ is preaching a message and you believe in him, and you go and you participate in corruption and death and hedonism and all of this, are you truly a follower of Christ? The whole message is to follow him, to follow his example. These people, they're not Christian anymore. It's gone. That thing is gone. They've abandoned the churches. They don't follow any of the churches anymore. They rebelled against them.
It's funny, the Western Christians claim Islam is incompatible with the West and incompatible with Christianity and their values and stuff like that. If you actually see pictures of Jesus in the church, yeah, he looks like a Muslim bro. He wears a fold-up kameez, he's got a big beard.
Well,
they rebelled against the church.
Wait, this incompatible...
and their kings.
And we're alien, apparently.
This incompatible trope that's been out for years started dissolving with the right, on the right here in the U.S. because of the, the agenda, the, left-wing liberal agenda that they tried to force on, all of Americans. And then some, Mr. I don't know how this happened, but Islamic values started lining up with, I don't want to say Christian values, but they call them Christian values, Republican values, and they wanted so they wanted to work together. I've so many Republicans have come up to me saying, how do we work with the Muslim community because of what's happening in our schools and this whole big liberal agenda, and we both, and the Muslims knew about this before we did, and they set up their own schools and we didn't, and how do we work with them and to get them to work with us? And I'm like, well, they don't need you. We don't need to work with you. You shit on us for 25 years, more than that, but since 9/11, and now you want to work with us, but yeah, strangely enough, that
Egypt is
there's no compatibility.
Egypt is by the way, the security of Qatar is the security of Egypt. Egypt, Qatar is not.
Oh, really?
And they sent yesterday. They sent like a very high volume warning to Israelis. So like, if anything happens, we will open the gates of hell.
You know, confuses me. From a geopolitical point of view, America's own hegemony of the plan they got, right? It would make sense to have friendly relationship with, the Gulf countries, even Iran, because of the amount of natural resources they have, gas, and, you'd be thinking...
Dude, we talking millions of people. Where America gonna fight? Like, America gonna fight all of them on their land? They're gonna get decimated.
But instead, it is doing exactly the opposite of what a geopolitical strategy should be, right? And why would that be? It is because it is not really in charge. It is a subject state. And it's subject by who? By Israel.
Subject government, not state.
Hey,
I'm sorry. We can take on Israel. We just don't have the capability to do these surgical strikes on Israel, so we don't have that Air Force.
You do have rockets. You just need an alignment.
We got weapons of mass destruction. That's what we got. We got ability to go to war, total war. We just don't have surgical strike capabilities, and at this point, it's like testing.
When you open chaos gates, chaos come to you. Like once you start destroying in all of the freaking region around, there is nothing to hold on to. Even the freaking government's gonna fall.
You started a domino effect. I don't think there's any doubt anymore. I'm not crazy when I told you guys this is gonna go, and it's gonna be Turkey versus Israel, and you're gonna see a coalition, and this is gonna happen. It's gonna go there, and the next theater is Syria. The next theater is gonna be Syria.
It's going down. We've been saying that from the beginning. This is not gonna stop.
Mikael, what do you think about Syria? Do you think that's sellouts or do you think the rumors?
No, I think Syria is just gonna, this is gonna be the Arab horde. This is where it's gonna show up from. As Syria, the Egyptians are gonna do their thing. And the Turks are gonna be there. This Arab horde is gonna come with Turks, backing them. So it's. If Israel's gonna push this, it's gonna happen, man.
This is also the time of his training. All the people that align themselves with Israel at this time is traitors. So outright known who's standing by who at when. This is done. It's a done deal.
UAE is done. UAE is unredeemable.
It's trying to correct as we speak, trying to align itself again. So we'll see.
I refuse to even support a country to go on holiday.
I think economically the trajectory isn't in the favor of the United States, and I think if the conflicts that we see in the world are not gonna they're not calming down, and they're just the trajectories that they're gonna grow. We're looking at a global conflict eventually, regional conflicts that are escalating, and they're just gonna eventually meet. And this seems to be what's happening, man. It seems like the world is boiling. I didn't know shit about Nepal, and then all of a sudden these guys are chasing down their prime ministers, and they're burning everything.
Look what was happening right before.
America says death to America, death to Israel, and it calls big Satan, small Satan. We should start doing big Satan Israel and small Satan UAE. Then a Russian dance, man. What's the world one?
You stole that from Iran.
Nasılsın kardeşim?
It's a given. Look what was happening before October 7. It was infiltration to the education system all over the Arab world.
Abi nasılsın abi?
Is he speaking Turkish?
I have no idea.
He's trolling, kicking down.
He was trained here by Prince.
Neil, nasılsın?
They think. What's happening?
Is it Prince? I don't know.
Hello guys, you right? So I'm from Turkish, guys.
Okay.
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim, bro.
Oh, that's strange. What part of Turkey from?
He's the camel.
We speak Turkish here, man.
I don't care. Like, even if you're a Kemalist, like, you should be on our side too. Like, at the end of the day, like, Israel can't have hegemony in this region. Like, Israel isn't gonna bully all of us.
Fuck off, man. Shut up.
He's talking about Mustafa Kemal.
I know.
Brother.
Like, the Israelis are threatening you directly now. They're like calling Turkey out. Like, what are you gonna let this happen? You love Turkey. You love the country.
Okay, so here's what confuses me though about your analysis is how do you square that with Turkey being a NATO ally and beholden to the United States?
Bro, the Turks, they are all about like,
both sides.
the Turks gotta play. The Turks are more in check
I don't
with
think
the
you
world.
understand what it means to be a NATO member, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying both sides.
They are a member of NATO. That means they answer to the United States.
They have coordination with the United States. Okay, sure. So what?
I wouldn't just call that coordination.
I mean, but that leaves you up on a level of a military standard. Like, if Turkey wasn't part of NATO, how would the Muslim world even have a comprehension of like NATO and military class? Like, how would they know?
But he's right, Domenico. Turkey is fully infiltrated by Morocco.
Dude, your jets are your jets. You build up your drones. You got tanks. Like, this is a military. It's not like the Turks ever lost. I mean, the Turks never lost their military doctrine.
That's so much that
the Ottoman military doctrine was never lost. Like, the Turks are a continuation of a military mind.
Not only are they a NATO member, which means they are beholden to an institution powered by the United States. Mikhail, they're hosting American nuclear weapons.
Yeah, which makes them even greater of a threat. Like wait a second. Like, if Turkey wanted to go rogue tomorrow, let's assume a scenario. Do you think, like, Turkey can't? Like, is it, like, an impossible thing? Like, what? They're not going to be able to launch their aircraft, like, anymore?
But they don't... Oh, are you talking about nuclear?
No, I'm talking about, like, just go, like, rogue against NATO, like, just disconnect from NATO. Like, I don't want to deal with you guys anymore.
No, that's not how it works. Sorry.
I'm just saying, let's assume there's like I don't know, some Islamist takeover. I don't know, some hostility. Like, a war with Israel and no response from NATO would pretty much do that. Like, I don't.
So you think Turkey is going to go to war with Israel?
I think Turkey, the Turkish military, is totally capable of engaging in military operations across its borders without any assist by NATO.
I don't doubt that, hostilities are there, and it's only going to go south from there. Yeah, I'm sure things are going to happen. There might be, a proxy war that might take place. They might sever ties diplomatically. I'm sure that's going to ensue, right? The more things heat up in the region. But to suggest that Turkey is going to pose an existential threat to Israel by military means, I mean, that's preposterous. That's never going to.
I don't believe that. That this coalition, this rising coalition, is going to be desiring to engage in a total war against Israel. The whole thing about Israel is containment. Like, it's going to implode on its own. It already is. We can't get rid of the Palestinians. The Palestinians, that reaction is so violent. It's just, they're imploding already. So we just got to contain them.
Okay, so what's holding back Jelani Syria from diplomatically supporting Palestine?
They don't have power.
What do you mean? Wait, say that again?
He already, supports us. What do you want from him to do?
Wait, what do you mean by support you guys?
He doesn't condemn. What do you want? What do you want him to do?
Military? I mean, they don't.
What do you want him to do?
Why was this so easy for Iran to do on day one of the overthrow of the Shah amidst the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union?
These Iranians got oil. Syria got nothing.
They have nothing. Well, they surely are a huge geopolitical chess piece enough for the Russians to get involved.
Yeah,
they are pretty significant. No,
for the Chinese, for the supply lines, trade lines. Yes, but what do you want the Syrians to do? They're rebuilding their own country. It's not like they could do much for anyone else.
Dude, they gotta build up some infrastructure, some economy going, and get like Turkish bases off the ground, and
building infrastructure.
We gotta build the infrastructure. Like, what do you want us to go
building
pick up and run
infrastructure
up
and
on
bettering
Israel?
the country economically means getting closer to the West and cozying up to the United States, which is something you don't want to do if you want to antagonize Israel. That doesn't make any sense.
They want the sanctions, dude. That was the whole point, to get the sanctions removed, and that was the whole, and it worked. So now it's just about building. It's about building a Turkish military presence and infrastructure in Syria, and that's getting bombed, man. Like, this isn't easy. It's not an easy job.
This is a 3D chess move, is what you're.
Yeah. This is a build-up. This is an encroachment.
So when Jelani talks about building a Trump Tower in the middle of Damascus, this is all about getting closer.
This is
building up enough capital in Syria to antagonize.
This is us playing with a child.
Yeah, exactly. This is like, look, what did Qatar do for? Wait, hold on. What did Qatar do? For Trump, they gave him a 747. Why? They couldn't do anything with it. It was 13 years old. They had no buyers for it, and they were like, "I'll just give it to this guy. It will make him happy."
They also did it because they're rivaling. Remember back in the days, Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries put boycotts on Qatar for those years, and America supported it. They're also basically trying to get Trump's influence over the other Gulf countries, over Saudi and stuff like that.
No, they gave that 747 literally because they couldn't get rid of it. Like, they didn't know what else to do with it. They had so many planes.
I want, Mikael, you still haven't articulated how this is going to result in the absolute downfall of it.
Check Pakistan. How Pakistan got its nuclear.
Okay,
Israel wants to do.
Nothing that has transpired. Okay, nothing that has transpired since the fall of Assad up until right now, in this very moment, shows that you're pursuing a policy of containment.
That's less than a year, and they've been under the revolution for like 14 fucking years to get Assad off. Don't worry about it. We don't count it that way. The West way of thinking is different than the East. Totally different.
It's just strategy, bro. At the end of the day, if Syria ends up going,
you can't say that. You don't know what's going on in the minds of people who are governing Syria. You can't say that.
Why are you stuck on Syria, though?
No, I'm stuck on Syria because Syria played a huge role. Okay, the fall of Assad and the arming of rebels in Syria, facilitated the isolation of Iran, which is beneficial to Israel. What you guys don't see, you think that this is some sort of...
Sydney, Syria would be a much greater threat to Israel.
Do I need to reference the white papers?
A Sunni Syria would be a much greater threat.
That's not true.
And Israeli knows that.
Mikael, that's not true.
It's a much more serious threat. Yes.
Mikael, that's not true. That's not. I can read you the
100% true.
I can read you the clean break policy paper and the Oded Yanon plan.
You didn't know the clean break
This is a cult.
Assad is a bitch.
This is your sectarian getting in. This is your sectarian getting in the way of your
thinking. It's the roll of the dice. It's not.
That's a bitch. Look at his feeble face. I'm not gonna let this fucking
let me explain.
Rule over us. Not only that,
you claim to get
on
that.
It's not about
If you would let me finish speaking. If you let me finish speaking.
The Syrian military is garbage. Come on, man. Look at this fucking tanky military. Like, what is this?
You're
World War II.
Hold on.
What do you like? We're gonna liberate now.
Celebrate
World War era army, like Assad's Cold War era army is going to liberate us from Israel.
Nobody said that.
This is actually the
They
game
are
of
using
to play on the minority,
Can I just
dude.
speak?
Like, how
Israel,
could you see that?
since we're going to put it all out on the board, Israel is using Assad to facilitate the Yalon plan in Syria. That's what it is.
No, that's not true. It's the dynamic opposite. Have you read the Yanon plan? I don't think you've read the Yanon plan. The plan was to have a Sunni state in the middle of Syria, with a Druze state right near the Golan Heights.
So they want to cut it off. They want to cut off the country on ethnic lines.
And who is asking for the Israeli to be there?
You guys aren't letting me finish because you guys are speaking about things you haven't read about.
Wait, you just mentioned them.
The goal is to have a Sunni state as the dominating government in Syria.
Far in the north.
In the south, near the Golan Heights, okay?
It's Druze.
It's going to be Druze. We already know the makeup.
We know the Alawites in Latakia. And then, you're Arab, so you know everything.
No, we know the game. We know the game.
So the Arabs know everything.
We know they want to make them, they want to turn it into ethno-states. We know they want to do that. We know. But the reason they weren't able to do that.
Sunni governance.
Okay, dude, just calm down. So, if I'm going to go and create ethno-states, if I want to do this in America, I swear we had this conversation before. If I want to go do this in America today, what I would do is weaken white people. That's what I would do. Why? Because white people are the majority, and they're the overwhelming majority. So I have to weaken them before I divide America into ethno-states. And the same thing in Syria. If I have to divide Syria into ethno-states, I'm going to have to weaken the main demographic in Syria, which is the Sunnis. Because the Sunnis,
actually,
they're everywhere.
You just need to weaken the governing ruling ideology. Now the Alawites.
Yeah, that's not the Oded Yanon plan.
Those were nonsense. It was always the sectarian.
No, you want to divide the Middle East into small ethno-sectarian states.
I encourage you to read the Oded Yanon plan. Again, you speak about things that you haven't actually read.
I'm literally describing to you exactly what it is.
On Twitter.
No. We've read it on Clubhouse. I've pinned it in the Pastor knows. They've seen it before. I've been popularizing it.
If you read it, you wouldn't have come to such preposterous.
No. It literally is dividing up the Middle East into sectarian ethno-states, where Israel can establish hegemony over all these smaller states.
They want to
balkanize
and they want the ruling majority in Syria.
And there is no Arab unity.
Throughout history, the only
you will have a court.
They didn't go divide up is because there was Sunni authority. There was Sunni power. That's why these guys stay in tow. So the only way to go and divide all this region up is to weaken Sunni power. That's what it is.
No,
and so that's what they're committed. Assad's been doing that. Whether you like it or not, that's the fact.
If that were the case, why did the United States support the Islamists in Syria against the Syrian government? If it's a net negative to the interests of both the United States and Israel, why did they support the rebels in Syria?
There was a push. So when Syria, there were several groups, and one of the ones that have been pushing is a group that was backed by Saudi Arabia. And yeah, maybe they wanted that one to rule over Syria. I'm not sure exactly where they wanted to go with Syria. Everybody knows that revolution. There were so many factions backed by so many countries: Saudi Arabia, Turkey, United States, France, even. There was so many foreign actors in that, but that's what it was, and then Russia kicked in.
And if that's what it was, with all those foreign actors, basically funding this foreign terrorist insurgency, what was the ultimate goal?
I'll give you the ultimate goal.
Was the toppling of
the ultimate goal. Was to just Assad now was occupied by Russia. It just gave Syria to Russia at that point. So Syria was now under Russian control. I believe it was better for the West to have a Syrian Russia than it was for them to have a Sunni Saudi Syria, or an independent Syria, or whatever,
Wait, so it was
a Turkish-backed
beneficial for
Syria.
the West,
So
for
yeah,
Russia
it's
to be
beneficial.
involved?
Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense. That does not reflect the rhetoric.
Israel and Russia
doesn't
do work
reflect the
together.
rhetoric or the
Israel and Russia
policy.
do work together.
Listen,
just because of all the
Mikhail,
rhetoric.
you're wrong. You're just imposing your category of the mind on this.
Russia.
This is just not.
Are you telling me that Russia opposes Israeli interest in the region?
I'm not saying they do, but what I'm saying is that Russia did
so it is at least in the favor of Israel. It's in the favor of Israel, right?
You're not letting me
finish. It's in the favor of Israel.
You're not letting me.
But it is.
No, it's not in the favor. No, it's not in the favor of Israel because Israel did not want. No. You think it is, but it's not.
You can't beat
the reason why the Russians interfered. The reason why the Russians intervened in Syria is to prevent a Sunni corridor going all the way up to Chechnya, which would have been a national security liability. That was in their interest.
You're still thinking about Chechnya. Khalas, Chechnya is gone.
I'm telling you what the Kremlin.
Do you think the Russians are fighting in the 21st century in Syria because they want, like, they're thinking about Chechnya?
Yes, the Caucasus is a very...
Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
And I think you're completely out of touch, and you're forgetting the amount of influence that the Islamic State had on the Caucasus.
Dude, I mean...
It's about Chechnya at the end of the day. Like,
every Russian...
Please read into Russian foreign policy. I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, dude, every Russian of every major ethnic demographic still has a very deep distrust and fear of Chechens being in their society. Like, a lot of Russians...
What does this have to do with Syria and Russia having access to warm waters?
They don't want an
They have warm
Islamic
water. That's what they want. They
state
want warm waters.
Yeah.
And they've put themselves in a place where they are working in the interest of Israel. So meanwhile, they're practically the broke queen. Israel and Syria.
You don't think there's a connection between the rise of ISIS and the intervention of Russia in Syria?
Yeah,
they're directly correlated.
I think Russia was already in Syria. You had Assad already in Syria.
And they didn't interfere. They didn't intervene until 2015.
Yeah, because they wanted Assad begging on his knees for the Russians, like selling everything out.
Wait, who's they? Who's they?
I believe the West, Russia, Israel.
The West was vehemently opposed to Russia's intervention.
Exactly.
Listen, the West didn't want the Arab Spring to happen. The Arab Spring happened.
In fact, they encouraged it. You're a liar. You know what you're talking about.
No,
that's not true.
The Arab Spring did happen.
No.
And the Arab Spring was a matter of time for the Arab Spring to happen.
We're talking about a
9/11. You don't know the street.
A 9/11 project manager, Chicken Hawk, Philip Zelikow, okay, ultra Zionist Jew. Okay, son of a rabbi, celebrated the Arab Spring. He helped Hillary Clinton overthrow Muammar Gaddafi. And what did he say? Oh, this is going to ignite a new Arab Spring. This is in our interest. He said that in the email.
I'm sorry. Muammar Gaddafi.
Hillary Clinton says in her email, the best way to help Israel is to overthrow the government, topple the government of Bashar al-Assad. Just completely disregard what Hillary Clinton said, right? Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State under Barack Obama. Doesn't matter, right? This was part of the acid wash of the emails, right? That doesn't matter, right, Mikhail? Because again, your sectarianism is getting in the way of your line.
Let me tell you. So there is the Arab Spring, and then there's the counter-revolutions, and then there's those who wanted to take advantage of the situation for their own agenda, which obviously the United States and the West. And so the Arab Spring is naturally there are people that, again, this is one nation. Like, regardless of Libya and all you see these borders, at the end of the day, it's all one nation. It's all one people. And eventually what is in one region is going to happen in some other region. And everybody was already fed up. It was only a matter of time. And so people naturally, there were uprisings. And obviously what happened in Libya, Gaddafi, with all due, I tapped the head. The guy, he said some bold things. I think they were obvious things for the times. I think he played some cards, but at the end of the day, he's a failure. Regardless of what he did, he's a failure.
It's funny how your foreign policy...
And you knew they were coming for you regardless.
What's funny
let me finish.
What's funny to me... Wait, hold on, wait. I just want to say this one thing. I have to make this point, because I need this room to know this, is that Sunni Muslims typically always somehow, in some way, shape, or form, always align with the United States and Israel when it comes to their foreign policy takes. This is not a coincidence. And it's not a coincidence that you're saying this as an Islamist when it was Islamists who overthrew
it
Gaddafi.
depends. Do we want
the pipe up his ass. It was Al-Qaeda.
Do we want
These
World
were
War
the same
III?
terrorists.
It
And
depends on what scenario.
And
It
you have
depends
to
on what scenario.
understand.
Do we want World War
You
III,
have to
or do we want
understand the
Israel
timeline.
to be just
You have
more
to understand the timeline.
Like which one?
You have to understand the timeline.
I don't really want
After
World
Gaddafi,
War III.
after Gaddafi was killed, right? It led directly into the civil war in Syria. Directly. Those same rebels then started flooding into Syria and started antagonizing the Syrian government. This is also
we know
something
where
that
the
was noted.
revolution began.
This is
We
also
know the
something that
early
was noted
protests.
in the exchange of emails that Hillary Clinton had.
We know.
They were watching this from start to finish.
We know
But you deny
the early
it, though.
protests. We know where it started. We know the people were killed. We know the graffiti that it all started with. We have the whole narrative down. We know that there's been previously a history of uprising in Syria against his very father. We know that there's over 100,000 who were killed in that. So we know that there is a Sunni consciousness. There is a Sunni consciousness in Syria that is oppressed, and view Assad as an oppressor, and view him as someone who is a godless motherfucker who just uses Israel as an excuse to continue his military dictatorship. And that's what it's all about. And then he uses Arabism to hide that he's an Alawite motherfucker. That's what it is. And he has sold his soul to the devil. So this guy and his father have used the struggle.
Wait, but what's confusing
and the only thing that has been working out, the only thing that Assad has been progressively succeeding at is that the UNO plan is balkanizing Syria and putting us, and now we see the Kurds, who are now backed by the United States, they're putting up a front. And we got the Druze, who are half armed by IDF Druze themselves, or by their weapons and their snipers and their night scopes and shit, and by tactical air support, apparently. So that's what we got. And we got an Alawite population that, still has Druze, still has Ba'athist sympathists, and now they're trying to do this Alawite jihad movement, and now we're seeing some SUVs being blown up. So this is what we have. This is Syria post-Assad. This is what Assad got us to. So now we have to deal with all this. Now we have to go and subjugate all these motherfuckers again. So this is what it is. We see that this is a combat. You're combating Sunni presence and dominion over these lands. That's what it is. That's what's happening.
Wait, are you saying that?
And that's what Israel does.
Wait, German. Wait a second. So are you saying that because of the overthrow of Assad, that Syria is now in a perpetual state of destabilization? Is that what
I'm saying? That now that we've removed the shithole that is Assad, when we've tried to assist this de-animation of Syria that is happening, this is the aspect. This is the spectrum that you're seeing. You're seeing all these. You're seeing sectarianism, and you're seeing these ethno states that are literally about to pop out.
You literally just
they're
proved my
literally.
point.
Okay, but who got us to the state?
That's literally the goal.
Who got
that
us
was
to
the
the
goal,
state?
Mikhail. That's the
No. The Assad should have Syrian society shouldn't have been shaped like this. The Syrian society itself has already been antagonized, and this antagonism comes from the Assad regime itself, yet alone from the historical understandings we have with these groups. These groups do not want our interest. They have genuine animosity towards Sunnis, man. It's just a fact. The Alawite and the Druze will stab me, bro. They'll literally eat me, and they'll put me in their stew, and they'll have a good time doing it.
Don't feel the same way.
No, I'm sorry. You see the Druze right now.
Oh,
you
yeah,
see the
so
Druze jumping. You see these
The
motherfuckers
only
jumping
thing is when
across
you
the
are a
Israeli
traitor,
border.
dude. Like when that happened, like
Druze
when
are
actually
motherfucking
that happened
traitors,
for
bro.
the sake of what they believe.
They're not even Arabs. They lie, dude. Look at them. I swear to God, now. Go to Grok. Go to Grok. Go to Grok. Paternal haplogroup Druze. They're all
So you believe it's okay to ethnically cleanse them on the basis that they're not Arab? How are you any different from a Jew?
Not that they're not
And I don't want to
Arabs.
hear this morality
Not
game
that. Let me
that
finish.
you play about.
Let me
Oh my
finish.
God.
Not that they're not
The
Arabs.
Torah,
They're
the God of
traitors.
the
They're
Torah
traitors.
commands the
Blue,
most
they're
heinous
traitors.
of
They're
acts
traitors.
against
They're
groups of
traitors.
people.
They're traitors.
They're traitors. Okay.
They're traitors.
So you
Look
think
at
it's
them.
okay to
Right
wipe
now,
them?
raising Israeli flags.
Not
Raising
all of
Israeli
them.
flags in Sueda. They're raising Israeli flags in Sueda. They're
Yes,
jumping
that's
up.
one
They're
sector. It's not the
jumping
whole
across the Israeli border. They're jumping across Druze in Israel, Arabs who are supposed to be Arabs,
This is
jumping
utterly
across the Israeli
meaningless.
border, going
This is
participating
utterly
in
meaningless,
terrorism.
and I'll tell you why it's utterly
And
meaningless.
And you
Because
see
if you're
Druze
gonna-
arming and accepting arms and
if you're
calling
gonna-
for Israel to come and take over
If
Suez.
you're going
So that's
to
what we
say,
have. So yeah, if you're Arab
hoisting,
and you're
if you're
betraying
going to
Arabs, what
say-
should we do with traitors of their own kind?
Okay,
What should
look,
we do?
listen.
Yeah, I remember the law for that is you colonize, you cull them. You cull them. That's exactly what you do.
So if your line in the sand is hoisting an Israeli flag, then I have some news for you about the Free Syrian Army. Anyway.
I'm sorry, like, bro, you're gonna come and tell me, I don't care, what leadership do I care about at the end of the day? I don't know any of the leadership. All I know is that this Giuliani guy managed to get the shit show that was all these Islamist factions into line and got them to obey and align themselves with Erdogan, and they got something done. And that's what, and I measure them by their accomplishments. And I might not necessarily trust, I didn't trust Giuliani at the beginning, but I trust him. He's done enough that he has a record now. And so far, I'm going to judge him based on his record. But I've trusted Erdogan from the very beginning. So if Erdogan backs Giuliani, then I'm going to give Giuliani the benefit of the doubt. And so far, Giuliani has kept the Syrian people pretty happy when it comes down to standards in the shit show that is post-Assad.
Everything I have,
I don't know why this person's on me. But yeah, I think Giuliani, what I expect from a post-Assad Syria, he's done with flying colors, and he's been very patient. Like, Giuliani has been very patient, and these Druze till today are antagonizing, and it's about containment. And we're giving, and he's giving them, it's all about buildup. There is a buildup, and the Israelis are bombing these depots. These are Turkish weapons. These are Turkish depots that these Israelis have been bombing recently, right before this Doha attack. They know, the Israelis know what's up. They all know what's up. So the Israelis know what's up, and they just said, fuck the negotiations, fuck you Qatar, and fuck you Turkey. We see what's up. Like, this is what they're going. The Israelis are calling us out. They know what's up. So we know what's up. Everybody knows what's up. I think let's just say it. You know, we're coming for each other, and it's going to happen. And if it's going to happen in Syria, if it's going to happen in it's happening. They made their choice, and it is. The Syrians are not going to live in misery. They're not going to live under the hegemony of Israel. They're going to live as a strength, and they're going to be like Turkey. And if you don't want that Turkey on your border, then come do something about it. Come do something about it. And Netanyahu, you know, keep doing what you're doing. You know, good luck. We love it. I believe there needs to be a fire under the asses of a lot of these Arab leaders, even under Erdogan, even under the Egyptian military. There needs to be a fire under our asses. And sure, I want Bibi to be this fire. And if it's going to cost us some, some civilian escorts of some diplomats to get it done, some failed operation by Netanyahu to get it done, then more thank you for it. Well, good job. Like, I want it. Let's go. And not to be like a crazy person here, but if anybody saw the UFO footage that apparently has been circulating, and you had like the congresswoman from Florida bringing it up, the representative, and saw a UFO get hit by what was it? Forgot what that missile's called. But they showed it getting hit, and it just kept flying. So I'm just saying, if that footage is real, there's aircraft that can take on a missile and keep going. I don't know what it is. No one knows. I don't. It's serious enough that military testified. So it seems to be real. I don't know. But saying there are technologies out there that apparently we don't know about. So just like, well, it's not the United States, so I wonder who it is. I wonder who it is. Guy wants to like still dream about Assad and some sort of Iran axis and all that bullshit. You know, Iran was just doing its thing. It got what it wanted. It's controlling Iraq. The Americans are leaving Iraq. They're all butthurt that the Iranians are controlling Iraq, and they're making these investments in Iraq, and Iraqis are making a lot of money, and they're just butthurt about it. So you know, we're gonna leave now, and we're gonna let these Iranians take over. Like they already took over. They already took over. So you know, Iran used the region. They used the Hezbollah. And they just had their way in Syria. They had their little religious orgies in Damascus, and they bounced. Like that's what happened. Let's be honest. Like when it comes down to the blood, the casualties of the Iranians, and since October 7th, they're still on the least to suffer casualties. So Iranians are good. They win too. It's like they never cared about us to begin with. We demanded some payment for using the cause. That's it. But Iran was oppressing. It was actually in the favor of Israel, destroying Sunni countries and spreading sectarianism and violence in these countries. Like this serves Israel only. So, and that's why Nasrallah and Hezbollah was so confident. They were like, that Israel wouldn't decapitate them. Like they were so confident because they felt like in a way they were doing Israel's job. Like at the end, an enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Like that if you decapitate me, like the Sunnis are gonna push in, right? And Turkey's gonna push in. Like Nasrallah really thought like that you could, like Israel would not be that stupid. But he miscalculated and he paid the price. Oh well. Like I mean, that's what happens. He should have gambled. Like Nasrallah gambled. Like I thought he was supposed to be some sort of imam or something. It's all good. I think we need to get our air defenses. We need to get our stealth fighters. We need to build our own shit. Like this should teach us a lesson. And Israel needs to be punished, and we have the power to punish them. So see, but the Arabs have been called out. I think let's see what they can do. But to call out Turkey, that's ballsy. That's ballsy. I mean, you're itching for it. You see it happening in Syria, and they see all the depots, and they see all the weapons, and they're like shitting themselves, and they're like, and I'm gonna just start calling you guys out right now. I'm like, don't give away the plot. Like, don't reveal the movie. No spoilers. Yeah, there you go. No spoilers. Like, don't spoil it. Like, that's supposed to be something for like 10 years from now. Like, you know, it's like they just want to rush it. Like, you know, which I don't blame them. Like, at the end of the day, what are you gonna, if you stop the war, then Syria is just gonna build up. It's gonna build up all its weapons. Syria's gonna just build up all its weapons because there's no war. You gotta respect the borders of the other countries and all that, you know. And then what? You're just gonna watch Syria at a distance just build up its weapons and build Turkish military bases and infrastructure and like start flying 4th gen and 5th gen aircraft. Like, is Israel's just gonna sit there and watch that happen? Of course not. Of course it's not gonna sit there and watch that happen. Don't be stupid. So this war is going to continue, and it should continue, and it's going to involve Syria, it's going to involve Lebanon, and that's if the Egyptians and the Jordanians like don't get involved. I mean, at this point, like Israel attacking Qatar is a good reason like to like start moving. Like, you know, now the Gulf country has been attacked. I mean, it might be taking it a bit far, but like, you know, maybe we can press the Israelis a bit more using the Egyptian military. I don't know. But if we're just gonna rely on like the Syrians, I don't. The Israelis are not gonna let us. Like, they're just gonna keep going. They're gonna spread the war to Syria. So, and if the war spreads to Syria, like, it's just gonna. Turkey's gonna have to get involved. So it's inevitable. It's inevitable. Like, we're facing a global war, and Israel isn't gonna take the L. So it is what it is. I think this strike just proves it. Like, Israel's committed at this point. I think like the strike symbolizes the end of negotiations, the commitment to war, the commitment to regional war. You attack Qatar, you call out Turkey. It's straight. Israel is being very clear. Like, that's it. Israel's being very clear on this. You know, or we're going for a regional war. Or we're going to threaten with a regional war. And if you guys don't want a regional war, you guys submit to our demands. Which is kind of what Edward was pressing earlier, kind of thing. We'll see. Obviously don't want to be frantic. They don't want to rush it. But I think kicking out the ambassador would be Israel's embassies, all that in the Arab world. That would be a start. I think that would be fair. And then going from there, that would be the first response. I just don't think Qatar is gonna let this slide. I don't think it's gonna. I think people underestimate Qatar a lot of times, and they forget that Qatar survived like a siege by other Gulf nations, and they brought Turkey into Qatar, and they've have a pretty modern air force. Like, I mean, you know, and they got a lot of wealth. They got a lot of money. And their gas is playing a key role in keeping Europe, you know, on its knees when it comes down to Russian gas. So that, and American gas. So. Qatar has quite a few cards to play in. It's an act of desperation. I think But I like it. I like Netanyahu. I like keeps everything exciting. It's as expected. Sinwar really read Netanyahu like a book. Like he read him like a book. Honestly, like I didn't. Either Sinwar's a prophet or Netanyahu's that predictable, and he is. He is. He's your boy. He's your Boy Scout. Like that thing is, he's so good, and because he's optimal, it makes him predictable. And I didn't think like Sinwar's crazy, bro. Like Leif is crazy. I don't blame them. Like they got to that point. Like they're just like fuck it, right? They're getting to that old age. Like what are they gonna like old? Like old age and die. Like what are they gonna do? Like just like grow to be 80 and 90? Like of course not. So they use that against them. They pick the timing, like the way the domino effects are falling. Like it's just like when they said regional war, like it was like, and like Sinwar's been talking about this. This wasn't new. Like Sinwar and like officials in Hamas have been like discussing this. We have videos go back to like 2014 almost. Like it's not something that's been hidden. Like this notion of this like large scale attack and kidnapping and taking captives or POWs or whatever. Like even taking hold of kibbutzes on the outskirts. Like they even discussed that. So that's all been discussed in public. So that they were able to pull this off, even though that they gave out this information. Israel knew that Hamas had these capabilities, and yet they still got them regardless, and like spectacularly like humiliate them on October 7th. I mean, I don't know what it was about the RPGs on October 7th, but those things one-shot at those Merkabahs. Like I was like, I'm still have the footage. I look at it and I'm like, what changed about the tanks that like this is like not how it is now? I don't know. I guess that reactive armor does really kick in, doesn't it? We give it less credit than it's due. But yeah, that shit saves lives, huh? Yeah. But it was spectacular failure, and they got him. Like Hamas has been pretty good so far at like predicting every move. Like they've been ahead, and I think like the strike is clearly like frustration of that. At the end of the day, you got Khalid Mashhad and Hayya. They're just like in Doha. They're just like chilling, and they're like negotiating from like villas and shit. Like they're not. It's at the end of the day, it's like what's. They're chill. Doesn't seem like anybody's panicking. Like Hamas is chill enough to like negotiate and then negotiate again and like they're just chilling in Doha. Like, fuck that shit. I mean, they're winning. They're winning. I don't know. They're winning. Who would have thought? Like, I'm a Hamas groupie too, but like, shit, like Gazans, right? Like, how sophisticated can they be? Like, they're sophisticated, right? Yeah, they got it down to a formula. Listen, in Gaza, there was a very popular game we played, and all the top kids, like smart kids, and it was a skill, like we would go to cafes and we would play strategy games, military strategy, and it was Command and Conquer Generals, and in Command and Conquer Generals there are only 3 factions. There's the Global Liberation Army, which represents the Muslim Ummah, like literally it's the Muslims, and then the United States of America, and then China. There's not even a European faction. Like, it's just like that's truly what it is. And we're in this game. The game is a world war, a global conflict, where China, the United States, and the Muslim world are interlocked in this war. And in this game, the GLA doesn't have an air force. You don't even have an air force. So you're fighting, and the tactics are tunnels. You use tunnels, you use mass mobs, you use like garrisons in buildings, biological warfare, missile systems. You have like long-range missile systems, and you're playing this. And people in Gaza have been playing this game for at least like the 2010s. So it was a very popular game, by the way. And they've been playing this for a decade, like over like 2 decades now. So, when I see what's happening in Gaza, it reminds me a lot of that game. I see like the tunnels and the hit and run tactics, and it's just like the back of the pickup trucks. Like, that's a unit you actually buy in that game. That's your first unit. You spam that unit a lot. Like, you want a lot of, these pickup trucks because they're very mobile and fast. So, I'm just saying, like, the Gazan mind has been, like, tech savvy, dude. There's, like, strategy, and they strategize it. Like, they're all about, like, gamifying it all. And I mean, we have your strategy book. We've got the Israeli strategy book. So we know what you did in Lebanon. So we know the playbook. We know exactly what you got. So we know that we're not going to be the PLO. Like, there's no surrendering. Like, you're not going to surround the camps like Sharon did, and with the tanks, and there's no Christian militia, Maronite crazy heads that are going to come in and do your dirty work. And you guys are too scared to do your own dirty work. So it's like, you're checkmated. And human shields. You want to say human shields all day long. Who gives a shit? We got 700,000 people in Gaza City. Come take it. Come take it. Come take it. Gaza City is where it's all at. That's where the business is. That's where the mind, that's where the heart is. That's where it's everything, is Gaza City. You know that. You left it for last. You went through it, okay, but you didn't. See, I thought you might have done worse, but I'm looking at it. I got to see some of the aerial footages and stuff. And there's still a lot of Gaza City. It's hit. It's battle hardened. Yeah, it's battle rocked for sure. Towers have gone down, but there's still enough there to recognize it. And there's a lot of people still there, and they're not leaving. And these are like the motherfucking stubborn people. These are the Gazans, and these are like the high-level refugee Palestinians who made it. So you're dealing with the cream of the crop, and it's not going to be a cakewalk, and we already saw it's not a cakewalk, right? So, And what's up with the Israeli military? Like, just, you got people running up to tanks and just, like, dropping explosives in them. Like, how many times is that going to happen? Like, I mean, I'm already counting, so this is the third time this happens. I mean, those 4 soldiers in Gaza, like, what was that about? Like, what was that? Wasn't that a waste of life? Like, that's a Merkava tank, by the way. That's like millions of dollars. That's like 4 people. And imagine the extraction of that charred up tank with 4 IDF bodies in it. Like, you can imagine that kind of processing, right? You can imagine the man hours that's gonna take to like peel these people out of that tank, right? Like, people don't measure all those costs. Like when a military, like they think a military is just like a bunch of soldiers with guns, and like they like point them that way. They don't know there's a whole like mini society running behind, and all of that is the military, and that costs a lot of fucking money. They don't know that. You know. So just like park there, like it's fucking weird in the middle of Gaza, like with a hatch open. Like, what the fuck mentality is that? Like, what kind of military training is that? Just like pops it, throws it an explosive, and just like runs off. Like, these kids are gonna be like movie stars, like in for the future generation. Like these guys are just like, you know, imagine now you're a 10-year-old Gazan kid watching this shit. Like, imagine that. Like, that's fuel for a whole new generation right there. And my generation is fueled by, like, a few little kids that have thrown rocks at tanks and got, like, killed. But this generation is going to be fueled by, like, a bunch of, like, 20-year-olds maybe even younger, or maybe, like, 20s, maybe young 30s maybe, running up to tanks and, like, just blowing them up. So, yeah. I don't know if this is what it means to have a Gaza. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, you want to say anything?
My side games.
Well, you wake up and then come back. Yeah, unless Israel can really commit to Gaza, like I don't. But this doesn't look like committing to Gaza, does it? It looks like you're, you know, if an operation in Gaza looks like you parking tanks and just leaving hatches open, then you're not gonna do in Gaza. Like, I don't know, maybe they're waiting to get resupplied with like bunker busters from America. I don't know, maybe they're not manufacturing them fast enough. I don't know. Maybe the killer Death Star needs to be cooled down. But, you know, if they're like worse, if them doing their worst is gonna take them a year, then, you know, if it's gonna take a year, you already lost. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's gonna take you a whole year. You already should just call it. Starting wars with the whole region, is it gonna do you a favor? It's not gonna, you know, just accept it. The whole Zionist project, it was never meant to succeed in the region to begin with. Go down quietly, don't go down, you know, don't try to be a suicide bomber. Don't, you know, there's no honor in this. You know, just go down, you know, peacefully, everybody dies, you know, it's okay. You're chosen to die. You're the suffering servant, right? That's what they want to be. They want to be the suffering servant. They want to be Jesus. Let them be Jesus. The Jews have to suffer for the coming of salvation, right? Kind of sadistic logic, right? God chooses a people so they can suffer, so salvation can come. Salvation through suffering. Judaism. If I'm gonna suffer, I'm gonna make everyone suffer too. Not gonna lie.
You have this anon just sitting here. What's up, Dimitri?
So lazy being a mod.
Hey, Royal. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, good.
What's the
What do
topic?
you think? We're talking about the strikes Israel did Qatar. Well,
Okay.
I mean, Mikhail's doing most of the talking. I'm kind of sick, so. Oh, he left. Yeah, I'm not really talking too much. I'm kind of just listening because I'm not feeling great myself.
Yeah, you're the sole mod now. Doctor, why don't you come out, bro? Dr. Omar.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello, Freddie.
Hi, Royal. I heard that you're sick. I hope you have a speedy recovery from whatever disease you have.
I don't have a disease, but yeah, thanks.
Anyways, Royal, who are you thanking? You're thanking Israel for striking Qatar.
This
Did I
is
get
not
that
my room, dude. This isn't my room, bro. No, it's the satire title.
Royal, do you actually have a cow?
No.
Oh.
Royal, that's not even you in the picture, I swear.
No, that's her. That's her.
No, man, this is an AI of me, bro. I don't care.
It's an AI, but it looks like you, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna post pictures of my actual face.
No, of course I understand that. Of course. But, like, this is very much how you look like. I'll take that as a no.
Shit, Freddie, you're that guy.
Which guy? The guy?
You're that guy.
What do you mean?
You're that guy everyone's got beef with.
Yeah, that's true. You got me.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Charlie Kirk. Let's talk about Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck with a 308.
No, let's not.
I'm so bored of it at this point. Like, I really don't care.
Bro, somebody died. Somebody lost their life, and you're talking about boredom.
Yeah.
It's not about your entertainment, dog. It's about somebody's life.
Die every day. Who the fuck cares?
He had 2 children. He had a wife.
Okay, and children are being killed, bombed, raped.
He was 31 years old, bro, and he lost his life. He got shot in the neck.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but it's also
now somebody else is going to be fucking his wife.
Hundreds of thousands of people and all over the world who are being killed and slaughtered and raped. Like,
that's just you being fallacious. It doesn't matter. Every life has a value.
What does that even mean?
It's like a fallacious way of reasoning is what I'm trying to say.
I bet his wife is happy as fuck. I bet they have life insurance. I bet she's happy she's about to be a millionaire. I'm sure she is.
But somebody else, I know she might be happy, but what I'm gonna say is, like, I'm sure Charlie isn't happy.
Well, Charlie's dead. He has no time to be happy or sad.
Yeah, that's true.
I think this is going to be the start to, like, more deaths of influencers though, because essentially that's what he was. He wasn't like a fucking political pundit. He didn't have like the same amount of like clout or significance as like Tucker Carlson and these other ones. He was just a fucking influencer, and I think slowly we're going to start to see like a lot more of these kinds of things happening amongst.
You think the next is Ben Shapiro?
We're not that lucky, but I hope so.
Well, obviously this was like controlled. This was done by the Trump administration. Like, there's no fucking way somebody else did this.
Bro, honestly, that's what I thought as well. I think
it's probably some random motherfucker.
No, I mean, Mikhail, if it was a random motherfucker, he would. You know, the fact that they shot him in the neck. Yeah.
Yes. That was
not a hard shot.
No. It's not about it being a hard shot. Listen, I myself have played nationals in sniping, right? So I'm gonna tell you,
people could make that shot.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Making the shot is not a problem. The point to be understood in this entire situation is that he was shot in the neck, not in the head, not in the chest, not anywhere else, but in the neck. Why would you shoot somebody in the neck when you have a clear view of their head? Because you want to make it dramatic. You want to make it bloody. You want to get the attention of the masses. You know, you got to think like a sniper. You can shoot somebody in the head, and it'd be very anticlimactic.
I got it.
Yeah, you know. So it was done for a show.
I think maybe the person was aiming for the head and they missed. You never know. They just got this,
You just said it was an easy shot, and now you're saying that he missed.
There's always going to be a margin of error.
Could you imagine?
There's always going to be a margin of error.
The same thing they done with Trump. Trump like sat there with his cronies and was like, "Well, when someone tried to shoot me and they missed, it worked out really well. Let's try and do it with this guy." And they just fucked up the whole thing. That would be funny.
He was shot in the neck on purpose. From the impact, I could tell it was a 308. The way his body did that.
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. But that's the world we live in. I wouldn't kill somebody for their opinion, because I'm not like them. You know what I mean? But, did I like this guy? Fuck him, no. But now he's dead, so I'm not going to talk bad about him. Because he's dead.
Yeah. Wow. Look at what someone wrote.
Well, that's an easy way to get your account banned. I would suggest you delete that comment if you want this account.
Yeah.
Say for,
Yeah, what's this about Trump having a stroke? Is that right, Chucky?
I've seen the video where his mouth is falling down one side, isn't it?
Oh, my bad. I was watching the news earlier, when he was making his speech. People were speculating that he had a stroke, but nothing came out officially.
What did he look? TV?
His mouth was like falling down on one side, like it looked like he had a stroke, yeah, but a mild stroke probably.
We'll have to look that up.
We didn't hear that, Mitch. Mitch.
I believe he deserved far more than that.
Hi, Lulu.
Yeah, we didn't hear you then either.
Sorry. So I said that Trump is far more bigger punishment than what you think with the mild stroke. Because you can't be complacent, yeah, with the same genocide and you think God is gonna give you good life. Never.
How are you, Lulu?
Yeah, good evening, Scotty. Good evening, good evening, Sky. Long time no speak.
A fellow Brit.
A fellow Brit in here.
Get me.
Guy does know me. Maybe he's just pretending he doesn't at this point.
No, I was just talking. Yeah, hey Lula, you got another new name.
I know, I like to just keep people on their toes. How you doing, bud? You alright? Keeping well?
Yeah, I'm okay, yeah.
Very pleased to hear that. Good to see you.
Yeah, Scotty's only been on this app like 3 weeks now, is it, Scotty?
Yeah. And you haven't gone insane yet, no?
I'm on my way.
I know that Lula's been on. I've been on this 5 years, and I think Lula's been on it like 4.5 at least.
I'm 4 years next week, actually. Yeah, okay. September 21. Yeah. It's an interesting space, that's for sure.
I managed to get a house up to 2,200 in 2.5 weeks.
Well, that's very impressive. Well done. You obviously got a lot of good stuff to say.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. It would depend on you lot. I'm just watching this video here and seeing if he's had a stroke or not. He said it's never happened, it's fake news. Perhaps they're referring to another candidate for another party.
Certainly looks like a stroke. His mouth hanging down one side and he looks really out of it.
It's very interesting to listen to you guys, you know. Hey, you have a stroke, you know. It's like both of you waiting for that to happen.
No, because that's what everybody's saying that he can't use his face. So I want to see if he can use his face or not.
Yeah, he can.
Is this today that this has happened?
Yeah, apparently.
No, like the guy has like.
It doesn't look any different to me though.
No. I think you know, like from.
Maybe Melania just slapped him.
Medically, he can have stroke. You know, he's probably obese, not just overweight. Sufficiently aged. Okay. And I don't know. I don't think that he's a healthy guy, so he can have a stroke. He's prone to have a stroke.
It might either be his actual distress about what happened last night, or his acting distressed about what happened. Not that I'm a cynic about Trump or anything.
I wouldn't wish him dead or anything. Jesus Christ, no.
Oh no, I meant because of what happened with Charlie Kirk. He could be just so distraught by it because it was his mate that he's upset and that's why he looks different today. Or it could be that he's putting that on slightly because he's also Donald Trump. But I don't wish harm on anyone, including Charlie Kirk. I think it's terribly sad.
Me too. Me too. Exactly the same.
Donald Trump doesn't care about anyone except himself.
But he does care about his image, right? So if he looks like he's been troubled by it, then he would think that he would get sympathy as well, because he's going to utilise this to rally more free speech.
Yeah.
There's no doubt at all. I mean, there's actually a lot of conspiracy theories that he martyred Charlie Kirk in order to push that narrative. I mean, I so hope that's not the case. But honestly, I wouldn't put anything past him.
Well, you do get a thing called free speech, but you can't get free speech without consequences. So, in Britain, you know where we are, we're allowed to say what we want when we want. But this just goes to show that you can say what you want and you can do what you want when it comes to things like free speech. But it does come with consequences.
Yeah, and it's interesting. My dad was saying earlier that it's sad that a young man's lost. I was talking to my parents on the phone about it, and he was saying, it's sad that this is a young man, a father who's lost his life, but actually how much violence has he incited by some of the things he said against other people. So you're right, there are consequences to that. It doesn't mean it's right he's been killed, but it's violence, hate breeds hate. Love breeds love, right? The old Martin Luther King quote. Better than that but...
Yeah, it's never a true word said. You can say what you want, and we can say what we want. Like I could say some nasty things to some people, but it does have consequences. It can ruin the rest of their day, for instance, or it could cause their older brother, their older sister to come and exact revenge of their own type on me or whatever. So there is to a degree you can say what you want. It depends on what level you're prepared to do that. Sometimes my gran would say to me, "You say it best when you say nothing at all," like the old song used to go. The Westlife song, I believe.
Yeah, Ronan Keating, wasn't it? You say it best when you say nothing at all. Yeah, it's sad that.
Yeah, sometimes it makes a bigger difference. It makes more of an impact when you don't say nothing at all.
Sometimes it's better to just hold your peace, isn't it?
Yeah, and just keep it held inside because, like you said, there's a father with 2 kids. It's not now. They've got to grow up without a dad now. But he took that, especially with the things he was talking about. Anybody with common sense would know that's a hot topic to talk about, and some things you just do not talk about, and you do not talk about it to that stage where you're on a stage worldwide.
And if you think about historically, like someone like Martin Luther King was assassinated because he was, quote, controversial, which is crazy for us now, but he was at the time, but he was peaceful. He wasn't inciting hatred, he was inciting love, and he was still assassinated. So obviously, if you're going to be inciting hatred, which, you know, he was with a lot of the things he was saying, you know, particularly about the LGBT community, about race, about all kinds of things, and then weaponizing his Christianity against people, and I'm a Christian myself, and I still recognize that's what he was doing, then that is going to push a lot of buttons, and in a very unstable world where mental health is at its highest, in a place where you can buy a gun in a shop, it's risky. And again, I'm not saying it's okay, but I think, you know, you or I going around our lives are not going to incur the same kind of level of threat, are we?
Yeah.
You know.
Did you see him saying that, you know, a few gun deaths a year is a price worth paying for
the Second Amendment?
Protection?
Yeah.
That's the thing, though. I don't think he would have changed anything. I think even if you told Charlie Kirk, you said, "Hey, look, you're gonna have to die for your cause. You're gonna get shot in your neck in front of your kids." I don't think that would have changed anything, to be honest with you.
No, me neither. How are you, Lozen?
I'm good, but I don't know why my baby's crying.
Oh, bless you. See, I didn't know it was you until you spoke again then, because I've had that many. I've called that many people Lozen, and it's not been you. It's just your voice. I can tell when it's you now, because the name changes are just I can't keep up with. Why can't everybody just be called the same name like me?
Yeah, sorry, Scotty. This is like my other account too. This is like my chill account. But
I've got another account as well.
Yeah. Usually I don't speak up that much on this account, but yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. I don't even really. I've never really liked Charlie Kirk, but
Oh, really? Wow. He's such a likable guy, though. What a lovely guy he was. So.
You know, I mean, I feel sympathy for his kids. I feel sympathy for his wife in the sense that, like, they're, I don't know, maybe not, I don't know about his wife, but his kids for sure. And, you know, like, I see a lot of people saying, like, kind of celebrating his death, and it's like, you become a person like him, you know? Like, with the gun thing, I also believe in my amendment rights because I don't know, that's kind of just, I don't want a tyrannical government to come and try and murder me and all of my fellow countrymen. But
yeah, but that's what's happening in America now anyway. And, you know, you got so many guns, but they, you know, when are you going to start fighting back with this tyrannical government?
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I get it, but shoot. Sorry, I keep getting distracted.
I find it a really interesting perspective, the idea that I have a gun to stop gun crime. I'm not saying that's exactly what you're saying. Hang on, sorry. I'm not saying that's exactly what you're saying, but I hear that a lot from Americans. And obviously, as Brits, we find it bizarre that it's kind of something that people just have away in a cupboard and you can buy in a shop. And I hear, well, it's to lower gun crime, but that's clearly not working. So, I mean, I would just get rid of the guns myself, but, you know, that's just me.
I mean, that's really great. Plus, considering that loads of Brits are getting stabbed on a daily basis, like not even from guns or from knives that you buy from a professional store.
But you can't do the same mass damage with a knife. You're right, knife crime has increased, but you can't create the same damage with a knife as you can with a gun.
Can I just add to that? Can I just add, knife crime.
Can I say something here? The whole idea of like this ban guns and all of that stuff. No, I think what there should be, just like in the UK.
Can I just add to that then quickly?
I think there's a level of extremes where one side just completely wants to ban it, another side think they're allowed to buy a fucking AK from a Walmart, and I think that's obviously ridiculous. But there needs to be a kind.
No, I was just agreeing with you. That's how I feel. Like, I don't think that they should be so unregulated. I don't think any freaking whack job should be able... And also, I think you should be forced to take classes periodically. Like, every 6 months to a year, you should be forced to take gun safety classes, because honestly, it's amazing how many people own guns and they know nothing about gun safety or anything. They don't make them take classes. You know, I could go to Walmart right now and buy a gun. That's the thing that I really don't like, you know? But yeah, sorry, continue. I was just agreeing with you because, yeah, I mean, it's like one thing to own guns. That's why we have the amendment, right? But to just make them accessible to any crazy a-hole,
I completely agree. But what I don't like is when people try and draw the argument of like the UK being, and I'm not saying Lula done this, but like a lot of people in Europe or in other countries, they kind of like draw the argument and they try and present ourselves as if we're just so civilized and like modern, all of this stuff. I think at the same time, Britain is a bit ridiculous. Like, if someone comes, say, into your house to try and burgle you or hurt you and your family, you can't fucking hurt them. Like, it's ridiculous. But
but I'd rather that than kill someone with a gun.
Can I say something?
You don't have to kill someone, but I mean, like, if it's a case where it's you or them and they're physically trying to hurt
you. Dimitri, let me just say something to that, right? When is the last time you've heard on the news or chat GPT, whatever you like to do, that you've ever seen or heard of anyone in the last 25 years of anybody that's gone into somebody else's home while they've been inside that home and burgled them and used a knife or a gun?
Bro, are you joking? Like, it happens all the fucking time in the UK. All kinds of burglaries happen.
Tell me once.
I mean, I couldn't give you a specific date off the top of my head right now. Fucking
Or one case. Case.
Bro, you're being ridiculous. Look it up yourself.
I'm not being ridiculous. I'm not being... listen.
Bro,
I've
done a lot. There's literally like...
I've done a lot of looking into this one particular subject because one of my friends was knife. He was one of the victims of a knife crime. Yeah, knife crime in the UK is predominantly a knife crime. He knows the offender. The offender who commits that crime to the person knows that person randomly walking into a house, burgling a house, or doing it me walking down the road or somebody else. It's 9 on in never heard of. Right, like it as if you were going to get shot in America into a mall. Somebody walks into a mall, starts stabbing everyone, or somebody walks into a supermarket and starts stabbing everyone here. It's near enough unheard of. Only the last couple of times has been when we had them terrorist attacks, and the geezer attacked the other guy with a narwhal whale tusk to try and protect himself and a fire extinguisher. That's really randomly a one-off. Our kids, our teenagers, going and fighting postcode fights with another group of teenagers with knives, pulling them out and having fights. That's common. That's becoming more common. We've got an issue around that. But that's knife crime on knife crime that people know each other. When it comes to like people burgling houses, it's absolutely rubbish. We had Tony Martin who shot the farmer. They broke into his mum and dad's house. They run away from him. As they run away from him, the two people that broke in, he shot them in the back, shot one of them in the back and killed him. He got life for that. They jailed him for life, and then they changed it from life to 6 years of manslaughter in prison because everybody went mad about it. That was the last case that was ever heard of. The homeowner used excessive force. Now, we're allowed to use reasonable force, but not excessive. So, in other words, if somebody comes into your house with a spoon and starts stealing ice cream out your fridge, you can't then go and get an AK-47 and shoot him and kill him. That's just it's just not that's not the way it happens.
And it's a false equivalence, right, with the knives and the guns, because the gang crime, and even in a school, there have been odd occasions where kids have taken a knife into school here, and it's awful. And if anyone is killed in violent crime, it's awful, even one individual.
Of course.
But when people go into schools in America, they kill like 15, 20 people with a gun, right? We're talking mass killings. That's the difference between knives and guns.
And that goes as far as saying in America they shouldn't have any guns anymore because it's been going on for that. There's at least once a month.
Can I please say something about it? With all respect, Mitri, just I need to talk because So yeah, of course. So I don't think that this issue of crime rates it would be resolved with like you guys have been talking like looking for the magical solution. Okay, hey, either ban all firearms or just hey, let's compare it to no, let's keep them, but hey, look what you have there in your country, you don't have firearms and yet you have a lot of crimes. Well, I think that you can't make first any comparison between the UK and the US because they are both so different countries, like very different countries. First from the culture first, the mindset of people, the mindset of criminals. A criminal in the US would never do the same thing in the UK or like someone in the UK. If you compare, the kind of crimes in both countries are so different, so different. And to be honest, the UK or in the UK would have like, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you expect a more rapid and quick answer from security forces than the US, and then someone living in God knows where in the US, in that large territory, someone maybe in the mountains or I don't know in which hole, and being aggressive, and he needs to defend himself. I have my young brother, by the way, living in the US. I didn't say this to anyone, and he is married there. He has his own firearms, and when he talks to me about like, because we've had this discussion for a lot of times, and when he explained to me his perspective, why he is having this firearm, okay, and how is that important in the US, and how the Americans, they see a personal firearm or a firearm inside your house, okay, you cannot disagree with him. You cannot, you see. And if you're gonna say, hey, those firearms are causing, occasional shooting, yes, they are so horrible, they are so terrifying. And personally, I would never, see myself living there. I hear about school shooting, and I say, hey, who knows that maybe, God forbid, my kid another day would be there, okay, victim of those school shootings. So I say, you know what? That country is not for me, okay? There are people who can adapt with that. Good luck. But at the same time, just a moment. Scotty, just a moment. So, but at the same time, I cannot, say that everything is okay in the UK because firearms are banned. You ban firearms, you know what you would have? You would have clandestine firearms or smuggling.
Yeah, but that's not what we've had. We had. Can I just reference something really quickly? Right, so we had.
I'll let him finish because I think
we want you to respond. But we want you to respond. We want you to respond to it. It's called an interjection.
Scotty, I'm gonna finish this sentence. You've been talking a lot.
We want you to respond.
Can you land those? Right,
so you would have like, if you ban them, you have other means of crimes. acid attacks, knives attacks, smuggled firearms, and maybe, and if it's not really hard, explosive. And you never heard probably about the 3D printed firearms. You can have them. Those you cannot even trace them. You cannot even detect them. You cannot even know who shot that person with God knows which firearms printed in some house with a 3D printer. Thank you for listening.
Right, so we had...
Where you going?
That's.
But I think his point was
Oh, can I speak without being into? Well, yeah, I haven't actually finished, Dimitri. If you could stop me.
You were cutting
Go in,
Lula.
this is in the building.
Go in, Lula.
You were cutting off, Lula. We couldn't hear you.
Thank you, Sky. So first of all, can you hear me clearly now?
I can hear you, Lula.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, cool, thank you. So first of all, it doesn't seem like you know a lot about the UK because we don't have loads of guns being printed out and loads of clandestine knife crime. The last mass shooting in the UK was somewhere early 90s in Dunblane in Scotland, where a man who had an unregulated gun walked into a school and shot up a load of kids. Pre that, about 5 or 10 years before, there was another man that walked through the streets of Hungerford near Berkshire and did the same and killed loads of people. Both of those people had severe mental health issues and had access to guns. Guess what happened? We stopped people having access to guns and we haven't had a mass shooting since, thank God. There have been odd occasions, but we haven't got loads of clandestine shootings going on. That's not the case. You're not wrong, we have crime, but the point I'm trying to make is that you don't get mass killings.
Fuck Israel.
That was pleasant. You don't get mass killings from these things. What you do get is, thank you for the hearts as well, random. What you do get is individual or smaller amounts of people impacted with those attacks. We've got problems. I'm not suggesting at all that the UK doesn't have problems, but I would never want guns here. And I'm so glad that after not even the Dunblane was a mass shooting. And straight after that, the law changed and we haven't had any mass shootings since. And please, God, may that...
Yeah, you guys took away the guns and substituted with knives. So now you guys just...
Yeah, that's what
Right, and I've just said there's not mass killings from knife attacks. Like,
Yes, there is.
Hang on. There isn't resistance. There isn't.
Yeah, can I speak?
No,
Yeah,
you guys
hang on.
Let Dimitri go. Let Dimitri go.
has a point.
Can I?
Yeah, let Dimitri go. Let Dimitri go now.
Yeah, so initially when I first started speaking, one of the things I said is that I really don't like this idea of like absolutes, you know, and I think CPO kind of picked up on that like the US and the UK are very different kind of societies, there's a lot of different culture and things like that at play. But I think the bottom line is that there's no perfect scenario, neither in America nor in the UK. Whether, we don't have a big enough gun problem, we do have major problems, and we all know that theft right now in London is rife. And in a lot of cases, and I think it's a reasonable reaction, but more often than not, you have a few people chasing a guy with a Rolex who are wielding a fucking Bowie knife or a zombie knife, and he can't do anything. So I don't think that's a good idea either. But I think both of these places need some kind of like fucking intervention where someone steps in and says, really and truly, if someone's coming after you, you can go to this resort. And I think in America at the same time, there needs to be some more regulation. Now, I'm not saying that guns in the UK is the ultimate solution.
But you can't compare having something stolen.
Yo, I keep trying to speak. Hey, hang on a second. I just want to say that I keep hearing Americans saying that, knife crime in UK. And yeah, there is some, but I think there's a really distorted view of lots of Americans that we have mass knife crimes like you guys have mass shootings in America. Nothing like that.
No one's saying is the same equivalent. What we're saying is there definitely is knife problems.
Nobody said anything against that. Nobody said that's not the case.
Machetes coming out of their underwear.
No, that's not happening all the.
I'm sorry. I do have to agree with him. I do think that is actually a major problem. I mean,
it is so happening.
You were just talking about a theft, though, Dimitri. You're saying someone's trying to steal something from you with a knife. That's not the same. Hang on. I didn't get a chance to respond to you before. You said someone comes after your knife for your Rolex. Well, you know what you do? You give them the Rolex. It shouldn't be happening, but that's not the same as being shot in the head in the.
Yeah, but I also said that's not the ultimate solution. But I've also wanted to say quickly that my nephew, he's actually had a lot of trouble going to school now because kids on the tram on his way to school have zombie knives. So I have to actually go.
Totally agree.
Like, it's ridiculous. It is out of hand.
Totally agree. But I want to just explain something to resistance.
Either here or there, but I'm saying there is major problems we need to address. Right?
Totally agree with you. Right, listen. Resistance, you've got to stop saying for me, for instance, you've got things that like it's going on rife and it's around here everywhere. I just explained earlier on before you got in the room, we have got an issue with knife on knife crime, but it tends to be 85% of the time, it tends to be that it's known offenders on each other, normally between the ages of 12 to 13 years of old. It starts at normally, and I know that's way too young, all the way up till the early 30s, and it's postcode. They call it like postcode gang, basically. Gang culture, yeah. So I know I live in this postcode, that one lives in that one. He comes down my street. It's not random people. Not normally. It's not random like he just said. It's very very rare. Somebody coming up for his Rolex with a machete. That's quite rare. I know it's getting a problem in London with theft and all that. But when it comes to knife crime, it's normally known offenders on known offenders. As in just me walking down the street and getting hit by somebody I don't know and randomly that's very far between. I'm telling you that now. I've lived here. I've walked these streets. I've been down these streets. I've been in Glasgow. I've brought up and bred in Glasgow, the biggest city in Scotland. And without a shadow of a doubt, I'm telling you right now, I've walked past gangs and they just let me walk past because I'm not in that gang. If I was in that gang and I walked past, I guarantee I'm not walking past and I'd get stabbed or something. And we're the biggest knife crime in the centre of Europe, in Glasgow, in Scotland. But it's gang on gang. It's not randomness. Now, you've just put guns into them people's hands that have got the postcode thing going on.
I never said that. You put this in there.
No. I'm saying this is my point. For me, if you're America and everybody, and I know you're not going to agree with me because not one American I've ever spoken to in my whole life has ever agreed with me. If you've got rid of your gun crime, if you got rid of your guns altogether, and people would not be running around with knives, going to go and stab because it's too much of a personal thing. So, for instance, me coming running after you, or somebody coming running after you, resistance, with a knife, I can guarantee you probably take that knife off them and probably leather them just because of who you.
Much such that there's no political dissension at all. There is no back and forth. There is no discussion or rhetoric. You say something about a particular government or even a member of parliament who's not even that high up, you get visited by what's called C10 officers, right, who operate outside of their jurisdiction, operate in a completely different country. So, for example, right now, as I'm saying this shit, right, luckily I don't have to worry about this, but as I'm saying this shit right now, it shouldn't surprise any of you if tomorrow you hear, Huey's off the app. What's gone on with Huey? I got approached by C10 officers, right? It's the Central Intelligence Officers of Zimbabwe, right? For criticizing the Zimbabwean government, even though.
It's one of those things where people and their rhetoric, they have a right in this country. I believe in freedom of speech. But the reality is that people have the ability, not the rights or even the legal right, but the ability to do unspeakable things behind being unhinged and hearing certain people's free speech opinions. So all that I'm asking from my fellow man is just to be kinder to each other. Tone down the rhetoric. Try to have the conversations without the gotcha moment, the aspersions, and the overall chaos that's gotten us to this point.
Thank you for that. That's important, and I appreciate you saying that. It seems like that's not very difficult to do, right? I mean, we're essentially doing that in the room right here. You have to pull out of people. You have to have a group of people together that authentically care about other human beings and who are intellectually curious enough
to want to actually know what other people think. I mean, these are the two things it requires, and that's what we're failing at. No, it shouldn't be that difficult.
Mikey,
The
I've
Mike
been doing this 5
Moon
years.
Show!
You've been around me for almost those 5 years, right? What is the last thing I always say before I close your room? Do you remember? Does anybody recall? Anybody?
It's be kind to one another. I know you say that.
Yeah, it's free to be nice.
Yeah.
It costs you nothing. Just be nice to each other. We don't have to agree, but let's respect each other. I don't know why that's so hard. Because you're a Republican and I'm a Democrat, or you're a Libertarian. Who gives a fuck? I just don't understand it.
And that's a message that needs to be said more than ever on 9/11 after yesterday. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. It's intense. It's deep. We're all feeling it from different perspectives, but we're all feeling the same thing. We're feeling the same thing from different directions. And we need to realize that we have more in common than we have in common.
He lifted 2 buckets
I
filled
don't know
with
if we
55
have
pounds of water each. Now he had to pass through a narrow and sloping alley. He had to reach the top of the mountain and pour the water into the valley. But the condition was that his arms must remain open and his balance must not.
I don't know how y'all have been feeling. Right on, sister. Shout out to Sandra. I don't know how y'all have been feeling the past couple weeks, but after, oh Lord, let's see, the woman, the Ukrainian woman that was stabbed, the political violence that I've been following in Nepal, which is craziness. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it on that Clubhouse. I just don't think a lot of people know what's going on. The Charlie Kirk situation, and so many other little, school shootings. Today I was going on my daily walk, and there's this church by me. Now, mind you, I haven't gone to church in years. But today I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start going back to church to pray for healing for humanity. I don't know how many people have been feeling that way in light of recent events. How many people feel like they just want to get closer to God or pray more or just surround themselves with, like-minded spiritual people? Because there's power in prayer, power in that collective energy of prayer. So I don't know if anybody is feeling that. This is kind of a rhetorical question. I'm just putting it out there that I was just called to come back to church today and pray for healing, for humanity, because I'm really scared of the direction that we're going. For the first time in I think probably in my life, in a long time, I was afraid to go out of the house today. I was afraid to walk 2 blocks to the store. I had to pray before I left the house. Please, Lord, don't let me get shot in the neck, or just let me get shot. Now, I don't live in a violent neighborhood, but you just don't know, right? So I don't know. We just need to collectively pray. I don't know. There's more of a statement than a question, ladies and gentlemen. I just want.
Thank you for saying that. And I have to say, I want to shout out Jarl's comment in the chat, which was, let's all pray to Grok, because that's a whole nother issue. I thought that was.
How you doing, Sandra?
I'm well, JB. I was wondering where you were. I've been looking for you the last few days.
I'm glad. I was on vacation.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. I'm glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you. The mic is yours, ma'am.
It is a little scary. It is a little scary. And I do still pray. And I have been praying. And I'm just hoping that we can get out of this alive, because it's just so many different things going on right now. It's a lot of different things going on right now. So I'm praying. I'm trying to stay focused. I'm trying to stay positive, and it is a little scary. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little scary.
Do you know, Sandra? I'm listening to you. I'm listening to Nye, both women who I have the utmost respect for. And I'm gonna date myself here. Myself and probably Mike Moon and maybe Jordan, and maybe a couple other people in the room. But I remember growing up under Ronald Reagan, right? No matter what you do, whether you Republican, Democrat, there was this feeling amongst the country that America was on the upswing. And I grew up in Brooklyn, right? It wasn't the safest area, but there was hope. There was something there that we all gravitated to. Now fast forward to 40 years, 45 years later, and it's not there anymore. How do we become so divided? How did this cultural war start? You know, I mean, look, Nye is my ride or die on this app, right? We open rooms, she's always by my side. We have two very different political views in the world, but we still respect each other, we still like each other. I don't say, you know what, the digital, I agree with you. Social media, with no guardrails, has really fucked up this world, excuse my language. You know what, there's so much shit going on in this world. We didn't even spoke about the school shooting yesterday in Colorado, where the young man who was the shooter is dead, and two young kids were shot.
Doesn't even make the news anymore. School shootings are failing to make the news.